Welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream and to this coverage of the Rags to Riches, Riches to Rags cPDH tournament in Philadelphia run by Dallas Walker. I am so stoked today. We've got Clay. No, we've got Lawbert here in chat. So we're going to switch out of this real quick here. That's just one of those interfaces that I don't have correctly set up today, but I've got my good friend Lawbert here to help cover this tournament, this incredible milestone for cPDH. How you doing today, Lawbert?
Pretty good. It's fun to. I've been tuning into the live stream already, and yeah, I was having a sleepy Sunday before I tuned into this, and it's getting pretty intense now. I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, no kidding. Am I the only one who's just like incredibly jealous of everybody who's there right now?
You're definitely not. I
Definitely not.
It's been
Yeah,
a while
this
since I
looks
played a
like
paper event, like gone somewhere, and this just sounds like hearing all the people talk in the background. I'm just like getting excited to play and want some more.
Yeah, no kidding. One of the things I commented on earlier is the little ASMR in the background of everybody talking and chatting and having a good time is just quite nice. Just getting back to the good stuff of some good old fashioned paper magic. So yeah, definitely exciting. And we saw some amazing games. We just saw round three finish up here. With a very impressive win from Third Path Iconoclast. What did you pick up from that game?
Um, there was the what do you call it? The reality warping effect that Abdel had on that game of every decision is like, well, why aren't you dealing with the Abdel player? And like, what the heck, dude? There's an Abdel sitting right there. And that's like there's that constant discussion. But like the TPI player, because a lot of things ended up being thrown at this TPI player, and it's just because they were the one popping off, and they're both really super respectable, like intense combo decks. And this one seemed to be a little bit more. I mean, it was on the Peregrine Rake combo, so
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there's the Archaeomancer that came out, and it wasn't doing anything in particular at the time, but like they never
Yep,
are until they kill you, and so
that's right.
it got burn pointed at it, and everybody was like, well, what the heck? Why isn't that?
Yeah, yeah. And as you mentioned, the TPI player fought through an enormous amount of interaction. They even won the game through a really brutal answer, which is the Trespasser's Curse, which we're going to look at in a minute. But it's 1 and a black for an aura that's a curse. And it goes on a player and it punishes them for any creature entering the battlefield. They lose a life and you gain a life. And that is one of the many reasons why that card is really strong, but it's a really punishing answer to a TPI. And they fought through that. They fought through removal on their pingers, and they ended up winning the game with the Peregrine Drake, Ghostly Flicker. But they didn't actually. It wasn't so much that they won with it. It was that the Gutter Snipe, the recently downshifted Gutter Snipe, just ended up going the distance, clearing out the Rilsa. We had a position 1 TPI with a position 2 Garna Bloodfist of Keld. And by the way, when I say TPI, that's Third Path Iconoclast, just for future reference. We had a position 3 Rilsa Rail, which has been doing great at the tournament as well. Both Rilsa Rail and TPI turning up in good numbers and performing. And then a position 4 Abdel. Abdel Candlekeep Sage, I should mention. The tournament legality for this, format legality for this tournament has actually been modified. So this is a modified cPDH tournament where common backgrounds are legal in the command zone, which, when we talk about the gameplay dynamics going on there, really explains why people are respecting the Abdel player, because Candlekeep Sage in the command zone with Abdel is extraordinarily broken.
Definitely. I that
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. Like I just assumed that they had the Candlekeep and then they had the
Yeah,
other
me.
background somewhere, but
Yeah, yeah. I forgot that that was something that they'd done for this tournament. And so when I saw the Candlekeep, the first thought was, oh, wow, that was a great top deck, because they played it like turn 3, right? But the reality is, actually, they just played it from the command zone. And Candlekeep Sage, for those of you who don't know, is 2 and a blue for a background, a common background that says whenever your commander enters or leaves the battlefield, you draw a card. And Abdel, basically, Azorius Abdel, is a flicker deck that is looking to repeatedly cast Abdel. And when you have Candlekeep Sage in the command zone, you actually don't even need an ETB creature in play to draw your whole deck. All you need is the 2 cards from your command zone, either just an Archaeomancer and a Flicker, and enough rocks that you can go positive when they come back into play. You can also do O-Ring and Journey to Nowhere, which we saw in the game. We saw a very early Journey to Nowhere, which is another reason why it's so strong. The removal, either cards like, your O-Ring and your Journey to Nowhere, are also just combo cards. If you have Journey to Nowhere, you can O-Ring the Journey to Nowhere. And then basically you can loop that with Abdel to go infinite. And it's very strong. So the modality of the removal also being combo pieces, that's a really good sign for a deck, right? You really want to be in that place where you're building a deck where your combo cards always have functionality. So yeah, that was pretty impressive. TPI has a similar dynamic with Banishing Knack, which we didn't see at this table. This was actually a Peregrine Drake Banishing Knack combo, wasn't in the deck, which is one that my co-host Clay will oftentimes play at tables. But yeah, that was pretty impressive. Nicely done from the TPI player. I think the player who won that game, was that Ross? Yeah, that was Ross. Believe it was here. We had, yep, that was Ross. Yeah, that was impressive. So with that, let's move over into, I think this is the right interface. We'll click this one. Nope, not that one. Not that one. This one. There we go. Yes. So here is the, it says riches to rags there, but don't be confused about that. It is the riches to rags, not the rags to riches. They had a little snafu with the branding there, but it's a great looking logo, and we're going to be playing some amazing cPDH and watching some great stuff today. So for all those you watching this coverage right now, Lobert, give them a quick heads up about where they can find your content, because folks might not know, but Lobert makes amazing edited cPDH and PDH content that he posts on YouTube. Basically, you do similar to methodology to Playing with Power. They're all really nicely edited and narrated. So where can they find you?
Yeah, if you just search for Lobbert on YouTube, Lobbert, and I think you've got actually my link in the title there. If you just want to click that, it's really easy to find. And from there, there's, if you want to find my Monday morning streams, or Monday evening streams, there's a link tree from everywhere you can find me. I actually, my name comes up pretty good in search engines, so Lobbert. It's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, we've done a good job of making sure to tag everybody who's involved. We've got a really amazing tournament organizer with Dallas Walker, who's this is the second ever Riches to Rags tournament. The first one was actually earlier this year in the winter, and this is the second one. So I think we can expect to continue to see great stuff coming from them. It's really exciting to see more cPDH content coming out, and we're going to be covering all of it because we're pretty stoked about it. So, yeah. And of course, the participation today was fantastic. It was 35 players, I want to say. Do you have the numbers on that?
I heard, so there were 9 pods that I heard them call, and then I heard that then 3 players got buys. I think that puts us at like 39.
39 players. That is amazing. I was at, I had the honor of being in Detroit for the RAW Hobbies 1K PDH event. And man, it was such an amazing experience being around so many excited cPDH and PDH players, getting to sign cards, getting to pass out goodies, all that good stuff. Dax Goes Face, welcome to the chat. Welcome Islane as well. Good to have you both here. I hope you're having a great day wherever you're at. And yeah, so I mean, the RAW events, that was a 46 or 44 person event. So this is like just shy of that. Yeah. Pretty damn good, don't you think?
Definitely. These guys really, this is just like one of the events, like big events of the year in my book.
It is, yeah, for sure. I think once, if there's someday some future where I'm able to go full time with my content, I would love to be at every single one of these, casting the events, participating in them, meeting everybody. It was definitely a treat to be in Detroit. I'm going to be actually going to, and you are as well, we're going to be at the MagicCon Las Vegas on September 22nd through the 24th. And boy, are you just like, stoke level is like through the roof, isn't it?
Yeah, I go every year. I go to this either way, and I'm like flying my buddy out from Hawaii that I used to do a podcast with, and we're just gonna do it up. And like, do we have a table all 3 days?
I think we do.
Dude, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
mean, we
there.
are. Oh, dude, we are going to be posted up and just running that place. I don't think folks really fully understand just how enthusiastic cPDH players are. In general, people who play this format, they love it, and there's a reason, right? It's so interactive, it's so diverse. Even comparing it to cEDH, everybody should enjoy Magic the way they want to. But if we are comparing the different formats, when we compare these competitive formats, cEDH and cPDH, in cEDH, you really do need to be doing something incredibly proactive at every stage of the game. And it makes sense because your tutors are incredibly efficient, your mana is incredibly fast, your fixing is almost perfect. You can be playing incredibly greedy mana bases with like Timna Crom, 4-color stuff, RAGS type things as well. And the onus is on you to end the game as soon as you possibly can, which means that really when it comes to format diversity, it's actually kind of a small format.
It is. You have to
Your
play
card
something
pool
so
is
powerful. It's just that you have to be
yes.
like, can I win turn 3 or can I stop a player
Can
or
I win
two?
turn 2?
Yeah.
Can I and a lot of the combos don't rely on the command zone at all. And so, when you're looking at the sort of, Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation type stuff, they're so compact that what it does is it narrows the diversity of the format a lot, right? You're going to have kind of like the top 10 decks are so far and above what everybody else could play, right?
Yeah.
That you are actually kind of restricted to playing one of those good decks. And this is not the case in cPDH. cPDH is wildly diverse, and life totals actually matter in this format, which is what we just saw here. They didn't win with their combo, they won with a gutter snipe, right? And of all the games that I've watched today, that's it. You're dealing damage with, you're killing people in combat, you're hitting them, and I think a very small number of cEDH games probably end in damage, right? It's mostly going to be, Thassa's Oracle type stuff.
Yeah. If it's ending in damage, it's infinite. Like, pretty much every time.
Yes.
Or like, you've got the is it Aether Grid? I don't know, but it does like 50 damage at a time. You just knock one player out after another. Like,
yep.
The flattening of the power level really include like being able to include decks that are like just simple combat decks.
Yep.
Sometimes the table politics just work out where somebody can't knock enough players out that on the backswing that they're vulnerable. So like some random deck will just sneak their way in a lot of the time. Like fogs are a real thing that matter.
They really are.
Like they're essential because like the game goes in this linear path. Everybody can plan for what you're doing, and then throwing out a fog is your Uno reverse card.
Yeah, it really is. It's a massive tempo swing, and it goes in almost any deck. If you're a combo deck, you probably need to be playing fogs because combat damage and dying is a very real probability. It's not a possibility; it's a likelihood. The same goes for life gain too. It's like unless you're playing Sarah's Ascendant, like what cEDH deck is actually playing mass life gain? And in cPDH, cards like Basilica Screecher, Extort Creatures, any sort of mass life gain with like Suture Priest or I just played against a Kadira Caller of the Small, and I was playing Gore Claw, and I think I did probably like 60 or more damage over the course of the game, and still lost, and they were at 40 life at the end of the game. It was so demoralizing, and that's partially because life gain is so important. Fogs are important. Your life total matters. And this is one of the key and defining differences between this format and cEDH, is that there's a lot of room to be doing really, really interesting stuff that doesn't involve combo. Aggro is very viable. We have Gut Leader, we have Gut Throne, we have Golem, we have Loyal Subordinate. You have like Dargo Kedis, which just took down the Sanctuary cPDH tournament just a couple weeks ago. So it really changes the dynamic of the format and the texture of things when you need to plan for such a wide
Yeah.
diversity of different things, right?
You
It's
really
just
you really
such a
try to
rich
get
format.
modal spells become really important, where
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it does this, it does that, like it interacts on this like you find these cards that just interact on these strange axes, like Dawn Charm being a fog and a regenerate spell, and
Oh yeah, yeah. And you just put out a great video on this. What was it, just yesterday, right? Let me see if I can find a link to this here. You put out a video on
I've covered
playing
both fogs
protection.
and protection, yeah, and like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
try to go through. I think they're very interesting topics because these are some of the most modal spells. Because what they have one mode that isn't always going to be uh, something that you want to do. Like you don't always need a fog. If there's combo decks at the table, which there are seats at the table for both combo and aggro decks, you need something that can deal with both.
Yep.
And the
Yeah, Dawn
protections,
Charm is incredible. It's so
yeah.
modal.
The
Yeah, if you care
protection
about your
spells that,
commander and you don't want it to be exiled or like, edicted, this is huge. So if you're a very commander-centric deck with not a lot of creatures, it does that. It's going to regenerate something. Now, with the edicts, it does say target, and most edicts are mass edicts because we want to get the most value out of our cards we can. But it will stop something, like a Diabolic Edict, and there are decks that play that. There are decks that only want to hit one thing maybe. They don't want to deprive the table of all their resources because maybe they're relying on the table to do a lot of the work, right? So, for example, like a Cardur Doom Scourge might be a good example of that, where you actually, I'm not sure you want to kill those things. You almost rather just have them swinging at other people when they're goaded.
yeah.
So you just want that edict in the deck to basically cover your bases with maybe like a very large Satyr Enchanter or something that's not going to die to your removal, a Sailor's Bane, something of that nature. So yeah, these fogs are very hard hitting cards, and they're cards that you really need to consider. That's something you wouldn't have to do in CDH. So and like Clay says, it'll stop a massive raid. It will counter a spell that targets you. Massive Raid, of course, is one red instant speed, deal damage to target creature or player, where based on the number of creatures you have. And this is a card that TPI plays nowadays because it's a kill switch. You can literally just kill somebody. It's an instant speed corrupt, basically, while also being basically 3-mana murder. So let me bring that one up here on the screen here. This is Massive Raid.
When we were in chat earlier, we were talking about how I think that TPI player, that or someone else, I'm not sure, plays Ashnod's Altar along with Fireballs. And I know that I've seen the meme where it's like the two big strong hands clasped, and they're like, like competitive and casual both really just love to win the game by playing a Fireball.
I
Rolling
don't think that
Thunder is
there's
incredible, and sorry.
yeah, and really, if you think about and I was actually really buoyed by the fact that in watching these games, we're seeing really different approaches to decks that I play a lot. And through the Let's Build series, we introduce a lot of decks to the format and to people's awareness, where we're able to share kind of what we're working on with people. And the craziest thing was seeing Ashnod's Altar in TPI and realizing, wow, I completely missed that, right? Like, Ashnod's Altar does a lot of work in that deck. Ashnod's Altar, for one thing, on a base level, allows you to negate any Echoing Truth effects or Echoing Decay effects. Anything that says do something to every creature with the same name is going to affect our tokens a lot. And if we can sacrifice the target on the stack and make mana, that's really powerful. We can use that mana for interaction. The colorless part of it, not so useful, because generally speaking, our spells are actually very pip intensive. But there are a couple ways that it's nice with something like Disruption Protocol or Ice Out or anything where we can reduce the cost by sacrificing something, and we can reduce it colorlessly. We can actually just not tap our creature and use it that way. Or we can cast something like Meeting of Minds without having to tap our creature. There's a lot of powerful synergy there. Or just sack 2 creatures, pay a blue, and cast a 1-mana Distant Melody. Get the creature back. or 2 mana Distant Melody. And then this whole line of being able to open up Rolling Thunder, Kavarik's Torch, Fireball. This kind of stuff is amazing because we don't really get the sweepers that we get in TPI have to be things that only affect our opponents. And Rolling Thunder is a great way to do that. So not as long it's an off switch for a player, you just kill them, or you like sweep the board selectively of everything you care about, which is really strong. So I'm definitely going to be going back to the drawing board with TPI and trying to find room for yet another broken card to go in this incredible commander. I think it was Vector.
Sorry, I
Go ahead.
was going to ask,
Yeah,
does the
go
deck
ahead.
play
Yeah.
a lot of rocks? Because that's another thing I love about Ashnod's Altar is turning like this ephemeral source of mana that's going to go away into something like an arcane signet that is going to give
Yeah.
you mana every turn, and it's going to be colored mana. So there's a conversion factor with
There
that
is.
deck, I think.
Yep, absolutely. TPI does play rocks. My original builds of TPI, and this is my build. There are kind of like 2 popular builds right now. One of them is mine. The other one is Clay's, although this is really showing us another approach to that, which is you just do Peregrine Drake combo. But basically, a TPI can be an aggro deck, it can be a mid-range deck, it can be a control deck, and it can be a combo deck. Because going wide can either keep you alive, or you can use it with cards like Volatile Claws, or with Pack Attack, or with the newly printed one that says when a creature dies, you make a rat token while also giving +2/+0 to your board. My original builds did play somewhere around 10 mana rocks, but as time went on, and I wish I still could, but TPI really is an exercise in discipline because there are so many good cards in the deck that you could run 150 cards and every single one of them would be fully premium. Like it would be like, I'm not just filling the deck, I'm actually playing good cards, right? You'd be at like 115 with the lands, and then another 25 to 30 like really excellent cards. We just got more pingers for the deck too. We got the new Catapult card. Let's bring that one up on screen. This is worth mentioning as well, although this won't be at the tournament. This one here is Unruly Catapult. This one won't be at the tournament because it's not legal just yet, but it's a 3-mana 0/4 defender. You can ping. It's basically Thermo Alchemist, but it's got more toughness and it's 1 more mana. So basically, we've just, the deck is, I would say TPI is the single largest beneficiary of the last 5 sets.
But it always is, because it just has so many axes.
Artifacts, go wide, control, counter spells, pingers, tribal stuff,
like
any sort of typal
combo.
mechanics. yeah, it's really strong. So yeah, we do play rocks. The modality of Ashnod's Altar, meaning also that we can recast our TPI in some cases easier. So if somebody selectively kills TPI, then we can, sink our mana into Opal Palace or Study Hall and a TPI and basically cover the command tax. That's really strong too.
Yeah.
I think Ashnod's Altar is very good in this deck, which is interesting because as another example of how unique cPDH is, Ashnod's Altar is a pretty well understood broken magic card. It's KCI for creatures. And KCI's Krark Clan Ironworks, if you ever played Modern during the time when it was legal, it was an absolute menace. It was miserable to play against. And the people who are good at KCI did not lose games. Like they genuinely ran tournaments for like months. And there was very few interaction points. It was very complicated. Ashnod's Altar and Krark Clan Ironworks both are mana abilities, meaning they do not use the stack. Let that sink in. It's really, really, really busted. It means you can do all sorts of loops.
People always tack draw card onto like random stuff, and you'll just get random you don't get your advantage. Oh, sorry, you just paid 3 mana for your repulse. That's a really crappy unsummon, isn't it?
Yeah, and it does, and it no longer draws you a card because it didn't have a target.
Yeah.
Right. And you blow up the Krark Clan Ironworks, and they would sack it to itself, and they would like sack Mirror Retriever, and then sack Altar to itself, and then Altar would be in the graveyard, and they would target the Altar, get it back, and replay it with the mana that they made off the Altar and off the Mirror Retriever, and then they would just do it again. It was really strong. So Ashnod's Altar is not a card that sees actually a lot of play in cPDH. Let's bring this one up here. Ironically, this is kind of for a long time been a card that people are like, this is pretty bad, because the things you do with this card almost always involve some sort of persist loop. First day of class, Skirk Prospector, Putrid Goblin type things, where you're basically sacking a creature with the first day of class, which is going to add a counter to anything that adds, and then the counters are negating themselves between persist and the first day of class, getting you infinite ETBs, infinite sack, infinite draw, infinite whatever. You can do a lot of different stuff with it. But that's really one of the only homes where you see it. Sicarian Infiltrator is another one where you can definitely make use of it there. But this is a card that that is, it just goes to show we don't know what people are doing in this format. We have a sense of what's good, but boy, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about, right?
Yeah.
Ashnod's Altar and TPI, gasoline,
Yeah.
pure gasoline. I mean, like my mind is racing with ideas now. You could even be doing stuff where you go, instead of tapping down your TPI tokens, your soldiers, you can sacrifice them for mana to cast like the improvise spell, reverse engineer, instead of having to pay by tapping creatures. So the advantage there is that if you need blockers, you actually can just sack a creature, pay 3 blue, get another creature when you cast that, and you're up on creatures basically. So this is very exciting innovation. Now we are moving into the semifinals here. So I'm going to do a quick couple of adjustments here. But Lobert, would you take a look at the commanders we've got and tell us a little bit about what you think?
I'm getting a real bad resolution on the stream right now, so
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Let's see. Is it on my end?
No, I've actually got the
Okay.
the stream pulled up.
Got it.
That they're sending out directly.
Cool.
Let's see if I can blast that. There we go. That's better.
There we go. Yeah, we're just going to do a couple of housekeeping things here. This is the most ambitious tournament coverage I've ever done. And so there are going to be a couple of hiccups along the way, as I've already experienced basically all day. And one of them things that we're doing here is that we are going to be tracking the life totals in the corner like this, which means I have some kind of unique interface modifications that I've done to make this happen here.
It was posted in chat a little earlier. Eric on Gretchen, Rev Liberty on Rasad, Ross on TPI, and Brian on Ellis Ilcor.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, what's our player in the top right there? Is that Ellis?
That's Ellis. That's Ellis.
Yep. That's Ellis. Okay, and then we've got Rasad plus Feywild Visitor. And actually, I have some insight on this deck. I was talking with, got to get back on the name. Yeah, we have a new patron, and their name is Addicted to Soda. And I spent about 2 hours working with them on updating Rasad Sword Coast Sailor. I'll bring this one up on screen here. And Rasad is a, we got to pull that. It's not 2 S's, it's 2 A's. There we go. So Rasad Sword Coast Sailor is basically an Azorius aggro deck that utilizes big butts, and it's basically doing Archimedes? Is that right? Door in the Siege Tower, basically, where big butts become big damage. And the modifications we made to it were actually to add Feywild Visitor, because Sword Coast Sailor tends to incentivize bad target priority. It's very tempting to try and get unblockable on Rasad when you actually need to be swinging at somebody else. And the Feywild Visitor basically allows us to make a whole lot of attackers and chump blockers. We'll pull this one up as well.
The deck already has synergies with. It counts on having.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you have Rasad in play and you cast Solidarity and you have 4 birds in play, those 4 birds are going to hit for 16. Actually, 20. They're going to hit for 20. It's a lot. So definitely a really good deck. So this list that he's playing is actually the list that I ended up finalizing. I sent it to Dallas. Dallas sent it to this player, and they are playing that exact list there. So we've got a Rasad on turn 2. Position 1 TPI is a great place to be. TPI can totally be in any position. Mid-range and control decks don't really care about their seat order. Their win percentage reflects that it doesn't matter what position they're in. Aggro and combo wants to be 1 and 2. Now this TPI player is a combo player as well, but TPI is very dynamic. You can win the game in a lot of different ways. We have a Soul Sister arriving. This is going to do a ton of work, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Against both an Abdel player and a TPI, that player's gonna their life total right now is effectively 70, something like that. Like by the time it matters, when it would be getting to 0, unless something is done about that, they're kind of invincible to anything but combo. But these other decks can just absolutely combo. It might not matter at
Yeah.
all.
Yep, it might not matter at all. We have two combo decks at the table. We have a Gretchen in the position 3 seat, so not exactly where they want to be. There's going to be a lot of pinging coming out from the table here, and so basically the ability to block with the Gretchen is going to be a little bit less relevant here because a lot of the damage is going to be coming from pinging sources.
That's
If
good
I'm
because it was just
TPI here,
removed.
okay, that is, yeah, yep.
And it's
Yep,
with
there it
with the
goes.
Journey to Nowhere that now that there's nothing under it, once they're able to Abdel remove that from the field and get it back into play, they can get another commander and another commander.
Is this
Just-
Abdel? This is
Is it
this is
Abdel? Oh,
Rasad,
it's
I believe.
Rasad. Sorry.
Yep, exactly. Now, I would say killing the Gretchen here is not actually the correct play. Gretchen is not important to the deck until
Really?
you combo, and once you combo, you make infinite mana, you cast it infinite times. I would be using that right there on that soul warden. One of the things that Gretchen players will always tell you is that they don't care if Gretchen dies. It's literally a meat shield, and it's one of the reasons why the Lore Weaver, Ley Weaver decks have basically gone away. They don't have a 0/4 blocker in the command zone that they can just block with, right? And it means that they can eat a ton of damage, like 10, 15 damage over the course of a game. It eats edicts as well, cards like Curfew, and it's a really strong card here. So I guess the reason around the Journey to Nowhere is that there's a Nurok Stealth Suit. However, the Nurok Stealth Suit is not for Gretchen. That's for the untappers. And I think the cost of that is that the Rasad player is way slowed down. The play patterns with Rasad that are best are turn 1 1-drop, turn 2 2 1-drops, turn 3 Rasad, and kill people. The slow start from Rasad here is definitely going to hurt them. They want to be on the board with like 3-4 creatures by turn 3.
But they've effectively set up a tank that everyone else at the table wants to kill Gretchen more than them. Like,
Yep, that's true. Yep.
removing a blocker for them is open.
It's going to be it's a tempo swing for
turns
sure.
their face
It's
into
opening
a
them
blocker
up to
for
getting
you.
hit. That's right. So maybe the idea here is that without that blocker and with no other blockers really in the deck and for a while, that's going to hold them off. They may also have the ability to flicker that Ghostly, that Journey to Nowhere with a card like Scroll Shift or, which you pointed out in your video, Scroll Shift or Flicker of Fate where they can target a new creature. So perhaps they play some of that. I don't play Flickers in Rasad. I wouldn't play Flickers in Rasad because you really want to connect for damage. You don't want to bounce your creature and take it out of combat. So we have an Ellis here resolving with a Arcane Signet. TPI is on the board, safe and sound. They have the Path of Ancestry, which is very good in the deck. There's a lot of humans, so you're going to get a lot of scry value out of that. And I just don't think there's going to be a lot of removal for TPI this game, to be quite honest. Rasad, very little removal. Gretchen has like 2 pieces of removal. And Ellis is probably the only other one, but Ellis is strained on slots, right? They really don't have a ton of room for a lot of interaction in the deck. So TPI, it's going to be on them to basically contain Gretchen with interaction, while Rasad and Ellis apply damage, basically, is kind of the dynamic I would predict here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's. I don't have anything to add to that, honestly. I think that's perfect.
Now, games, so we have Tragic Lesson on the stack here. Tragic Lesson is can be a tool for setting up a loop with Mystic Sanctuary and with Deprive. Generally, Gretchen is not in a control role, though, so they don't really want to put themselves back on. They can afford to put themselves back on land drops because Gretchen will put more into play. But Tragic Lesson is a good card advantage engine in the deck that does allow you to reuse things like Mystic Sanctuary and things of that nature. So they have discarded to hand size here with a step through, or they discarded step through tutoring what? Did you see?
No, they did not. They definitely discarded it to hand size because they returned the island from play and just replayed it.
Got it. Okay, got it.
They're either not hitting their land drops. I mean, I kind of think that's what it might be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Now, step that is unfortunate for them. This slow start is definitely going to hurt them. Looking at step through here, this is a really exciting card. Something that I've been working on all of my blue decks, but Clay introduced this. Clay, my co-host of the Common Connoisseurs, introduced what might be one of the most revolutionary pieces of tech in cPDH, which is that step through and Vidalcan Aether Mage. And if you haven't heard of this card before,
You haven't played Thassa's
I
Oracle
don't.
combo in competitive. 'Cause
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
it's already
exactly.
all over the place. If it's good enough for them, it's a pretty good chance that it's good enough for us.
Exactly. Vidalcan Aether Mage is a very, very bad card in general. It does have some secret tech, which is that it does bounce a sliver, and the sliver isn't the target. It's the thing that becomes all creature types. So if you have a Malcolm player who's making something into a pirate, it's also a sliver, and you can bounce it at instant speed for 2. But the reason we play it is because we can Wizard Cycle for 3, and we can tutor up Murmuring Mystic, which was recently downshifted. And this card basically allows any blue combo mid-range deck to have a bird engine that is both aggressive and defensive. It's a 1/5 blocker. It pumps out bodies. It's an infinite mana outlet. If you Ghostly Flicker, you just make infinite 1/1s. And this innovation is something you can tag into any blue deck. Even Rasad, because Murmuring Mystic is a 5/5 in that deck. You could do it. It's a very, very clean way to add a lot of dynamic capability to your deck, both defensive and aggressive. So I expect to be seeing a lot of that in the future here. So it's a shame, Gretchen could be playing Murmuring Mystic, right? They don't have a way to make infinite birds because their combo is all with Freed from the Real. But blockers,
It's
a
a
good
one-card
thing.
win condition a lot of the time. Like, you just throw
Yes.
Murmuring Mystic in there, and like, I'm not sure how many wizards are actually in the deck. A lot of the time you'll play these for like 1 or 2 targets. But just like
Yep.
adding in a couple of extra targets that are, like I said, 1-card win conditions that are just like, it's a 1/5 that can win you the game. This Murmuring Mystic is.
Yep, and
Um,
you can find Archaeomancer. You can
yeah.
find the new Cyclops as well. If you want to tutor removal, you can find Cyclops Electromancer. Is another really powerful thing that you can do in is it Spellcaster deck. You can also tutor for, what's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Breeze Caller? I
Oboro
think
Breeze
that's why they
Caller.
have it in the deck. Yeah, this is a Moonfolk Wizard here,
Yeah.
and this is a way that that Gretchen can combo without haste. One of the problems that you run into with a lot of combo decks is that they're very telegraphed, and their creatures are oftentimes have to like tap or something to be effective. So Gretchen and a lot of other combo decks, Banishing Knack is the same way. They need to have that thing in play for a turn and survive. And Ouroboros Breeze Caller allows you to go infinite if you have enough auras on a land and an untapper, because you can basically use the mana to replay the land with Gretchen and untap the land. So if you have enough auras on a land, you can pay to untap a land, activate Gretchen, put the land back into play. And this is a way you can combo with haste, basically. So this is another tutor target for the deck. So the fact that they discarded it is painful. I would say very painful. Because, yeah, their life total you can see is the lowest one. It's 25. It's going to continue to go down over the course of the game. Their slow start might buy them a bit of time. I think that's
It
possible.
looks slow, but if you're getting rid of a powerful card like that, there's what's left in your hand.
That's a really, really good point. I'm glad you pointed that out. Screw beats Flood, and that's because that's scary to the table. That means
It
everything
should
in their
be.
hand is good.
They're going to be
That should
playing
be terrifying
right now, and
Dude, that's like
these players are good
that's
at
like
it.
that. That's the shitty moment where somebody goes Drift of Phantasm and tutors up Dream Fracture, and you're like, uh-oh.
You don't need anything
Drift
else,
of Phantasm.
do you?
Oh, so you didn't need your Candle Keep, you didn't need your Ghostly Flicker, you didn't need your Displace, you wanted a counterspell. That's very scary. So the spell that was just played here would have been a Trinket Mage. We have a Trinket Mage, a Phyrexian Walker, an Ornithopter on the side of our Rasad player. Man, this is a slow start from them. They must be very worried about getting killed. Like, they should know that the TPI won't kill them. They won't kill their Rasad.
I think
TPI
they're
doesn't
smart.
care about Rasad.
So,
I think I would run that thing out like hastily in this pod.
what? Which one? Rasad?
I would be running out Rasad. Yeah, I would run out Rasad on 3.
The biggest thing I've seen Rasad do is just lose their commander over and over until they lose. I think that's the biggest pitfall to fall into with that deck. Um,
Yeah.
and I think that they have played very patiently. If that was a development turn, um, and the other players did exactly what they wanted them to. They all sent all their stuff at Gretchen. They opened the door, said, "Go kill this other player. I'm just going to be developing. Don't mind me. I'm get like
Don't mind me.
they're just gonna pile protection spells in their hand, sit back, and then eventually Rasad is gonna hit the field, and then it's just gonna be ironclad. That's, I think, the way that that player wins the game.
Yeah, absolutely. There may be an, part of the thing that's a little bit scary if I'm the Rasad player is TPI. In all honesty, TPI can make blockers into the sunset, and it doesn't care that you have big creatures. It literally just doesn't care. And so that is definitely going to be a problem for them in the late game, if I were to guess. Sorry, just getting my card reader up here so I can be a little bit quicker on the draw there and not have to go back and forth between interfaces here. So we have Phyrexian, Walker. And, the crazy thing is that Rasad has the fastest potential start in the game. Rasad is the fastest aggro deck that doesn't play double strike spells in the format. You can swing for 85 damage on turn 4 with the nut draw. You can kill 2 full players if nothing else happens, and it's always on the back of Phyrexian Walker, Ornithopter. You go turn 1, the 0/5 Turtle, Riptide Turtle. You go with an Ornithopter and a Phyrexian Walker. On turn 2, you play 2 1-drops that are 4 or 5 toughness, and then turn 3, Rasad. Turn 4, you play Aarakocra Sneak or Trailblazer's Torch, and you swing for lethal. It's a very, very fast start in the right pod.
There are those anthem spells that just like pump your team's defense.
That's how you do it. I think if you cast a Solidarity on turn 5, you kill the entire table.
Yeah.
Solidarity, for those that don't know, is Solidarity is, let's see, bring this one up here. Oh god, it's white-bordered. Help us.
Gross.
Save us from this heinous looking card. Okay, there we go. +0, +5. If you have the initiative, this is +10 power on every creature you have. This is the biggest overrun you can possibly get. It is overrun. This is like Triumph of the Hordes, actually. Let's just put it that way, because nobody's surviving that. It's a lot of damage. But we have a Vizier of Tumbling Sands here as well that I'd like to point out. Vizier of Tumbling Sands is a recently downshifted common here that untaps target permanent. It can also cycle for 2. This is a huge improvement to Gretchen because Vizier of Tumbling Sands also has the ability to cycle, draw a card, and uncounterably untap a permanent. So you can, if you have untappers in play and you top deck this and you need more mana, say somebody's going to kill your stuff on the stack and you're doing all these things, what you're going to do is cycle Vizier. You're going to tap your land, cycle Vizier for 2, untap it, make a bunch of mana, draw a bunch of cards, and then find your answer to whatever people are deploying on you. But Vizier also is like untap any permanent. There's no requirement on the land type. Doesn't need to be a forest, doesn't need to be a snow permanent. It is 3 mana, but it's a 1/3. Doesn't die to Fiery Cannonade, doesn't die to Drown in Sorrow, Breath Weapon, Eyeblight Massacre, Evankar's Justice. Like most of them,
have to go out of their way. They have to be like
they do.
that.
It has to be bolted. Yeah, it has to be killed. So now from our TPI player, I see that they are transmuting a Muddle the Mixture. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
They're in their deck right now.
Yeah, Muddle the Mixture here is a great counterspell in cPDH for those of you maybe unfamiliar with the format. It is countering most things. Finding Arcane Denial.
Is that it? It looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is what this suggests to me is that they have cards in hand that they really like, and they want to put these into play and protect them. It's a very strong sign of strength from them that they're getting this card. Muddle the Mixture does not get any of their combo pieces in this deck. It's going to be Echoing Truth, Boomerang if they've got it, maybe Heartfire, or Makeshift Munitions. I mean, think about that. They searched Arcane Denial when they have Makeshift Munitions in their deck, which I should mention, Makeshift Munitions is another great card to pair with Ashnod's Altar because, 1 sacrifice of a token is going to pay for 2 pings to sack 2 other creatures. Now, it is very intense on sacking your creatures, but it's manaless, right? If you, in a pinch, you can like snuff out the whole board if you have like 10 creatures in play. and you just Ashnod's Altar, sack a bunch of them, kill everything, and then just like, I don't know, play a treasure cruise and some other shit and just go ballistic, right?
Yeah, although at this table, I don't particularly like makeshift munitions because like it's killing the Soul's
Well,
Attendant, and then
it
you're gonna
kills
have to.
everything in Ellis's play. It would,
Yes,
I think it'd be very oppressive to
but
Ellis.
I think are kind of friends right now. Like they're not. I think
Yeah,
everything's going down at Gretchen, and then they're looking at Rasad and saying like, I would have to give up so many resources to deal with any tiny thing over there.
yep, yep, absolutely, absolutely. Here, we're gonna do a
Is this
quick,
all that glitters? No,
is
it
there an
looks
all
like a
the glitters
creature.
on this stack?
No,
That might be, oh, no, that's a Ministrant of Obligation.
what's that? Oh, Afterlife 2 it makes it 2 spirits when
Yeah,
it
this
dies.
card is,
1.
yeah, this is a really, really great card. I'm going to search it up here now.
And the tokens do have flying when they come in.
And that's really why it's so good, right? Like, okay, let's talk about keywords a little bit.
Okay.
Keywords are insane in PDH.
Absolutely.
There's not a single one of them that is bad. If you have Death Touch in the command zone, you can play Viridian Longbow. Vigilance is so huge. The ability to swing at people and not fear for your own life on the backswing is massive. Lifelink is insane because life totals actually matter. Trample to get over things like Abdel tokens, TPI tokens, any like Kadira of the Small, which apparently is a good deck too. I lost 2 games in a row to that damn thing. Flying. Flying is one of the best keywords in the whole format because PDH at its heart, and maybe you tell me if you agree with this, is a creature format.
Absolutely.
You know, it absolutely a creature format. Every combo requires creature. Every way that you kill people requires creatures. It means the removal is really good, but it means that when there's a lot of creatures in play, the ability to have a Minister of Obligation turn into 2 1/1s, like it's basically half of a Battle Screech. That's also resilient against sweepers. It's insane. Yeah, Austin says flying is OP in PDH. It totally is. I build entire decks around flying. I build entire decks around unblockability. Rilsa Rail, the real light bulb moment for me with Rilsa Rail is that we didn't want big creatures. We didn't want expensive spells. We wanted like 40 1-drops that had unblockable tagged onto it. That's it. And unblockability, what is it also great against? The Monarch and the Initiative. So not only is it allowing you to break a board stall against Abdel, but it's also allowing you, or TPI, but it's allowing you to basically control the Monarch and the Initiative. And the Initiative, we should be very clear, it is planeswalking in cPDH. It is a planeswalker that you cannot kill. You can only take it from your opponent. And it's also an amazing political tool. If you're out there and you like playing Rilsa Rail, this is one of the commanders that I've been a huge proponent of. Played a lot of games with Rilsa. We've got a great showing from Rilsa at this tournament. We've got several Rilsa players, I believe. Rilsa Rail can bargain away that initiative to take less damage and to increase aggro on the table as a whole, knowing that it can always redeploy the Rilsa to regain the initiative. And so having flyers and just being able to say, I don't need to negotiate with you, I'm just taking it, is insanely strong. It's very powerful. So this Minister of Obligation making 1/1s is going to be amazing. TPI does not have good flying blockers, and it's one of the vulnerabilities of the deck, and it's why I added Murmuring Mystic to mine, is because you just need a way to stop the bleeding from like flyers and stuff. So yeah, flying, very strong. If you can produce a big flyer like a Filigree Attendant or a Crackling Drake, oftentimes there are not going to be blockers for you, or maybe just one. So we've got Rasad hitting the field here. We also have Sidisi's.
Faithful.
Oh boy, what is it?
Sidisi's
Yeah,
Faithful.
Yeah, this is a really cool card in this deck. It's a 1-mana 4/4. It's a Tarmogoyf. Let's put it this way. Every creature in Rasad is better than Tarmogoyf. Okay? And none of them die to sweepers. I think Rasad is criminally underplayed.
There's the built-in. The deck has this linchpin.
Massive Achilles heel.
Huh?
It's a massive Achilles heel.
Yeah, and it just puts all of this incentive, just like kill Rasad, and so you have to get really political to get that thing to stick.
And you need to respect the fact that people are going to be terrified when you swing for 20 damage on like turn 4. You know, like it's very reasonable to do that. There's even cards like Crashing Drawbridge that can enable even more explosive starts in the deck,
Oh.
where you can give everything haste on a big blocker. But Sidisi's Faithful is great. 1 mana 0/4, you can exploit a creature itself or another thing to return a creature to its owner's hand. You're not going to use that mode very often, but you can see what they have done here is that they've used it on, did they use it with their Ornithopter? Did they sack their Ornithopter?
The Ornithopter's still there. I don't think they
Oh,
sacked
it's there.
anything.
Yeah, yeah,
Unless
it's
they got
there.
rid of the Trinket
Yep.
Mage?
That might have been it. Oh, so yeah, I think they did because the Seat of the Synod is in play. So I think they tutored for a land, and then they used Sidisi's Faithful to sack the Trinket Mage to bounce something. I don't know what they bounced, but Sidisi's Faithful is basically a great threat that's also a backup removal spell at sorcery speed. Very powerful card for the deck. Rasad is a very underplayed commander. I just want to throw that out there. Like, when people talk about data and what decks are good and all this stuff, what they don't realize is that this format doesn't have enough players yet to really tell us what is good and what is bad. We just have what people choose to play, and there's not enough people to play all the good decks out there. Rasad being one of them. It's strong. If you can put an Alexi's Cloak or a Whisper Silk Cloak or a Nurok Stealth Suit on Rasad, whew, you get me sweating talking about that.
Ellis Ilkor goes up to 44, I guess back down to 41, but
Yep. Yeah, we're seeing this Soul's Attendant here, the Soul Warden, doing a ton of work. I oftentimes have a hard time finding room for cards like this in my decks, but I think that I'm probably just wrong to not include it in every white deck I play. And you can play a lot of them, right? You get Suture Priest, which is a great stacks effect. So I'll bring this up on the screen.
I mean, that working
but we
with their
also-
commander, and like all they have to do is just like defend, stay alive, and I think the other players just slowly die.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah,
where
I
they're
think
at
so.
right
Look
now.
at Gretchen, 17 life.
Yeah.
Gretchen is scared. They've got a slow start. They have a single untapper in play, but they have no auras.
But this
Very concerning for the Gretchen player, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that-
are they?
it
Do you,
doesn't look
do you
great.
think they're sandbagging and hoping that people just think they have a bad hand, or do you think they just don't have it?
It does look like they're light on enchantments that produce mana. I think that their hand is full of interaction.
Yeah. What is their hand like? Is it like? I would imagine if they kept it and they don't have auras, that there's a Freed from the Real, right? Is that reasonable to assume?
If that's incredibly awkward with the Nurok stealth suit.
It
We'll
is.
see if
It is
they-
awkward.
I think that they want to just enchant or equip that. I don't know.
Well, you can always.
That is
I think
really
you can
awkward.
always enchant the Freed from the Real onto the creature and then enchant the stealth suit after, and that works because the
Yeah.
shroud is because the shroud doesn't. It's not like protection where it takes away.
But like the only reason.
Whoa! Look at
Retrieval-
that. We have a Mirror Retriever from Ellis. Is this a pocket combo with Ashnod's Altar and Workshop Assistant?
Yeah.
Starnheim Courser.
It's gotta be.
Oh, it's got to be. There's no other reason that they'd play that card, right? Wow, interesting. We have another combo player at this table that we didn't know about. Yeah, there's Mirror Retriever.
I mean, the deck plays Ashnod's Altar anyway. Like, why not Infinite?
Yeah.
And then you start
Damn.
getting synergies with like, now I play Mindstone. The deck gets a little bit like better. Like you
Yeah, it does. You play
like
like a Foundry Inspector or a Starnheim Courser or any other way to reduce costs, and there's other applications for those cards too. Also,
I don't
it is a
think they care
black
about
deck.
going infinite. Like I would be surprised if they put
don't
in
need
any
to.
cost reducers. Yeah, they just have to do it for, 1 or 2 a turn. Every 1 mana is a pain to the entire table at that point.
Yep.
That's
And let
fine.
me introduce the fact that this also might be a cranial plating deck. And what a better this is an amazing deck for cranial plating. The Ministrant of Obligation, the Hunted Witness, not Hunted Witness. Well, yeah, I mean that's lifelink. But Doomed Traveler making a 1/1, Battle Screech making 1/1s, cranial plating with the artifacts. Like you can see, there's artifact lands in their mana base, right? They have a gold. What is it called? Goldmire Bridge in play. and they have a rock and the mirror retriever. So cranial plating right now would be +4/+0,
In Kylo's
and you
store
don't
in
care.
chat, says it's a very artifact heavy build of Ellis. Mearsmith making an
Mirror
appearance.
Smith.
Love
Oh
Mearsmith.
my God.
Love
Mirror
it.
Smith. Wow. 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 Yeah, that is very strong. Mirror Smith is a newly downshifted card that allows you to just make a boatload of 1/1s. And I think really when you're in black, you really need to be asking yourself, are you playing artifacts in your deck, and should you be? Cranial plating is one of the most powerful commons we have available. It turns any stupid creature into a lethal threat or a very dangerous threat. And you pair that with blockers, and it's really strong. Mirror Smith is going to make this cranial plating that eventually resolves, like +9, +0, +10, +0. And they have shred memory to tutor for it, which is very good as well. So very interesting table dynamics right here. I don't like the position Gretchen is in. It looks very scary to me. I don't like the position Rasad is in, because it's not just TPI that clogs the board. It's Ellis. Like this is where you're going to really wish that you had Sword Coast Sailor, actually. Because there's, commander damage is the way you're going to have to win this game. TPI, probably not happy about the Ellis player, because they're going to be pinging them, and the TPI doesn't gain life unless they have Sylvok Life Staff.
The stealth suit does go on their creature, so I think that they have got to be pretty far away from a combo. They'd have to play another creature, equip it to the other creature. Like, I think that they're in shields up. Things are bad for Gretchen for sure mode.
Very bad. Yeah, I agree.
They love to say, "Oh, it doesn't matter if you kill Gretchen." They would love to be playing, drawing cards and putting them in play at the end of the turn. They would rather have it in play, and they would have rather have had it as a blocker.
Yeah, I mean, I think quite frankly, I was talking about earlier how it was wrong to kill Gretchen. I could totally be wrong on that. I mean, they're taking a beating right now, and it's not really from pings, is it? Like, we don't have any real strong pinging effect in play. That is all combat damage.
Well,
And
I mean, with Ellis, they are at a virtual, like,
they're at like
creature,
7, maybe 5.
Every creature as like 1 or 2 damage. Like, if an Ashnod's Altar hits, very soon after you could see one of the other pingers, like what do you call it? There's like there's a bunch of the cards that care about creatures.
Mirkwood Bats,
yeah.
Nadir's Nightblade,
Thank you.
Falconwrath Noble. I do want to point something out that chat just mentioned. Thank you, Ankylosaur. That is a resolved Alexi's Cloak on Rasad.
Good.
This is absolutely massive for Rasad. Alexi's Cloak is such a powerful card. You talked about this in your video you posted yesterday. It's interaction for your opponents, but it's instant speed Shroud. And for commanders that you don't do anything, you don't target them, like Rasad, wow, is this card insane. If you double the toughness because you get the initiative, you don't care about pumping it. You just don't play pump spells. You just want to protect it and ride this into the sunset. So while I don't like the position Rasad's in right now because they haven't applied any pressure to the table, any meaningful pressure, this is a good thing for them. So we have an end step here. We have a Reclaim.
I think that just put the, what do you call it? Draw 2, either return a land, tragic something. Nothing super.
Oh, Storm. He's counting Storm right now.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a Weather the Storm.
It's gonna give me life.
Not
this
the
is
most powerful.
Absolutely massive.
I mean, I'm. What the Gretchen is doing is not what they want to do, but it's what they have to do.
But what they have to do, and gaining 15 right now, putting them back up to 31 is going to do 2 things. If I were to predict, they're going to lose all that life on the next turn. Because nobody wants to see this Gretchen player at a healthy life total, even though they don't have combo pieces really in play. I mean, they do have a combo piece, and it does have Nurok Stealth Suit. I mean, I think they're going to take an absolute boatload of damage on this next turn.
Looked like they gained 12 there.
Gretchen might win this game if people don't respect what they're doing right now. They have a Nurok Stealth Suit on their creature, and the only way that you can stop that is with a curfew from the TPI. or a Edict from Ellis. Ellis almost certainly plays a lot of Edicts because it's just very synergistic with the deck. But if they play 2 auras here and start untapping, they're going to need to die on the next turn. Yep. Not going for a win. They're just developing their auras. Yeah, okay, so this is... he has creatures and a board pump. What do we have for board pump on Rasad? Oh, we probably have a... be like a Glory Bearer, or we have a Veteran Armorer perhaps in hand. And I appreciate the heads up, Dallas, as well. Thanks for giving us the insight on the hands there. You know, we could actually, if you want, Dallas, we could also get you in on audio if you would like, and then you could tell us when there are cards in hand. Either way, whatever you'd like. Otherwise, just tell us what's happening in
TPI
chat.
plays Arcane Denial on the land enchantment.
Well, I think that's really smart. I know this looks like bullying right now because they're behind. But the reality is that if they went Glittering Frost and then next turn played 2 more auras, which they've got to have in hand, right? There's like 12 or more auras in the deck. The deck is like 30 mana sources and then like 33 lands. This is a huge tempo play, which means that Rasad can now punch for 3, 5, 9, 12. They can punch for 12. TPI can punch for 3. See, this is what they needed. They needed a turn off of that Glittering Frost. That's really, really huge.
Yeah, and they say that Rasad just drew Flight of Fancy, which is a 4-mana enchantment. When it enters, draw 2 cards, gives the creature flying. Yep.
And the reason you play this is because it is a tutorable draw spell with Heliod's Pilgrim. So this is basically it's divination that gives flying that you can get off of that, and that's one of the reasons why I've played it in the past as well. You just want a way to tutor for card advantage with your Heliod's Pilgrim.
That makes sense.
Yeah, 12 damage.
Is this going
12 damage? Oh, if this is not going at Gretchen, it's a huge mistake. Oh man, I'm sweating bullets right now. I want to know where these attackers are going.
Is it across the board? Are they going up at TPI?
I think they're going at, they're deciding. Oh wow, no, this is all on Ellis.
Ellis, yeah.
Oh, bar the door!
I didn't get a chance to say it. I call it, but I was like, oh, this is the time.
My God.
Is that a...
So, it's +0/+4.
Yeah.
This is 4 times 4, 16. This is 28.
Gretchen has looked... They have successfully looked pathetic enough that they're like, okay, well now I've got to get the player down to at least where I can get them in range.
Yeah. I don't know that I wouldn't have used Bar the Door on Gretchen unless they were about to combo, because you actually want other people to have to do work on them too. But I think swinging... Oh, they actually swung at the Gretchen player as well. Woo! Whoa. Okay, we got to know where these attackers were.
What is happening?
So I think it was Ellis. So Rasad went at Gretchen.
Okay.
For 7. So it was Bar the Door plus Rasad for 7. I would have done that differently. I would have done Rasad at the life gain player because the commander damage matters a lot. And then I would have swung the creatures partially at Gretchen and maybe mostly. I don't know. I would probably have just swung and not used Bar the Door because you don't want to kill the Gretchen player. You want to force everybody else to tap their stuff and then hit them after Gretchen is dead.
I believe so. Darkest. All right, draw for turn.
Get tons of tokens off of Feywild Visitor.
Wow. Yeah, the Feywild's going berserk. I mean, this is that innovation that Dictated to Soda and I kind of thought, because I think that generally people were really strong on Sword Coast Sailor, and I think Sword Coast Sailor is still fine, but boy, I mean, imagine that Bar the Door if it had pumped the birds too, right? So I think what I would have done is I would have held it, waited for the birds, I would have done a ton of damage to Gretchen.
You don't know that they don't have a second pump spell.
You don't.
That could.
That's true.
It could just be like, I'll do this turn,
What if
and
they're
next
stacked?
turn. Yeah.
What if they just have Solidarity in hand? So TPI is having a very slow start here. Am I, like, is that just me?
No,
This is like,
it does seem a bit slow. Look, I haven't seen any free draw spells. They didn't even get a trigger off of their transmutation.
and they forgot to trigger off of their Arcane Denial, I think. Because they had 4 tokens in play and they didn't make a token. Bit of a miss thing here. Yeah, so I think what I would have done is if I don't have another
There's a
bar
draw.
the door type card. Oh, Shared Discovery, let's go.
Draw
Shared
3
Discovery.
for 1 mana. You just gotta tap some dudes.
Have you guys heard of a card called Ancestral Recall?
I have.
TPI gets to play a lot of them. We get Treasure Cruise, you get Shared Discovery, you get cards that are like it in efficiency. They're going to play a Ponder. Okay, they're going to go ballistic here. This is going to be a huge turn for TPI. Pondering, they're going to find themselves Interaction or another draw spell here. They're only tapping 2 mana. 2 mana to draw 4 cards and to look at 6 cards, right? Make 2 bodies.
It makes like Spirited Companion and things look really silly, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, I'm not even high on Spirited Companion, really. I think that there's decks where it's like exceptionally good, but it's a do-nothing creature, right? It's like people don't play Dusk Legion Zealot for a reason.
Elvish Visionary.
Elvish Visionary is a little different, though. Visionary tapping to make mana and being a 2/2.
That's Llanowar Visionary. Elvish Visionary.
Oh, you're right.
It's just the.
Elvish.
It's just a
Elvish
Spirited
Visionary?
Companion. That's not an enchantment.
Yeah, that's right. Elvish Visionary does see play in TPI and in Rocco because you can set up loops to draw a lot of cards, but yeah, also not phenomenal. Okay, now they're casting High Tide. What is going on here? Are they going to try and combo?
Break.
Peregrine Drake? Okay, they get a life from your creature. Does it do anything? Anybody do anything?
Holy crap.
So if it's going to be a scary turn. It's it's I'm gonna
Frankly,
so I'm gonna float 2 blue.
is this just a win from TPI right now? Is this why they were so slow?
High Tide Peregrine Break is crazy.
Shared Discovery Ponder.
That is 10 mana.
4.
I mean, if this is a value Drake, it's a very good one. Let's put it that way. Like, they just drew a ton of cards.
Double.
Do they have Archaeomancer and Flicker in hand? I would be shocked. I mean, they have enough mana to tutor for it if they need to.
The players just keep asking over and over, so
It's like a splash. I bounced a land back. I don't think I missed a land drop.
he's thinking about playing another land, I think.
I played a land. Alright. So
I'm on the edge of my seat.
let's go ahead and
Yeah, I'm tense. This has got me shook.
we have 2 blue floating.
That moment where it's like TPI was the problem all along in this game. Is that possible?
It's just they were able to fly under the radar because it was all in their hand. Drift of Phantasms transmute. It looks like,
Oh my god.
and that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, where's the interaction here? Is there interaction from Rasad? Probably not. They don't play a lot of it. They've got a ton of mana and a ton of cards. Gretchen could have Dispel. Ellis might have Snuff Out. Ellis does have 1 mana. They might have Vendetta in the deck, or Ghastly Demise, or Defile. Defile would be -2/-2. So if their Archaeomancer is Archaeomancer, then they might be able to stop it. But I have no idea what is in hand here. Gretchen doesn't have anything. Good lord. I mean, I wouldn't be sad if TPI won here. Not one bit. That'd be sick. Absolutely sick. Ellis has Arcane Signet in play.
Red, blue, so it's 3. 2 floating. So I'm gonna
Ardent Elementalist.
Yep, there it is.
One of the more vulnerable
Yep,
ones.
Flicker. But yeah, I mean,
but
this
Flicker in
is
their hand,
it.
They got it if nobody can stop them.
Wow. So now what this looks like is they make infinite mana, and they can make infinite tokens. It's not GG unless they have some way to sink that mana into something. If they have a Fireball, a Kavarik's Torch, a Rolling Thunder.
Target these two.
So, did you play spell right before Ghostly Flicker?
No. Oh, I mean, I did. Already done.
Only because every time you play a spell, you're going to start getting soldier, and I'm going to get a life.
Oh, good point. So if he flickers infinitely, it's actually going to outpace the damage on Ellis.
The life total is
So Ellis is now going to gain 2 life per Ghostly Flicker.
so this is trying to cast Ghostly Flicker targeting these two.
Yep.
Does that
So what that means is that they need a way to bounce or kill the Soul Warden, and then and then maybe a Grape Shot. The other option would be Grape Shot.
these no? It's targeting.
They could also make infinite tokens and then cast Scatter Shot, kill the entire board. They could capsize everything and then win the game with infinite tokens. There's a lot of different ways you can do this, and this is pretty interesting because when you play Flicker Loops, one of the things you get is you get a lot more Archaeomancers. You get Is It Chronarch, you get the Ardent Elementalist, you get, you could play Revolutionist as well.
So
If you have a draw spell in play, you could also play Bloodwater Entity.
so even if they don't have a payoff immediately,
Every time it happens, I'm going to untap.
the Soul's
They're going to make
Attendant.
infinite 1/1s.
Yeah, they make infinite 1/1s, but the Rasad player gains 3 times that amount of life. And so
Oh,
then,
you mean Ellis?
or yeah, Ellis.
Yep.
Life for a while, I'd like to shortcut to make
And so that they would be on a 3-turn clock.
Yep.
Maybe 4 since some attacks have to go elsewhere.
With probably no way to stop it because the Flicker is now a protection spell.
Yeah.
So if he passes the turn, he can do it. He's going up to 2 million life.
At this point, I'm going to just
So he's making 1 million tokens.
Oh wait, was that a capsize? What is that?
That is I think that's a capsize. Yep.
trying to say I have 1 million. You're capped out of the board.
Yep.
That returns it.
There we go. This is it.
Makes it super
This is the
easy,
game.
huh?
Holy Moses. Wow.
Yeah, the turn after
What?
we were like, that's a slow start, isn't it? Nope.
And one of the reasons why I'm really bullish on TPI is that this is a combo deck that can defend itself really, really well. It can interact with the board extraordinarily well. There it is. That's a game. TPI taking another victory. Dude, TPI is slaughtering this tournament right now. Wow. Well played on the part of, I think it's Ross. Dallas, can you remind me if this is Ross? I think it is. Dang. Okay, so now here's a question. They must have top decked the win, or they drew. He had the combo from turn 3. Oh, what a stupid hand. That's why he wasn't interacting and wasn't building a board, is because his cards were actually combo cards.
They're just developing, playing lands.
Yeah.
Making sure the incentive was elsewhere. I'm just chilling. Like, oh,
And you know what?
we gotta deal with Gretchen, huh, guys?
Yeah, he even dealt, right? And that's an interesting strategic play because when I was, previously I was about to mention that the Arcane Denial looks kind of silly there. Like, why would you cast the Arcane Denial if he's not going to win? In a way, what he did is he said, no, Gretchen is still a problem. Swing at Gretchen.
Yeah.
Because they've got a lot of life now, and all they need to do is play their auras, and they've got a stacked hand of cards. So the Arcane Denial was actually like a pretty smooth political play. It's like, I'm going to offer interaction on this to show that this scares me, but it didn't. That's like some 1,000 IQ stuff there, isn't it? Very patient, Ankylosaur says.
Definitely.
That's a big brain, like 1,000 IQ move right there.
I love
Wow, well done.
the dynamic of a combo deck to wait until the last possible moment and to just use your game knowledge to just keep waiting, buy time, get some more draw spells under your belt, like get some more protection, and things will just keep getting better for you. If you've already got it, let someone else do it first, especially if you have the interaction.
Yeah.
Go off second.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 things about that. One, TPI is a phenomenal combo deck because it's defending itself so well, right? You play the most efficient interaction, draw spells, and counter spells in the entire format. Like you can kill almost anything in the deck with cards like Heartfire, with cards like Improvised Club, with cards like Voltage Surge, Galvanic Blast. You know, you just have so many good kill spells in the deck. You play better counter spells than any deck in the format because you get all the stuff that interacts with artifacts. You get Stoic Rebuttal, you get Metallic Rebuke, you get Ice Out, you get Disruption Protocol. It's really, really strong. And the draw spells are the most efficient and the highest volume and the highest number of them that you can play in almost any deck. Shared Discovery, Distant Melody, Keep Watch, Reverse Engineer, Treasure Cruise, Meeting of Minds, Of One Mind, Thought Cast. I mean, along with like some of the most broken card selection ever printed. Brainstorm, Ponder, Preordained, Portent, Opt, Consider. I mean, my deck is playing Lembus and Candy Trail too. Every single set that has come out in the last 5 sets has added 2 to 3 cards, if not more, to my TPI deck. It's been agonizing to try and find how to make room for it all, to be quite honest. Wow.
One of those decks that's just good with everything.
Just good with everything. Yep. Yep, it's a very, very, very reasonable deck to be taking to a tournament. And this is cool. We're seeing a different version of this deck than what we've seen in the past. This is completely new. You know, my version is like a reactive mid-range deck, I would say. You know, maybe even a control deck. Clay is big on the Banishing Knack combo, which can Banishing Knack at instant speed to make a board full of 1/1s at end step, or just kill the table with it. Clay's recent innovation, actually, that's really exciting, is the Teach by Example. So Teach by Example is a card that a lot of people have missed out on for Banishing Knack. Teach by Example is 2 mana instant speed, copies an instant or sorcery, and in TPI this gives you a 3rd copy of Banishing Knack. So you can cast Teach by Example, cast Banishing Knack, target your creature, and if they try to counter the Banishing Knack, you've got 2 of them. It's also amazing with a Shared Discovery, a Thought Cast, a Treasure Cruise, a Galvanic Blast, a Counterspell. It's just very, very good in the combo variants of it. So now let's take a moment here to take a peek at our deck lists that we've got here. So Ross, let's pull up his deck list here. Let's see if we can make this work with the interface here. This is going to be a little bit messy for a second here, folks, so bear with me. Let's drag this thing down to size.
The one consolation for me is that I'm like, oh, what if I had done blah, blah, blah differently?
Okay, there we go. We've got our TPI list here. Let's take it into a better view option where we can see everything. We're going to go into Visual Grid.
I was a little aggressive about going after it. It wasn't anything.
Okay, so we have a similar number of ramp spells. Chalice. Chalice is an interesting choice because Chalice makes colorless mana. And colorless mana is not very good in TPI. Arcane Signet, Energy Refractor, very interesting here too. This is an infinite mana payout. If you do Flicker with Ghostly Flicker, then you can flicker the Energy Refractor to draw your deck. Also fixes your mana, which is big. So if you have Ashnod's Altar and Energy Refractor in play, you can siphon that into different colors of mana. Felwar Stone, Arcane Signet, Mind Stone, Ashnod's Altar, and Commander Sphere. Chalice and Sphere wouldn't be my choices in this deck. I think that the 2 rocks that a lot of people miss out on, or there's actually 3 of them. Springleaf Drum, broken in the deck. And then Flywheel Racer is another one here that I'm very big on as well. I'll pull this one up on screen. Flywheel Racer is a 2-mana, 3/2 artifact vehicle with vigilance that fixes your mana by crewing for 1. I've gotten in for like 12, 15 damage with a Racer before, and I've had people kill my Racer. Imagine that. I had somebody say, I cannot take damage from this anymore, and they lightning bolted my Racer. And it's got vigilance, so you can attack and still produce mana with it.
I can believe it. It's 3 power, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 3 power. Yeah, it slaps. It's a threat.
That is.
Ashnod's Altar in here too, but otherwise this looks fine. We have Cloud of Fairies to work with the High Tide, Goblin Electromancer. So they're actually going into a cost reduction thing too, which means their version of the deck is about to get a new card. Let's take a look here.
You talking about the 2/1 with flying? Or?
Let's see. Woe cost. Yeah, the 2/1 with flying. Mocking Sprite. This is a new one that they'll be able to play in this build as well. They have the Flame Breather, the Reckless Fireweaver, they have the Gutter Snipe. All of these are infinite mana payouts as well. These are mid-range cards that are also basically allowing you to combo. So they could actually, another build of this might be that you don't focus on any spell-based payoffs, you just focus on pingers, right? And they could. TPI plays the most pingers of any deck in the format because it's non-creature, instant, artifact, and creature. That means Tremors, Witty Roastmaster, Thermo Alchemist, the Catapult, Flame Breather, Firebrand Archer, it's Gutter Snipe, it's Reckless Fireweaver, and it's Ingenious Artillerist. So you can play 11 of them now. You can play 11 pingers in TPI. So you could totally see a build of this deck where they said, you know what, I'm just not even going to play like I don't really like Grape Shot. It's a card they have in the deck. I would cut Grape Shot and just play pingers. In fact, I would probably end up cutting something like even the Electromancer. But they've also got Tandem Lookouts, so they're doing Curiosity stuff. This is tutorable with Drift of Phantasms. So they can tutor this up, put this on a pinger, and then every spell they cast draws 3 cards. So this is a very diversified deck. They're playing a lot of different angles of attack. They're threatening from so many different angles, right? You've got Curiosity here. I wouldn't even be surprised if they had Ophidian Eye. Where's the Ophidian Eye? No Ophidian Eye.
That's surprising.
Interesting.
So they're not as in on the pingers.
They aren't. And I think this is, the trouble here with this build, and he's obviously doing well with it, so this isn't like a criticism on the player at all, just kind of analyzing the deck for what it is that you've got A plus B, you've got C plus D, and you've got E plus, F, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, that's right. It works. I think I can count. And these cards don't always work together. So that's a little bit greedy, I would say, but still, people aren't going to know how to attack you directly, right? Like if you kill their pinger and they have Wall, Drake, Flicker in hand, they just don't care, right? You've got good card selection with Brainstorm, Consider. Wow, they went really down on card selection. This is why you see such a low velocity from them, is because they're actually not casting cantrips. They have, in here, they do have Ponder, Preordained, Serum Visions, Gitaxian Probe, Sleight of Hand. Okay, I'm totally wrong. They do. They have all of these. Faithless Looting. They have Cleansing Wildfire in their deck. So they're really respecting Tatiova and, just mainly Tatiova and Gretchen, right? There's other things this hits too, like a Temur Sabertooth with a land that has a bunch of untappers. Or a land with like Elvish Guidance
on it. The bridge as well, and it still does all of the things,
ramp.
Yeah, that it normally does.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, if I just want to cycle it and get a trigger, why not? That card is always good.
Cleansing Wildfire is amazing. At the very least, it draws you a card, right? But the ramp mode on it, I hadn't considered that in TPI. That's really strong. I'll have to consider that as well. We got Merchant Scroll for tutor. We got Secrets of the Golden City.
And there are people that play just like the bounce lands, and when you can just casually Stone Rain you back a turn.
Yep.
Why
34
not?
lands. They're actually playing more lands than I am. I like their balance of mountains and islands here. I'm on 6 mountains, 13 islands, more tap lands for me. I'm also playing the Oliphant in mine as a land as well, because sometimes if it's better to draw Oliphant than it is Ash Barrens.
By the way, I think we've got another game that they switched us over to.
Okay, so this is another game that they're doing here. So let's get this resized here.
Keep in the bottom left.
Oh, damn it. I wrecked my my interface sizing here. That was an oops. That was really dumb.
This looks familiar. So we're going around. It looks, correct me if I'm wrong, Abdel, Ellis, Ilkor, TPI, and then Abdel again?
Yeah, so let's take a look at this pod here. We've got Abdel plus Agent of the Iron Throne in the top left, which is a really cool deck, also underplayed. We have a Rilsa Rail, it looks like. No. Ellis Ilkor, yep. With an active Oubliette in play. We have TPI. Oh, I like to see that Sylvok Lifestaff and the Sylvok Lifestaff in play.
Man, there's already a Gutter Snipe and Tandem Lookout in the TPI on the TPI players board.
Man, they're playing Krarklan Shaman. I don't know about that. That is wild.
When you need some mutually assured destruction at instant speed, sure.
I mean, this like kills absolutely everything you care about, including your commander. It kills a solid number of the pingers. It kills Erebor Flamesmith. It kills Firebrand Archer. It kills TPI.
This board is insane. What's the Oubliette on? There's a Gary out. Holy.
Well, there's a Gary too.
Like up on the top left, isn't that a Gary? What is that? Let me pull up my.
That is a Vicious Battle Rager.
Vicious Battle Rager? No, to the right,
Yep.
2 cards.
That is an Elisil Core. And then, so they have a Guardian of the Guild Pact, a Vicious Battle Rager, Elisil Core,
board to the
Suture
left of that.
Priest, Suture Priest, and then Vicious, Viscera Seer.
But what does Abdel Iron Throne?
Oh, Abdel. They have Arkham's Astrolabe, Trinket Mage, Dawnbringer Cleric, 6 tokens, and Abdel with a lot of lands and 4 cards in hand.
The one
Damn.
north of that, though.
They have a Arkham's Astrolabe, a Gary,
Gary.
Soul's Attendant, and a Vicious Battle Rager. So there's a lot of initiative stuff happening here. Yeah. Interesting. So I guess the thing that's nice about I mean, if you can add power to the Krarklan Shaman, then you could do stuff with Sylvok Lifestaff, I guess, to gain a lot of life. But it's a one-time thing because you only can sack it once and it kills the KCI or the KCS.
No, yeah.
I mean, there is a Tandem Lookout on Gutter Snipe right now, so that KCS is literally just like an off button. But man, I'd rather be playing like a Rolling Thunder or like, I don't know, maybe a Sigil of Sleep or something. It's very that's hard on your board.
It's definitely just like an oh crap button. Like last line of defense. If somebody's about to, completely go off, then you hit it. Otherwise, you just leave it there and you don't do anything with it. I don't think you're trying to synergize it with your equipment. You're just like, don't go off. I'm just gonna sit here. You're not gonna go off as long as I say you're not going to.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this looks like a game of thermonuclear war. Just like everybody has really powerful boards.
Yeah, they really do. I don't really know who's advantaged here, to be quite honest. You've got a lot of pinging at the table. Abdel is at the lowest life total, but they're very stable in terms of having creatures. The way they might die is with pinging, but they do have Candlekeep in play. Has this player white-bordered all of their cards?
I think it's one of those sleeves.
The sleeves that white-border them?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Looks like it.
They have a flickerable Trinket Mage, which could be finding... I mean, they already have their outlet with the Candlekeep Sage in play.
Abdel resolves for player 1, though. Gary goes under it.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think Abdel Candlekeep here is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, this Iron Throne Abdel player is going to be... Damn, they're going to be doing a lot. And then what is the Ellis player going to do about this? Because I feel like their best bet is that everybody expends their resources like on everybody else, and then you try and claw your way back into the win. Because like you can't make more bodies than Abdel, right? So Abdel will get the initiative. They do have a sack outlet in play, but they don't really have anything they want to sack. There's a Suture Priest, which is actually a very big deal.
And
That's a very big deal.
Essentially.
And a Blood Seeker.
Yeah.
This is huge.
It's the same as Suture Priest, but worse. Something errors, you lose a life.
Oop.
I may make that person lose a life. That's worse. How? Because this one gains me life.
Yep, Bloodseeker here. Yeah, they're discussing the nuances of Bloodseeker versus Suture Priest. Bloodseeker not as good as Suture Priest because it doesn't gain you life. Suture Priest gains you life for your things, but they accomplish the same thing. These are stacks effects in cPDH. They prevent combo players from going off, but Man, Suture Priest and Bloodseeker and Trespasser's Curse, these cards absolutely hammer TPI as well.
There's a Bloodthrone Vampire out of...
So they have all the sack outlets that they could possibly want.
That one's going to be resilient to a board wipe if that ever does happen.
Yeah, although their board is pretty resilient already, right? They got Guardian and they got Vicious Battle Rager. And if somebody kills their stuff, everybody drains pretty hard.
Yeah, it's just important to like your sack outlet also needs to be resilient. That's one thing I really love about Ashnod's Altar. But this will do in a pinch.
Yeah, it will. And the TPI, man, the TPI player has only got one card in hand. So they really need that spell to be an instant or a sorcery to get back into this game.
But, I mean, there's a pretty good shot of that.
Yeah, there is. Yep, it's about 30. Mine runs about 33, 35 instants and sorceries, so it's about a third of your deck. TPI, one of the benefits being that basically every card in your deck works with everything else. So making some tokens with Raise the Alarm.
Yeah. And each creature that enters, they gain 2.
The problem is that this pinging is meaningless as long as Ellis and Abdel are doing their thing. It just doesn't matter. Like the TPI player does have a way to gain life, but it's nowhere near as much as all the other stuff. There's Consider. Yep.
It's gonna matter to the Candlekeep player. That they're getting the drain from everybody.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. We got Tandem Lookout in play here. That is going to trigger 2 damage on everybody. They're also going to draw 3 cards, and then they'll resolve their Consider, and they'll get to look at 5 cards for 1 mana.
Springleaf Drum.
So this is interesting. One advantage of Bloodseeker here. Let's see what Suture Priest says here. Okay, both Suture Priest and Bloodseeker are May abilities, which means that what's happening right now, the table talk, is that TPI is asking the Ellis Core player to not ping them every time they make a token, because the Ellis Core player and the TPI player are going to need to work together to survive and then eventually win. This is coalitionary behavior at its best. They don't need to drain you, right? And with those cards in play, they can always drain you later on. Ellis Core probably plays Recommission and maybe like Reaping the Graves or Death Denied or something like that to get back all their stuff so they can get these things back later on, maybe late to dinner. So basically they're saying we need to work together right now or we're going to lose.
The Frantic Search. That's so good.
Yep.
There were some dead draws there, but a free spell to make them all into...
And TPI now has like 9 cards in hand, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 cards in hand, and they're going to draw more. They have all the mana in the world. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana because they're going to untap off of the Frantic Search, and they're going to loot away lands. Get them out of there. I wouldn't be surprised if they chain, Treasure Cruise, or there's Echoing Truth in hand. That's really big. Echoing Truth is incredibly strong at this table right now. Now, this is an important thing to keep in mind, okay? We got to keep in mind soldier tokens are all named the same thing if they're TPI or otherwise.
Oh.
So if he ever Echoing Truths one of those things, he will lose all of his 1/1s. Yeah, Ellis is arguing for their own position right now, but they don't need to. They're not the scariest thing at the table. I think that might be Heartless, who's talking right now. I think I recognize their voice. What is the oubliette on?
I have no idea. I was wondering that earlier. Maybe nothing. As far as I can tell,
it might have
nothing.
been. Maybe something got flickered on the stack.
Yeah.
With the target declared.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Important.
I mean, there's an Aether Spellbomb in the graveyard for the Abdel player, the Abdel Candlekeep. So maybe they hit the Abdel with it on the stack. I mean, they're going to go right up to like 10 cards here. Yep. Yeah, and they're gonna draw another 3, and then they're
Distant
gonna look another
Melody.
2. Distant Melody. They shouldn't cast that. They need to hold on to that.
Yeah.
Distant Melody will be the last card that they cast because unless they're a combo deck, right?
Impact Tremors.
Because
It's all
wow.
here.
Yeah, they absolutely take Impact Tremors. But they're going to draw it on their next upkeep, which is a big deal. Or their next turn, because they're casting Portent. Portent draws on your next...
The next upkeep.
on your opponent's... Yep.
So it's just a slow draw.
Yep, you have to be very careful here because you don't want to draw too many cards and then have to discard a bunch of good stuff. This is the Curiosity version of TPI. Does basically want... does want to be careful, right? You just want to discard lands. That's it, right? Take the bad cards, get rid of them, keep a grip of 5, and then just start running the table. Abdel, Candlekeep Sage is probably dead this game, if I were to guess. They're really low life total,
This seems
and
like
that
it.
pinger is going to work on them. And Abdel decks, a lot of the competitive, quote unquote competitive decks for Abdel are very greedy. They don't play a lot of interaction, so there may not be an answer from them for the Gutter Snipe.
I mean, with Candlekeep Sage player, I don't think that I think they have a 0% chance of winning, and that's because the Ellis Ilkor can sacrifice their board to just kill them. Anytime
There's
they
also
want.
a Gary underneath Abdel.
Oh yeah, no. There's a lot of things that are just like.
I would say the
Texas player.
TPI player they've clawed their way back into this game with that play, but the fact of the matter is when Gary lands, their life total is going to plummet, and they're going to be taking damage from like everything. They've got the Viscera Seer for a free sack outlet on Ellis. They've got they've got the Bloodseeker and the Suture Priest, which are going to punish every single spell they play. They're at effectively like 5 life right now, maybe less, maybe 4. They do have a sack outlet where they can sack the Sylvok Lifestaff to gain life. Sylvok Lifestaff is a very important card in TPI for this reason, and I'm really glad to see them playing it.
Echoing Truth on Abdel is what they're discussing right now, and it's the.
But why?
That's probably why there's discussion.
Yeah, and they're saying, yep, you already cast it, you've already announced it, and then their priority goes to the next player to make a decision here. Echoing Truth on Abdel. Wow. Why?
It gets both of them.
They must...
I guess is that a benefit? Sounds scary as heck to me.
So, I mean, Abdel loves this, right? They just recast it?
I think so.
Well, they don't have mana to do it right now, do they?
Is he trying to force the LSO core player to just sack their board to not let that happen? That would be funny.
I mean, maybe, right? So Bobby is negotiating right now. He's...
The thing about it is it's only 3 devotion.
So only 3 devotion to black.
Oh, it's only 3. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's good. That's really good for the TPI player. Again, man, the board is all tapped out too. This is really scary because Abdel Swordco Sailor has a lot of cards in hand. They have 4 cards, and they have a Candlekeep. This is this kind of looks like it's. Oh my God, this is unfortunate for the table because if there's no, I don't think Ellis has removal right now, and I don't know about whether Abdel does.
So okay, so how many tokens does the Abdel create? And then that's 2 damage per token.
And they're going to draw 2 cards, 3 cards because they're going to flicker the Astrolabe and the.
But if they take 2 damage per token, they can make 4 tokens and die.
That's true. Oh, that's the line. That's the line. Is that they're. Well, actually, wait a second. I'm gonna back up all this. Forget everything I just said. The Suture Priest and the Bloodseeker make it impossible for him to combo right now. I completely lost track of the fact that he had that.
Yeah.
He cannot combo without dealing with those things. So is that the idea then? That he's echoing truthing to force this?
I have no idea.
I'm really, really curious about where this is going here. I think there's a really good chance that it gets down to TPI and no, it's probably Ellis versus Abdel West, like the Westworld Abdel, right? And then they just slap each other with wet noodles for the rest of the game because they're like they can't kill each other. Like this, it could. I actually, you know, if I were to just ask to make a snap judgment, I wouldn't be surprised if it ended at a draw between them. Abdel could combo off the Abdel Iron Throne, Orzhov Abdel.
Under the
Okay,
stacks?
so Cloud of Fairies is coming back in.
The LSL core player is in a wonderful spot in my head because
Really?
nobody can. All they want to do is make tokens. This whole table's just like tokens, 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 and they're gonna lose 2 life per token until like he's just got a stranglehold on this. The stacks pieces are real.
They're very, very real. You know, we have one of our moderators in the Common Connoisseurs, Findhorn Brownie, really esteemed member of the community, has been really talking a lot about stacks lately, and we have to be clear what this means. Stacks is a bit of a problematic term because it's so imprecise. It's so amorphous, right? Stacks could be rule of law. It could be Drannith Magistrate. It could be Ghostly Prison. In this format, it's like Chain Devil, Pestilence, Crypt Rats. It could be, you know, Mass Edicts. It could be, you know, pingers that prevent your opponent from flickering at instant speed. It could be Coalition Honor Guard, right? And so what we're talking about when we talk about stacks is any effect that creates symmetric or asymmetric resource disparity between you and the table, or something that prevents your opponent from comboing off. So with an honored, you know, with a Coalition Honor Guard in play, you can't freed from the real combo because you have to target the Honor Guard. With a Bloodseeker in play, you can't flicker infinite because you'll lose, unless you have a Soul Sister or something like that. So I think you're right that the LSL core player is in a good position. I just don't know if they can beat Westworld. I don't know if they can beat Orzhov Abdel. I mean, they have those stacks pieces do work against Orzhov Abdel, though. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because they're on Abdel, so they're making tokens and they're taking 2 from each one.
That is.
And then they're gaining the life back with Gary. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I feel like they're going to slap each other with wet noodles for the next like 3 hours.
Yeah. Who has the initiative? That TPI. It's one of those 2 on the right. You can see the token over there. They're asking that same thing.
Oh boy, don't want to lose track of that. Initiative is very, very good. I mean, one way that a player, well, I mean, so this is a really interesting thing, right? We played a game a while ago, and we got to talk about this last night with Crypt Rats and Thrall Parasite. And when you get down to the 1v1, which is what I'm anticipating here, I think this is going to be a 1v1 versus the Orzhov decks. The win condition is the initiative. And when you get into a 1v1, Monarch and Initiative, you start playing Pauper. You sacrifice everything you need to retain that advantage, and you keep that Planeswalker until you win the game. So I think the line here is going to be Ellis maintaining Bloodseeker and Suture Priest, preventing Abdel from doing too much. Although Abdel with the Gary underneath it, that Gary's got to die, right? It has to die. Otherwise, they're going to offset all the life gain. They'll just gain 9 with Devotion 3, right? So we have an Impact Tremors.
Maybe once, but I feel like they do it the second time. The Impact Tremors 8 counterspell of some kind. Or was that just a peak? No, that was something else. It did hit the graveyard.
Yeah. Yep.
But you only gain 9 the first couple times until you start removing opponents from the game, and then it's down to that 1v1, and it gets really awkward. But of course,
yeah, I think they're going to go to time.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen because they just gain way too much life. And it's not because, and look, like there's been a lot of discussion about whether a deck is competitive or not if it's slow. And I think that the answer to that for me is definitively it's absolutely competitive. You just build some win conditions into it with good pingers, drain effects, some threats, initiative, monarch. You can totally close the game out. Troll of Khazad-dûm is a win condition. But in this particular pod, having 2 Orzhov players that gain a ton of life is going to make it very hard for them to kill each other, even with the initiative. Yep, good. The TPI player needs to get proactive here. They're going to lose the game in a jiffy if they don't. They need to go whole hog. Derek and I talked about during the last iteration of this event that it's really important that you understand when as a TPI player or a go wide player that you just need to swing your board.
Yeah.
Like you need to convert damage like right now, like yesterday probably. I mean that Gary's going to come down. He's at a virtual 7, and if he's making any more tokens, he's like dead on board, right?
Sorry, who is?
I think TPI is like dead on board. 2 pingers,
Yeah.
plus Ellis to sacrifice things, and the Abdel with the Gary. Yeah, Dallas says Kai is acutely aware of Orzhov's weakness in this area. I assume he's put some card or 2 to solve that problem. Yeah, I don't know what it is though, right? Maybe he needs to like scroll shift or flicker of fate his oubliette so that he can put it on Abdel and lock them out. That would be one way to do it. Here, let's pull up the deck list. We have Kai here on. Let's take a look. What are their answers right now to break this board stall? They have a lot of removal. This is a good Ellis deck. Wow. Okay. Ellis has 10 drain effects. It has a lot of drain amplifiers with Marauding Blight Priest. Has extort cards. It has the, although it's not playing a lot of them, it's playing Epicure of Blood to double up on that. It has 14 removal spells. Pestilence, Crypt Rats. 35 lands with 1 Troll of Khazad-dûm. And no Eagles of the North. Yeah, people haven't really fully adapted to just like how easily it is to like just cut lands for those cards, especially for a go wide deck. But this is very interesting. It's not really the traditional Ellis. This is an Ellis deck that is way less focused on Ellis. Right, because they have Battle Screech, Captain's Call, Sends Enlistment. You're confronted by robbers, raise the alarm, and like not a lot else.
So just like the best ones. Which is like respectable.
Yeah, usually you see these decks and they have like 20 token producers, right? Yeah, I think Bobby is accurately recognizing that he is dead.
Yeah, they're talking. He's just like, I can king make. I don't know what I'm doing here.
I mean, like Abdel. His best bet is to try and hope that the Abdel player and the Ellis player die, and that's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Read it on the top
okay,
of
so
his
let's.
head. It's hilarious.
Yeah. And then what do we have here? Let's take a look at this Westworld deck. Dallas, would you tell us the name of this Westworld player? Is this Wayne? Nope. Wayne was the Rasad player. Brendan, maybe? Nope, that's the Rilsa player. Wow, they're in second seat right now. Is TPI and Rilsa both in second seat? Chum Guzzler might be the one. No, that's Gretchen.
His Ghost Form on Abdel, which can be like a pseudo flicker if you can sack it.
So he's planning on dying this turn. It's going to flicker it, essentially. It's going to die and come back to the battlefield. Right. So his intention.
Grant Newbury. Okay, Grant is the person we're looking for here. Grant.
He just started his turn.
What's that thing? These are 10
There it is. Okay. Let's see what they've got to do about all this stuff. So heavy on the pingers, of course. You've got the Mirkwood Bats and the... they don't have Nadir's Nightblade in here just yet.
One of the last cards the TPI player drew on their turn was this spread.
Yep. Well, I mean, they drew a zillion cards, right? So we
Yeah.
can kind of expect that they would have had something.
I don't know if they had. I don't know if they got anything. I was trying to see what they got in their hand, and I think they just barely got to that spread at the end of their turn.
I mean, they're also drawing 3 cards off of this.
Yeah. But it might also be their last mana.
Now, like, this is an interesting thing. This speaks to the video you just made, too. Kaya's Ghost Form having the significant disadvantage of inviting a 2-for-1, right? This is a case in point. This is why sorcery speed protection is so sketchy. It has to be like, let me put it this way. The only sorcery speed protection spell that I play is Cloud of the Dominus.
And that's for the haste, probably.
Because, yeah. And it's 1 mana, right?
Not to say that Kaya's Ghost Form doesn't go in Abdel. That card goes in Abdel, if you can play it, because it's still just like a 1 mana flicker in a lot of situations.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was actually looking
It's
at that
possible.
when I was making my video. I like researched all of these cards and like went through top decks, and a lot of the top Ancient of the Iron Throne Abdel decks do play it as just like another way to flicker Abdel, especially for 1 mana.
Yeah. I guess the thing is that in Orzhov, your flicker is so good. You get all the good white ones, and you get the 1 mana black ones.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there's really much reason to go into Kaya's Ghost Form, because you have the new one from WoW, the what's it called? Definitely Not Dead or Not Dead Yet or something. You have Undying Evil, Undying Malice, Feign Death, Supernatural Stamina, and then for white you have Cloud Shift, Scroll Shift, Aerobatic Maneuver, Pegasus Guardian, Flicker of Fate. You could even play the slow ones, the slow flickers, if you were worried about that.
So the Candlekeep Sage player is flickering an island and their Abdel.
Why do you think that is?
They want to die?
How do they combo?
I don't know.
How do they combo?
There has to be some kind of crazy deal that Ellis.
It's got to be like a real corner case, right? Like maybe he has Snap and Snapback in his hand.
I mean, you can untap with the Cloud of Fairies.
But if he does that, though, I think that the Ellis player just sacks their board, right? Yeah. Yeah, Bobby has to go for it. There's no other way here. Honestly, looking at these lists, Robert, I do not see a good way for Abdel and Ellis to end the game against each other. There's really no breakthrough spells here that are going to do it. There's nothing like I don't know what it would be, like a Corrupt or...
Oh, I think this is in response
Oubliette,
to the
maybe?
Gary trigger, just as like a, I've got to try, don't I?
Yep. Yeah, Bobby unfortunately is out of this game. And we are going to almost certainly go to time here. Because what's going to happen is all these creatures are going to enter, and Suture Priest is going to... So he's going to try and win at instant speed. Because there's going to be all these triggers on the stack from the creatures. And they'll be on the stack. It'll be kind of like Cycle Storm, where you have your dying on the stack because you've drawn your last card.
Yeah.
But you've got your Dranith Stinger draw thing going on, where you resolve the trigger, cycle another creature, draw goes on the stack, ping on the stack, resolve the ping, draw, resolve the ping, draw. That's the only answer he has, right? And so, if we're talking about Abdel decks too, what if this Abdel player had a Suture Priest, or what if they had a Soul's Attendant, or a Soul Warden, or a Lunarch Veteran? I mean, I think that's the future of Abdel, is in a grindy combo deck, right? Why not?
Yeah. Not that I'm an expert.
I mean, yeah, I just see a lot of the Abdel decks are extraordinarily greedy and aggressive. They're really trying to combo super, super fast, super hard, and I don't think that leans into the strength of Abdel. Abdel grinds unbelievably well.
'Cause it's
Abdel
got
and TPI are
multiple
like
win cons with like just the dudes, like
with like removal spells that are also combo cards.
Yeah.
Endless flicker. I mean, flickering is the strongest thing you can do at common, hands down. It's been this way in Pauper for a long time. But you know, like this is it's amazing. And that strongest doesn't necessarily translate to like winning the game, because if you're too strong a deck in cPDH, everybody kills you. You have to in cPDH you have to be very cognizant of
sure
the
what
kind
just
of
happened
influence
there.
you have on the table.
I thought that they just ghostly flickered, but it
Stave
looks
off.
like they're ghostly flickering again, and then in reaction it's a stave off. I'm not sure what happened there.
Is there an Archaeomancer underneath Abdel? Oh yeah, yep, that's it though. That's the Ghostly Flicker is stopped by Stave Off, another amazing staple white protection spell, which, you know, hey, we talked about the video earlier, you gotta play this in your white decks. I don't think there's a single white deck I would play ever that doesn't have this card in it. It can hit your opponent's creatures.
So there must have been some kind of deal that
So there's a deal with the Ellis player? Why would they make a
I
deal
don't
right
know,
now?
but they've been taking
shouldn't.
these game actions and like making all these creatures.
Oh, lethal is there because the Ellis player did hit them for 2, and Gary is on the stack.
Yeah.
Because remember, this is all during the Orzhov Abdel player's turn.
Am I able to respond? Leading your time to respond. It's going to get super bad.
Oh my God, this is a cluster.
It is.
Wow, what a complicated stack here.
Before you do anything, you can sack a bunch of your tokens to Rock Clan right now.
He's asking.
Oh man, he's okay. So for those of you who can't hear, Bobby is asking TPI to blow up their entire board
So like we know Abdel is going to try to do
to save him.
This is such a good reason to not put that card in your deck, so that you can't get
Yeah, okay, so there's a thing I'm going to do first. Okay.
Meeting of the Minds. Let me think about it first.
Yeah, let me think about it and then kill you. I'm gonna kill you at instant speed
TPI
and draw 2.
TPI trigger.
Draw 5. Yeah, TPI trigger, draw 5.
Also,
like,
gutter snipe.
good
Gutter
God.
snipe kills you. Maybe.
Yeah, no, there's no, I don't know, it's hard. Sometimes you got to accept when you've lost, right? But like TPI in no case or
Prismatic
no scenario.
Strands for the gutter snipe. Damage.
This is not going to stop.
No.
It's not going to stop Suture Priest or Blood Seeker, and it's not going to stop the Gary.
right.
Okay, the TPI player does not need to do anything here. They just need to let this happen. Like even casting Meeting of the Minds,
Yeah.
like you don't need to do that right now.
The Ellis Core player is like concerned because now they're Suture Priest. Nope. Yeah, they don't care.
Nope, Suture Priest and Bloodseeker are life loss. Ellis
Yeah.
is damage, I believe.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is.
So yeah, you needed to respond to that.
It's life loss.
So now whenever you deal damage with red, it just does it.
That's fine. So,
You still draw.
yeah, I still
You
draw.
still make a thing.
I still make a thing, and I still deal damage. Thing.
I mean, if nothing else, this is like a riveting game.
All of that damage, right?
Yeah.
To everything. So the cards you drew, you don't get. Oh, these cards that I drew, wait, because you don't get the damage. I got this.
Oh my. Well, no. So the way this works, he will get the damage. He will get the cards.
All red sources don't do that.
No, he will draw the cards. Because it's 2 damage, right? So it's 1 instance of pinging. He will draw 5 off of this.
Yeah.
If Abdel were to die beforehand, he would not. He would draw 4 instead. It's nickel and diming at this point. It doesn't matter. It's 4 cards versus 5 when you've got an active, curiosity. I'm gonna say it too. I've never had a curiosity card last this long
I
in
know.
play. This is madness.
There's no
dude.
removal
Absolute
at the table
madness.
except for the TPI player.
Well, it's crazy because they do have it. Ellis Core has 14 removal spells in their deck.
Well, not in their hand.
Not in their hand. I mean, the Abdel player has 1, 2, 3, 4, only 4 with a sweeper. Only 4 with a sweeper. Boy,
Fine.
you know, Boy, the cards that I'm not seeing in these decks are kind of blowing me away. There is no Faceless Butcher, and there is no Alabaster Host Intercessor for the Orzhov Abdel player.
Did I say that again?
There's no Faceless Butcher, and there's no Alabaster Host Intercessor in either of their decks. And they're both Flicker decks. So, chat, these cards are really, really strong in these decks. Their repeat removal, Alabaster Host Intercessor here, if you target commanders, only a Psychopath leaves their commander underneath this card. If you have 5 kill spells in hand, sure, put it under there and kill it.
But that doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen. No, like 90% of the time you let your commander go to the command zone. And the same thing goes for Faceless Butcher. And Faceless Butcher with flickers, any kind of flicker, and a sack outlet is even better, right? Because you take 2 things. Okay, so Bobby is out of the game. He is now dead. And then we've got
It's an Omen of the Dead on the stack right now, which is going to bring back a creature. I'm not sure which. Oh, man.
He's got Omen of the Dead on the stack. Yeah, well, I wouldn't actually blame somebody for not knowing about Faceless Butcher. That is a sleeper black card that I put into almost all my black decks right now because I realized when Host Intercessor was printed that it's like it doesn't matter if it goes under the creature. You know, it's like they're going to send it to the command zone, especially if you're in a Flicker deck. They will not, like getting your commander stuck underneath a Host Intercessor or a Faceless Butcher is disastrous.
Yeah, it is kind of narrow that it only hits commanders, essentially.
Well, it can hit other things too, but you're right. It's mainly for commanders. Dallas says, we've got some normies at the beer house walking past looking extremely confused why we have 20 people surrounding a table of people playing cards with a recording setup. That's Pog right there.
Because Magic is serious.
Because Magic is good fun. Very serious. I mean, this is an intense game, but they're not going to finish it. I don't think they're going to finish it.
Well, time has been called.
Oh, it has. Okay, so it's virtually over. Which is interesting because that means it's going to be a draw, right? That's pretty good for Bobby, huh? Now, Dallas, let me know how this works.
I think it's.
If a player dies in a game, but the game goes to a draw, how does that work?
I think it's a draw all around.
Yeah, that's really, really good for Bobby.
Right now, what they're talking about though is that turns was called in the Iron Throne player's turn, and then it's typically 5 turns, not like 5 rounds. It's 5 turns.
Yeah, it's a draw.
So
it's a draw. There's no way to end the game right now. There's life gain effects for everyone. Yeah, it's going to be a draw. So Bobby will get points for this, which is very good for Bobby, right? Because Bobby he died, but in fact, he's actually still a beneficiary of the way that the table played out. Yep, time to pile in the cards.
we're still trying for it. And with that, Omen of the Dead, Devotion's now 4. And they do have a Soul's Intendant, so they can negate half of the Suture Priest effects.
Yep. And I think what the Abdel player here is doing is just making sure they don't die by playing their Soul Warden. They're not going to die. It's 37 damage. It's just not possible.
They do get
Right
another
now.
turn after this, though. They have 10 attackers. They make 7 more.
Wait, the Abdel player has another turn?
Well, they're going to turns now. If it's working like they normally do turns, they get a turn. Top right, player 2 gets a turn. Player 3 gets a turn, and then it goes back to Abdel for turn 4, and then 5 is Ellis Ilkor. Usually the games don't just like end, it's a draw as soon as the time is called. You go 5 more turns. They were talking about keeping TPI alive to minimize the number of turns that were going to happen, to make sure that it was a draw, because that benefits both of the players on the right more than it does.
It does.
Because it would be the Iron Throne player that benefits and could probably win this game if they were given another turn or two, which they could get if they wipe out.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I mean, if they got like a Pestilence and cleared out the Bloodseeker and the Citra Priest, they might be able to do something. I don't even know if there's a line.
So, okay, what happens if they attack Ellis for 10 right now? And then possibly, like, there's Gary's still out.
Can they attack? Didn't these creatures just come into play?
The 7 on the left did. The 10 to the right of them are not Summoning
Okay.
Sickness. Weird.
Well, then yeah, there is a line here for Westworld to win. But where did all the life gain go from the Citra Priest? Or there is no life gain. It's all life drain.
Yeah, that's
So
when he plays
then the
things.
line. Okay, one thing they could do to stay alive would be Ellis plus a sack outlet, sack their entire board, right?
Yeah.
They could do that. They can gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But right now the top priority is you knock out TPI so that when you go to turns and turns start passing around, there's one less player taking up those turns. So you
That's
could,
a really
you
good
could
point.
maybe get 3 more turns. 3 more turns is enough
Yeah.
to finish this game.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
they're very
so
close.
is that confirmed that we have 5 turns after it's called? You imagine this game without that Sylvok life staff too? That TPI player would have been gone, gone, gone. Very important card. It's tutorable with Trinket Mage. Wow, we have so many people joining us for this game today, Robert. This is awesome. I want to take a quick moment. We've got a bit of a pause here because they're really just trying to figure out these last turns. It's not likely to end in somebody winning, but it could end up in the Abdel player. So we're going to have some time before that resolves because they have to go through the turns. But I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who's joined us for the live stream today and appreciate your attention, your time, and I hope you're enjoying the content right now. If you are, do make sure to do the free thing and leave us a like and a comment below. All those things do an enormous amount to help the algorithm. Just recently, I've seen that on display. The algorithm has been picking up our content, and it has been putting our content in the recommended panels and the home pages of people who otherwise might not see this content, and that's really huge. So do what you can, support us that way. Also make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon if you want to see unscheduled gameplay and get updates about all the things we do. We post about 2 videos a week here. They're all live streams. We do some edited gameplay stuff as well. And if you want early and exclusive access to those edited gameplay videos, make sure to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Common Connoisseurs. You can find it in the Discord below, and that's a great way to support the channel. That money right now, I'll just tell you, is going towards buying a new computer so that I can continue to do this because my computer is very much showing its age. It is, even when I was like doing all this work today, I encountered like 5 major hiccups just to getting the stream started. That are all related to my computer just kind of being very ancient and on its last legs. So do consider supporting us. We have a $2, $5, $10, $20, and $50 level to support us at, all of which deliver a ton of awesome value to you through early access, through interface materials like the one you see here, through event coverage, through access to our Let's Build pre-show threads that we post, and to the written content that I've started producing. You also get to see all the updates and get to be the first to know about all the updates I make to all the decks that I build through Let's Build, and it's a great way to support the channel. So consider supporting us there, leave that like and that comment, and I really appreciate you all being here. It's fantastic. These numbers are fabulous. So, and big shout out and thank you to Dallas, who reached out and wanted coverage for the semifinals and the finals on this, and has made it really easy to partner up and cover this great cPDH content. So if you've got a chance and you're in Discord, make sure to send Dallas a big thank you for promoting this format. You know, there's a lot of people at this event, right, Robert? We got, how many people do we have? We have
39, I think, is how many
30,
it sounded like.
39 players. This is like this close to being, you know, on par with the RAW, and regardless of the numbers, this is an amazing thing for the format. I think my prediction is that after MagicCon, things are going to blow the hell up because we're going to be getting a ton of exposure there too. There, Quirt says, "Okay, can't believe I've been mixing up the YouTube subs and the Twitch subs the entire time. Hello, everyone. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Glad to have you here, Quirts. Wanted to make sure you got in the channel where, or the chat where people are discussing stuff. There's not as many people over in the non-commentary one because we actually have commentary on this one. The stream currently exists so that I can window capture it and bring it into here. that's the purpose of its life. And also for the fact that later on, you know, Dallas will be able to point to this and have the entire live stream up for people to review.
So there were some attacks. I think that they were at Abdel. We've got an unblockable. I guess it's. Yeah, it is unblockable.
Yep, TPI is now dead.
Oh, that's actually not great for the LSO Pro player.
Wow, Austin says Blaze Commando won a pod.
Very aggressive.
I mean, yeah. Like, look at this thing.
Whenever an instant or sorcery spell you control deals damage, put 2/1/1 red and white soldier creature tokens with haste onto the battlefield.
Yeah. And the key thing is that you have to have spells that deal it to the spell. The templating of the spell is really important, but Alcadron from the Rules Committee has played this one quite a bit from the PDH pals, and basically, like, all I know is I don't know exactly how Blaze Commando triggers or when it does and doesn't trigger, but I do know that there's some specifics where a lot of the cards that you would want to play don't actually work.
Yeah, so you can't. It's not like doing damage to each opponent at the same time. It's like Grape Shot. It's you want it to do separate instances of damage. Even the same card that says, like, if a card said deal 1 damage to a target, deal 1 damage to a target, that'd be 2 triggers, and those are like kind of hard to find.
They're hard to find. Yeah, they're really tough to find. Dallas says 5 mana is a big problem for a commander, but it's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, and I think 5 mana is fine. There's a lot of really great 5 mana commanders, but I think specifically 5 mana and Boros with no card advantage in the command zone is tough. Because you're an aggro deck, it's also 3 toughness, right? So it dies to like everything. It doesn't swing well. But I mean, any given Sunday, right? Like, any given Sunday, you can win with a deck like this in PDH. You know, if the pod is really favorable, if there's not a lot of removal, maybe you have like 3 combo players and they kind of expend all their resources containing each other, and then you just run them over with 1/1s. That's totally like a win condition.
So there was,
but yeah.
So there was a Cathar Commando, and then I'm trying to figure out what this other thing is.
Cathar Commando, and then that's Scholar of Atheros, which is a extort card that you just pay mana into. So Scholar is a 1/4 for 3. You can pay 3 to extort, basically.
2 and a black. Yeah.
Very, very good card. Amazing blocker. It's a human for synergies with Path of Ancestry. It's a cleric as well, and it's basically like if you have a ton of mana, you just sink all the mana into Scholar. So,
1/4 is a good body. That's what you want that to be.
It's a good body.
Like.
Yep. I'm a big fan of Scholar. I play this in any deck that really cares. Like any Orzhov deck, you want to be playing this. Orzhov is an amazing color combination to be in right now. And even though this game isn't ending, very quickly, and it may come to turns, or it may come to a draw, the reality is that if these players weren't gaining a zillion life, everyone would be dead right now, except for one of them, right?
Yeah.
These ping effects, the life gain, the life drain, they're so strong. It's very much a pinger's meta right now. Because look at this board, look at all the creatures. It's so hard to attack, and when boards get clogged, unblockable damage is really good. And extort is unblockable, pingers are unblockable.
There's all of these gain life decks, pingers, and drain decks, and if you're not participating in that, you're at a severe disadvantage. Because then just
I agree.
everything is just basically everybody else is sustaining, and you just plummet in your life.
And yeah, you do. I mean, I think it's fair to say that life totals actually start somewhere around 20 now because of the pingers. You think that's fair? Like that you're not actually starting at 30 life in a lot of games? You're starting at like 20 or 15 or something? Because like 2 pingers in play and you probably take 10 pings?
It's hard to say because sometimes you get drained all the way down. You'd never get attacked once and you're still dead. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah. So he's blocking the 1/1s, and there's 17 or 18 of them. He's attacking with the Vicious Battle
Looks
Rager
like
as well.
14.
14. I don't think that he can, unless there's more turns, he's going to hit him. Wow, does this actually end?
He was turn
I've been
0,
saying this is
1. This is turn 2, and then we've got 3, 4, 5.
He is losing his Cathar Commando. He's losing his sack outlets, and he's losing his pingers. Ellis is going to gain him life for it. It's going to be 4. He's going to sack these cards to the Viscera Seer. He's going to use the Cathar Commando to... I don't think he needs to be putting... I mean, he could just blow up the... he's blowing up the Oblivion Ring because of combo lines, but then the rest of them, he should sack them to the Viscera Seer to try and find an answer. Or really a way to stay alive.
For probably Gary reasons.
Just maybe a Course Skyfisher, Gary, sack the Gary, get it back, recast it. It seems impossible.
No, I'm just talking about, like, I think he killed it because he doesn't want the devotion to be as high. That's the only black target.
Yeah. I mean, he gained back a little bit of life. He can sink all of his mana into Scholar, but Scholar now only has 2 players to extort off of. So you're only going to gain 1 life off of each one of these. He probably wanted to have that earlier. That is one thing about Scholar and Extort that you do need to keep in mind, is that in the late game, they do get a little bit worse. You're not going to gain nearly as much life.
And this looks like another cast of Abdel. Okay. And they finally clarified the Oubliette, it doesn't target anything, or doesn't have anything phased out because of a village rights.
Wait 1 sec here.
Wait, before we started. Looking at their deck, we're playing Court Street Denizen, which is awesome synergy. Each instant sorcery you play not only deals damage and creates 2 1/1s, but taps down 2 creatures.
We've got Austin here, says looking at their court deck. Court Street Denizen, yeah. So Court Street Denizen is a pretty strong card. It basically it taps down creatures when white creatures. It's what's it called here? Court Street Denizen. This thing is 3 mana, 2/2. It's going to tap down creatures when white creatures enter the battlefield. This is just another card you can play in Abdel, where you like tap down the whole board, right? Like these Abdel decks don't need to be doing combo stuff. They just do this and then murk everybody.
Are you talking about Blaze Commando, or are you talking about Abdel? I mean, it could go in either, easily.
It could go in either one, yeah.
Okay, it looked like, yeah, Abdel hit play, sacked it to a Visceraseer. Now that they don't have to worry about all of those drain effects, so now it's just all life gain. They just gotta. Oh yeah, Gary for 3. They're only at 9. Looks like that should put them at. Oh, that's 4.
That's more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because 2 pips off of the discard creature, the Liliana Spectre.
Where's that?
1, 2.
Oh,
It's underneath
yeah.
that. So it's a Vicious Battle Rager. Spectre's 3 total for
6?
Vicious Battle Rager and Spectre's
Yeah,
3.
that was 6.
4, 5, 6.
Oh, that was a 9.
And then he's got.
Or no turn. No, I still have. There's also life.
So that adds some credence to why he used Cathar Commando the way he did, right? Popping the Omen of the Dead.
Absolutely.
Because I think what's happening here is that Abdel's trying to win this turn. You know what would be really gas here, though, is if he had Throne in play. The fact that he doesn't speaks to maybe him being busy with other stuff throughout the game. But, like, Throne would end the game right now with the Visceraseer. Being able to play a pinger in the command zone is insane. Like, Gut, Agent of the Iron Throne, and Abdel, Agent of the Iron Throne, are very strong cards.
Yeah.
Oh, why am I not playing meta like the cool kids? It's so annoying.
Is somebody close to the initiative? They already went into the trap. Player 3 went into the trap, they're dead. Player 2... I don't know if those numbers on the dice are tracking player number, because there's a 5 there. Yeah. So this is the strategic thing to do, is to try to...
Oh,
Cloud Shift, there it is.
gets
Okay, yep. Wow.
Very cool. Got there.
There it is. Wow, they ended up finishing it. I have to admit, I was kind of, because we can't see the cards in hand for the players, so it's hard to know how much resources they have, but it kind of looked like they were going to be kind of slapping each other for a while here. But this is another win for the Orzhov Abdel player, which is going to deny the draw to TPI and to Bobby. That's pretty big for them. That's unfortunate for them, but it's always good to see a game end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, draws are not where we want to be in Magic.
Especially when it was like, to me, it looked clear at a certain point that, you know, Abdel Iron Throne was like, oh, they've got everything. To not win would, I think, be tragic. So I think
It would.
Justice.
Yep.
It was
Absolutely.
It was through a lot of stuff too. There was a
Right.
the Curiosity combo. It wasn't Curiosity in play, but like that was in play for like several turns. Like,
Tandem Lookout for like 3 or 4 turns.
oh,
Actually, let's put it this way. When we arrived, there was a Tandem Lookout. We don't know how long it was there before.
yeah. Gutter.
You must have
it
been
was
burning.
Gutter Snipe too, of all things.
Ugh. God, that's disgusting. That's the nuts right there. That's what you want,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know.
I did burn them a few times
mean,
that
it-
their artifacts weren't triggering it, but
Mm-hmm.
the 2 damage is still a lot.
It is.
I'm gonna step away real quick. I'll be back
Yeah, for
in
sure.
like a minute or 2.
I'm going to do the same. I'm going to go use the restroom. For everyone who's joined us, thank you so much for being here. Stick around. We've got the finals coming right up. We're also going to have a bunch of post-game interviews with people, and we're going to just continue having a great time here. So I hope you're having a great day. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to support what we're doing here and let folks know that you want to see more cPDH content. And, of course, consider the Patreon. If you're enjoying this and you want to become a special supporter of the Common Connoisseurs and join the supporter section of our Discord. I will be right back. We'll catch you all on the flip. 1 second. We'll be back in like 3 minutes or less.
finish us about this since our last round was so long. Ross, Garrett, Brendan, Bobby, let's do it.
Best of luck to you. Yeah, thanks, man.
I would demand we play anyway. Oh yeah, I was gonna play for the.
Yeah, you have that right.
Yeah, if you don't want to. Okay. Look at my bag. No. I'm okay to split prize, but I want to play. Yeah, I want to play. And I'm going to try to win.
You can, yeah.
That's what I'm gonna ask people. If we get prize split, and so just play.
There's people over there starting to country watching. Yeah, so please play.
So, Brendan and Garrett.
It was just a matter of
Would you guys like to split the total prize pool equally and then play? So
what's the split? Sorry, my notes are
It's like
Well, I know the split. What is the actual money split?
I don't know. The total is
Yeah,
like
it could beat that, right?
$480 across 4 positions.
Kill the Rocco player.
I'm talking about the split.
Cool. I'll deal with that afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. I want to hear myself on the podcast.
Let's try this again, everybody. Please sit down. Thank you.
Where's C1?
Ross, wherever you sit down to C1, Ross. That's okay. Garrett, Brendan, Bobby.
It's tempting to sit there. That's where I sat last time. Good.
A seat deserving of my prowess as a master of this format.
It's shown itself able to carry my generous undercarriage. So,
This is a killer table too.
All right, I am back.
oh right, that's right. We've all
And so am I. We're just waiting for the next pod to form up here.
I do want to take a minute and just thank the tournament organizers and everybody for this setup is great. Them switching to another table is not honestly the standard for something like this. And I've done a lot of these. I used to do legacy coverage for a local store for about a year. Yeah, I earned myself a playset of Mox Diamonds off of it. And this is incredible. This is really nice.
It is.
So,
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We've got an incredibly well-run event by Dallas Walker. You can see things are moving along clearly. They've got great judges there to make sure everything is, everything is copacetic. We've got some amazing players here, a bunch of hard hitters, a bunch of experienced people, but there's a lot of people from out of town at this event. So the marketing really did its trick, and it goes to show that the format is growing when you have such amazing participation from out of town. I know that for me, I was always, when I was running events as well, leagues and tournaments, it was not hard to get people from in town to go and play. That was always pretty easy. It was harder to get the word out to the other places. So excellent job there. And man, the caliber of these players, I'm just blown away. I mean, the decision making, even in the moments where I thought maybe it was a little off, it turned out I was wrong. Just really, really good decisions. Like even the killing the Field of the Dead, the bouncing of the Abdel there at the end. These are some really top-notch Magic players, and we're really lucky to witness them in action. Also, these decks, man, we're seeing like the resurgence of mid-range here. With Rilsa being played, because Rilsa ultimately is always going to be in some way, shape, or form a mid-range deck. It might have combo in it, but it has the ability to win with pingers, on the ground with 1/1s. You can see this final pod that we're shaping up to have is Satyr Enchanter, Rilsa Rail, TPI, and Abdel Candlekeep Sage. This is like a who's who of some of the sickest decks in the format.
yeah.
Wow. Powerful. I
Juicers.
cannot wait to see Satyr Enchanter go off. This deck draws more cards than almost any other deck in the format. And it does it in Selesnya. If you like Enchantress, this is like your deck. It's very, very strong. It's going to be very interesting. Rilsa has a lot of this player's Rilsa deck is very different from mine, so I'm going to have to review the literature here. That would be
Lots of discard effects.
who's playing this one?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, there it is. It's this is Brendan.
We'll say Quirts. Says super excited to see Satyr Enchanter and Candlekeep in the format or in the finals.
Yeah.
The Candlekeep. I mean, how could it not? That card is insane.
Yep. So Rilsa Rail here, this build is basically trading card draw for discard, and they've gone in deep. We've got Burglar Rat, Elderfang Disciple, Nezumi Informant, Virus Beetle, Liliana Spectre. We have Okiba Gang Shinobi, Unnerved, Tassigur's Cruelty, Delirium Skeins, and Vicious Rumors. My God.
We saw some of the trade-off with that. Like it's got some incredible value, especially when it's getting rid of those last couple cards in their hand that they've been holding on to. We've seen it be able to get some really powerful things, but you sacrifice your consistency. You might not be able to make your land drops. It's a trade-off.
I agree. And you know the player's obviously done very well. They're in the finals here.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said about that. And you know, if you play a certain density of discard, you do get to the point where you are discarding everything from somebody's hand. And the worry with mass discard is often that with the combo player, you discard everything but their combo cards. And while you're doing that, you're discarding everybody's interaction. Because people won't hold interaction, they'll hold card advantage. They'll hold core things that are important to their strategy to be proactively trying to win the game, right? And so discard has a pretty deleterious effect on the actual table in that oftentimes it'll king make a combo player, right? Because the combo player will just have their combo card in hand and they'll go for it, and there's a table of 3 people with no answers. However, if you can discard everybody's cards, all of them, then you're reducing them down to top decks, and maybe that's better. But still, if there's combo creatures in play, then you can get into a really spooky situation. I think the other thing, too, about discard is that when nobody has cards in hand, discard feels really bad. And I think that's one of the other reasons I tend not to play it very much. I think, actually, just to introduce a little kind of an interesting line here, is that one of the best uses of mass discard is actually in a combo deck. If you use discard as a counterspell to clear the way of everybody's stuff, like in Marsh Crocodile or in Possessed Scab, that's a really good use of it, because then you're reducing the overall interaction at the table that could come at you, and that's quite strong. So, and Lobert, we lost your visuals here. Looks like your webcam may have gone down.
I'm cramming food in my mouth.
Oh yeah, no worries. So we've got Game 5. We've got the finals of Riches to Rags, Summer 23, right here. We've got Rilsa Rail in position 1. We have Abdel Candlekeep Sage on position 2. We have Third Path Iconoclast in position 3. And we have Satyr Enchanter on position 4. We have a TPI coming right out the gate off of an Ash Barrens. And we have some white border enjoyers here. That's for dang sure. Austin says, so this tournament elected to allow common backgrounds. That is correct. Yep. So this is basically exploring a new avenue in the format where common backgrounds might be, legal. But currently that is not the broad rules, but it is the rules for this one. We're seeing a Feed the Swarm come down on TPI from Rilsa, which is quite interesting. I don't know if I like that, but
it's one of those. There's these decks that are snowball decks, and the sooner that you deal with them, the better off that you are. And I think that that's the logic here. Like, I don't have anything to do right now. This is a snowball deck. I'm going to set them back like 2 turns.
But imagine this. That was a Feed the Swarm. That could have gone on a Satyr Enchanter target, too. Could have actually destroyed, like, an Ancestral Mask, or... I think it's a little bit early to be... I guess what I'm saying, it's a little bit early to be killing the TPI right now. And that's not just because I'm a TPI player. It's just, like, that's a really premium spell. It also kills Candlekeep Sage if you needed to. Kills an O-Ring. I don't think he has any ways to get that card back, either. He does have Mystic Sanctuary, so we can.
Maybe, how is he on? Does the Rilsa player? How are they on edict effects? Because if they are loaded on those, then that would mean that spell's less important.
They have Chain Devil, and that's it.
That's it. Oh,
Chain Devil, and then Vraska's Fall.
it looks like they have a pretty controlling hand. But I mean, I'm not seeing anything super proactive out of them, so I'm assuming that it's just interaction.
Wow, this Rilsa deck is quite a bit slower than what I play. These like turns where you're not playing anything on turn 1 and 2 would be hands that I would throw back. No Satyr Enchanter on 3 for fear of it getting killed.
Fair.
So I presume it'll be a turn 4 play Satyr. I think the thing is like when you're playing aggro though, or you're playing sorry, not aggro, but when you're playing a deck that can apply a lot of pressure, me as the controller, the mid-range player, I'm rarely killing their stuff because I want them active in the game. I don't really want to put players in the dumpster, right? I want them in the game so that we have more interaction at the table because we're looking at turn 3 here and we have 1 creature in play and no pressure to speak of, right? It's just like clearing the takeoff for Abdel when there's no pressure.
I think
like the TPI is way behind.
That's something. I mean, in my head that goes along with this player likes discard. They want to shut this player down before they get started. That's just definitely this player. Wants a
signals
more
intent,
iron
right?
grip on a game. Like,
yeah,
doesn't want to let anything go, which is just another way to
yeah.
play.
It is, and one way to look at it too, and we were talking about the discard earlier, is that discard is going to allow you when you're in a 2v1 or a 3 or a 1v1 to empty your opponent of their resources so that you can win in the long game. That is one of the uses of discard that I really like. It's just that everything else in between tends not to align with how I want to play, but totally understandable. Okay, so they cast a Preordain. They found themselves a Kessig Flame Breather.
They're just because I mean, if they had the TPI in play right now, they would be set. Like all they'd have to do is just like draw into draw into draw.
Yep.
But now they've got some more work to do.
And if I'm Rilsa, I want that. I want pressure on the table because Rilsa has Gary. It has Mokutai Ambusher to give it, to make it an 8-power lifelinker. We have Dahada's Ploy being cast from the Rilsa player.
Draw 2, discard a card, and it has Jumpstart.
Interesting. Yep.
What is the spell from Satyr Enchanter? Do you recognize it? I can look it up.
That right there is Alms.
Say it again?
It's Alms.
Alms.
Yep. Remove the top card of your library from the game. Prevent 1 damage to any creature. This is a combo card in Quintorius, where you can pay 1 mana to remove the top cards of your graveyard. To make 4/2 spirits. It's a very strong card. It's also protection, and it protects any creature. So if you are engaging in coalitionary effect, coalitionary dynamic with other players, you can save their stuff too.
Initiative.
There it is.
Introduces the initiative ahead of Rilsa.
Do I want the initiative in this game?
I think that they do want the initiative in this game.
Yeah, I do. They're gonna go crazy with it.
Everybody but Abdel wants it.
Wants to flood the board with 1/1. So
And it's such a safe time
Yeah,
to play it. There's one other player with
T-
creatures. Counterspell though.
Yeah, no, this is the correct thing to do. Counterspell from Abdel on the initiative is a very smart thing to do. I think that combo players in a lot of the games that I play haven't been deploying their interaction on stuff that will kill them over the long game, like something like countering like a turn 3 gut. A turn 3 gut can deal 30 damage by turn 5. A turn 5 gut deals 6 damage on turn 5. it's a huge tempo gain, right? And so your counterspell buys you a lot of turns. And I think that getting rid of the initiative here means that these players won't be trading it around. You won't have 3 people trapping you.
Yeah.
But this is really bad for Rilsa. I mean, Rilsa, you know, no early creatures, tapped out, played initiative, didn't get it. I think next turn maybe they can resolve Rilsa, hopefully.
Hopefully.
But they really needed that land. They needed that land. Initiative is so good because you can, the secret entrance is going to get you that land.
The name of the game so far has been Dawnbringer Cleric. Oh,
Look at all of this ramp right now. Holy crap.
it's just ramp and everyone playing
Yeah.
removal. That is
and
all that's happening. No snowball effects
and-
for you.
and really no pressure to speak of, right? This is very, I would say, if I were to be, you know, putting a weighted advantage, I would be saying that that Bobby on his Abdel Sword Coast or Abdel Candlekeep is really favored. What do you think?
Yeah. With a slow game like this,
Like Satyr Enchanter turn 3 played a bounce land, right? No Satyr Enchanter. Oh yeah, there
discount
we
of
go.
1 for the Goblin Electromancer to play a Lorien revealed.
Wow, that's gross. That's very good. 4 mana draw 3, very playable.
Can't do that apparently, Judge. Not.
All I know is every time I've used a card, it's been cast for 5 mana. So
I have yet to see it something.
I mean, that's its primary mode.
I think Satyr Enchanter. If anything, Satyr Enchanter I think is the least advantaged. They're being very patient, which I think they need to be right now.
You think the Satyr Enchanter needs to be patient?
Like, I think it's been a smart move to not play your Enchanter yet. Like, these players are definitely trying to keep everyone from getting started in the first place, and so by just not getting started,
Wild.
you just
Boy,
that's free real estate.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's free real estate for Abdel.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that Satyr Enchanter doesn't have instant speed, good instant speed interaction for Abdel. It's all sorcery speed, and so I would be running that Satyr Enchanter out ASAP because it's not going to get killed. Or at least I
Now.
wouldn't be killing it at this table if I was playing TPI. Now it wouldn't, but like that's what we're worried about, right? We want to get that thing down and start drawing cards.
I think
And the Rilsa player with no pressure either. Oof.
I think the previous turn it would have, but now this turn where you're like looking over at Abdel and it's like, okay, now this next turn is where they do it.
So they, yeah. Yeah, Abdel's going to start doing their thing. There's only 2 counter spells in the Rilsa player's deck. So this is going to be a big Abdel. TPI has 2 mana up. Hopefully they have like, you know, counterspell or, you know, mana leak or something. No.
Volcanic Spite, trigger on these 2.
But I can only prevent one.
I can only prevent one of the damage. And he says, that's why I'm doing it now, you see.
I gotta say, I'm scared, you know, for this pod. They're fighting over each other, and Abdel is like the highest life total and has ramped extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
Next turn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 7 mana. If they play an 8th, they can go Candlekeep Sage into Abdel and flicker their entire board.
Oh, sorry, this is, yeah, you're right, sorry, that is terrible on my part.
They're gonna make so many 1/1s. So here's the thing: at that point, the table will pivot and they'll try to take care of Abdel. And I don't know if they'll be able to do it because now there's a life gain creature underneath that. Oh no! Oh, they're killing each other.
So yeah, I think that's a
yeah,
Soul
that's
Link.
a Spirit Link.
Yeah.
It's Spirit Link on the pinger, which is going to make it so it does no damage to Satyr. Well, actually, in a way, that's fine because it'll still be dealing damage to everyone else. But Spirit Link is a great card for that. You know, we talk about the modality of cards being important. You know, protection spells being modal is really important.
Yeah.
And this is a removal spell, too. If you put this on a Gurmag Angler, right, it's never going to kill you, basically, unless you're at 5 life, and then the trigger goes on the stack.
Yeah.
You know, it's not Lifelink. But Vampiric Link, Spirit Link, Lifelink, they all accomplish this.
And your life total just is gonna go up when
Up.
when you put it on a pinger like this.
Nihil Spellbomb in play
Oh.
for the Rilsa player.
A missed land drop for the Rilsa player, most important.
They needed that initiative so bad,
They
didn't
did.
they? Yeah. Yep. And it's a shame because it's really like it's more that his deck isn't actually doing what it's designed to do. Because if you look at the curve, he has 12 permanents with mana value 2 or less, and 7 permanents at 1, and 11 permanents at 3. So it's like he's not drawing the part of his deck that is like a third of his deck. A third of his deck is cheap stuff, and he's not getting it. I mean, he did get the Astrolabe, and he did get the Spellbomb, and he got the Cloudkin Seer, the Cloudfin Raptor, but there's like he hasn't flooded the board, and that's got to be, he's got to feel scared, because here's the thing: even if he has an interaction spell in hand, he doesn't have pressure, and the way you beat combo players is a combination of pressure and interaction, and there's not any of that really on the table. You have 2 creatures that can't punch through a Dawnbringer Cleric on TPI. You have no Satyr Enchanter, and you have no Rilsa, and no initiative. The only source of pressure right now is a pinger, and Abdel has life gain. So I do think that fighting over each other right now, fighting the TPI, fighting the Satyr, fighting, you know, that kind of stuff, that is all going to work to their detriment right now. Now you've got like this Arcane Denial went down on Salvager of Secrets, which is good.
Abdel doesn't hate those cards right now, though. The draw 2.
Draw 2? Why, thank you.
Yeah, it's not. It's a pretty good consolation prize, and they're not pressured. They don't care right now.
Yes,
I don't
it's
think
the finals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think they care right
Yeah.
now, particularly about any specific thing. They're just like, yeah, this game is going fine. I win.
It may have actually. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just
sorry.
gonna say that they win the extreme late game. I think that they're fine. They love this.
Interesting. Yeah, and Clay, this is the finals. Yep. I mean, it's like we have 3 removal spells that have gone on each other, and it's not that they can't kill each other. They absolutely can. They all have great game plans to kill each other. But my concern is Abdel. It's really concerning. TPI coming back into play here. Yeah. And TPI now coming into play with a cost reducer in play for counter spells to protect TPI, as well as interaction on anybody else with a counter spell if it's colorless mana, if they have a memory lapse or something. They're hitting their land drops. They have a pinger and a cost reducer and tons of ramp. I think TPI is actually in a pretty good spot. Maybe they spent that resource on the Satyr because they have lots of cards in hand. Maybe they have big draws. Is that possible? I mean, they did draw 3 off of Lorien Revealed, so maybe they're banking on tempoing the Satyr Enchanter so that they can to improve their odds against them in sort of the mid and late game.
Yeah, I mean they have a friend. I think that Enchanter's their friend right now. Rilsa's not doing anything. They got the bench kicked out from under them when they tried to
Right.
get going. So it's just like TPI against Abdel.
Yeah, it really is. TPI against Abdel for sure. And Austin says TPI can go off at any time just as much as the threat as Abdel. The thing is that there's no way to look for Peregrine Drake other than just drawing cards. And so I don't actually think that the TPI Peregrine Drake combo was lethal. We've seen it do good stuff. But there's no way to find it other than just drawing cards. There's no tutor at 5 that's not in black. Brain Spoil is the only option there. And so, and that is really the main win condition for the deck, is trying to do the Peregrine Drake thing.
There's a broken
We have
fall.
a Broken Fall.
Yeah.
Yep, Broken Fall is a great card coming down here for our Satyr Enchanter player.
It sucks to take a development turn while people are starting to change gears, but
You can see he's playing very conservatively. He can't lose his Satyr again, otherwise he's going to be playing it on turn 8 or something.
If you write incubator, maybe.
There's a non-trivial chance I've got one already, so let me
Do you have this blue die by chance?
And what is that?
Just on the initiative.
no idea.
That guy left though, I think.
Is that for like a Foretell or a Morph? Might be a Morph creature.
I mean, I wanted to say that it says incubate or something like that.
It's the enchantment, Blighted Burgeoning.
We can be friends, but I want you to keep your die. You let me have a chance
But
at
where is
making
that?
game a draw, and I appreciate it.
Oh, it's in his mana base.
They didn't even counter it.
Back in in the day, my family played it with Lure and Thicket Vassal.
And you can hear from the table talk that that Bobby is very confident. He's bantering with the table. He's talking about keeping other people alive. He's a combo player, and he is at a very healthy life total on, you know, a mid stage of the game.
Okiba Gang
Ooh.
Confidential player, I'm going to discard 2 cards.
against the Seder.
Hopefully Abdel.
Nah,
Oh no.
because Abdel. I guess Abdel does have cards in hand now.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this. All the hate is going at each other, and Abdel is running away.
So he must know that what I do not, that Abdel is not winning.
It's very, like, I have to have a lot. So many.
He says he has to have a lot. I'm gonna have to call him out on that. He does not. Abdel can candle with a broom or a fork. I mean, it like. Oh man. I mean, okay. So here's the other thing: is that now that the Okiba Gang Shinobi is in play, it doesn't have that unblockable that it got with the ninjutsu. So now he will have to punch through tokens to hit Abdel. Right, he'll have to punch through a Dawnbringer
that's so
cleric
hard.
at the very least.
You might have had another
Oh,
turn
it's
with Seder Enchanter. Like,
Yeah. He needed to take Abdel's hand and cut it in half. Abdel has like five cards right now off their top deck. 4 cards before. They could have easily decimated their hand. But yeah, now we have a Candle Keep, and we're going to try and resolve an Abdel, I would guess. There's 2 mana up for TPI, 3 mana. Could actually be 4 mana based on the cost reducer. So there could be 2 counter spells in hand, or a counter spell and a removal spell.
there's the boy.
But yeah, he's going to try for it. And he doesn't care if this resolves. Like if I'm him, I don't care. Just doesn't matter. He's got so much mana.
1 mana
Yep,
Impulse.
there's Impulse. 1 mana Impulse, digging for a counter spell or a removal spell, either one. If the best thing would be to either counter it or to kill it with the targets chosen, so that they don't flicker.
No matter your board state,
And it's worth mentioning too, Austin, that it's not that TPI isn't a problem here. TPI is definitely like doing the thing. They've got everything that they could want. They have a pinger, they have TPI, they have all the mana in the world, they have powerful card draw, they're selecting, you know, top 4 cards of their library, and you know, they're definitely off to the races. But I just think that I'm really concerned about what's about to happen here, because if Abdel resolves, he is going to draw a card off of Candlekeep, and he's going to make a lot of bodies. He could make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bodies.
Yeah, that's right.
And then what do you do? Who's attacking you? Nobody. Nobody's killing you. And when it comes back in, he's going to gain another 2. So he's functionally at 30 life right now.
And then there's no reason for that Okiba gang to go anywhere other than south.
At the players, yeah. And the problem with that is that if he continues to discard cards from the people who need to control Abdel, he's going to set this game up for a very easy win from Bobby.
And we're going to say, go ahead.
Oh, no. Well, maybe he has removal.
Resolve. Okay, so I have 2 triggers. I have the Candlekeep and Abdel. I'm going to resolve Candlekeep first. So
Yep. Maybe drawing into a foil, potentially, or a Daze. If he plays those, I don't think he does. Daze is a very inconsistent spell. But foil could be. Okay, he's just doing 4.
He's back down to
He's
4
not-
lands, but
You can
don't
see
think
how
that's
he's
fire.
respecting the Okiba Gang Shinobi, right? He didn't do the Dawnbringer Cleric because he wants to block with Abdel, but if Abdel dies... Oh, but he's got bodies.
Yeah.
Ah, it's really interesting that he didn't exile the Dawnbringer Cleric there. That's pretty bad that they didn't have a response to that. Now, it's also worth mentioning that Volcanic Spite, Feed the Swarm, and Spirit Link would have done nothing against that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I didn't come here to not go for it. I don't know.
Mana Geyser. 5, 9, 13.
Mana Geyser.
13 red. No, yeah, this TPI might just go.
Retaining life.
this is going to be a real sweet turn for you.
Wow.
but no, because
Yeah, that's a hell of a card.
I have 3 cards in my hand.
Holy crap. 13 red mana. What do you do with that? You know, TPI is mostly a blue deck, so this red mana it's probably not all going to get used.
I wouldn't Rolling Thunder yet. that would be really surprising. It's probably just power a bunch of blue spells, draw into draw, like set yourself up.
I mean, he could Rolling Thunder Abdel's entire board, maybe,
yeah, that would help
and
with
then open it up to get discarded. Yeah, it would. That'd be
Peregrine
huge.
Drake. I don't know. It seems like they're just going for it.
Wow, he might just go for it here. Maybe
No
I'm going to be eating my
response.
words here, Austin. I mean, that's a lot of mana. Yeah, I mean, Austin, maybe I mean, it's like not that he couldn't.
I guess we don't have to do that. We're gonna pay just 4 off of here.
Oh, there's
I mean,
Ardent
so
Elementalist.
Wow!
One piece away.
I mean, okay, so we have to realize that this is the Stone Cold Nuts. He has no way to find these cards in his deck other than a step through and drawing cards. So when I said earlier, I'm not worried about TPI, it's because they have to just draw these cards. They didn't have any way to look for them, right? So the fact that he just has it, it's just the Stone Cold Nuts. I mean, what is this hand? He had ramp, draw all of his lands, a pinger, and interaction. This is a disgusting hand.
Grab Lorien
Disgusting.
Revealed. Yes.
Ugh. Oh, it turns out that Lorien Revealed is better than Ash Barrens. You imagine if this was Ash Barrens, right? He wouldn't have drawn 3, and he wouldn't be. He's drawing 6 off this card.
I have a trigger on the bomb as well.
So he does have redundancy for other cards other than Drake, but Drake is his win line. That is the way that he makes infinite mana, and that's how he wins with a Grape Shot or with Rolling Thunder, and other stuff like that. So like you're just drawing for Drake, and it seems like he must have drawn into it or had it in his opening hand.
Displace.
But
He just has everything.
dude, he had it all. Wow,
So I just have it. I'm gonna target these 2.
he just has it.
Overpaid. Overpaid. Ardent Elemental.
So what's he gonna do to sink all this mana? He can.
You're gonna gain a bunch of life first.
Yeah, Austin, you definitely called it. I mean, we have to admit, though, that this is a very low probability that he would have all 3 of these by turn 6.
So yeah, he just goes. He's already infinite. Can kill the 2 players up north, and then.
Well, no, he actually, wait a second. With Drake and with Ghostly Flicker, he just flickers his Reckless Fireweaver, gives infinite life to Satyr Enchanter. But I don't know if he can. How does he win against Satyr Enchanter?
Flicker his dude, so that the enchantment falls off.
Oh, so it falls off. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
this
easy.
is like GG. Holy Moses! Yeah, because he makes infinite mana, then he flickers the Ardent Elementalist and the Pinger. The aura falls off, and then he does infinite damage to the table. This is nuts. This is the Stone Cold Nuts from TPI, like the
Everyone
like
picks
the
it up.
1 in 100. Wow, and that is game. TPI taking down Riches to Rags Summer 23 in spectacular fashion.
Because of
I-
Flash. The Satyr Enchanter deck.
You got me,
way
Austin.
too much aggro.
Yeah, it did. Way too much.
It doesn't need that level of hate.
No. And it depends on the pod. If Satyr Enchanter is in a pod with no combo player, and then I think that there's a good reason to maybe focus them, because the amount of cards it draws and the turning every removal spell into a kill spell, every buff into a draw, just everything drawing. It's just like really, really strong. But boy, there was a lot of. I mean, that's insane. TPI taking it down. Congratulations to Ross
And we're gonna pull them
for
in here
taking
and
it
talk to
down.
them?
Oh, we are. Yep, absolutely. I want to hear all about this. Third Path Iconoclast winning Riches to Rags. I always get Riches to Rags and Rags to Riches mixed up. Riches to Rags in this tournament here. Clay celebrating over here as the other combo TPI player on a different combo. But well played from all of the people who played at this tournament. Well played from all of the finalists. That was like turn 6 or 7, right? Turn 6 maybe?
Was it?
I think it was turn 6. Very, very fast. Mana Geyser, what was this game? Mana Geyser into Peregrine Drake, into Ardent Elementalist and Displace.
I love if you have a
with
fireball in your
Pinger
deck.
in play.
Put Mana Geyser in your deck. It's a 2-card combo. You win the game. Like if it's a past turn like 6, you're just like okay, make 30 mana, kill you. And then it's also
Wow, I'm blown away.
It's also like all kinds of combos with with all of your like Archaeomancer effects and everything like that too, it can just
Insane.
power a deck.
I played against an Ellis player.
I mean, wow. I'm kind of stunned right now. I'm shook. This is like, that was a very, very fast win off of a complete stone cold nut. I think that I would be thanking my lucky stars that I got that draw in the finals of that game. Like, holy crap. Ross is the winner of Riches to Rags Summer 2023. Congratulations. Next up is we're going to be talking with some folks, and I got to figure out how I'm going to do this. Let's see how we do this. Let's get Dallas here.
Says, I got lucky, everyone tapped out.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, right? I mean, not only were they tapped out, but he had the stone cold nuts. That's like I feel like that's a 1 in 100, maybe. Like, that's insane. Combo TPI is insane after Lorian revealed printing, reverse engineer downshift. Yeah, I mean, TPI got, ice out. It got, I mean, go back to Kamigawa, right? We got, well, I mean, yeah, let's start with a couple of the new cards. Of One Mind, relatively new. We got reverse engineer. If you're playing Pinger TPI, you've gotten like 6 Pingers in the last couple of sets. We also got Meeting of Minds, which is a 0-mana draw 2, make a token. I mean, the deck has just gotten so many good cards, and there's a lot of ways to play it. So when you sit down at a table, there's really no way of knowing unless they tell you exactly how it's built. I mean, they could be loaded on anthems, make a bunch of tokens, swing for huge amounts of damage,
Austin.
and then yeah,
Right,
and then
Austin
you get to
adds-
play Murmuring Mass. Yeah.
Murmuring Mystic.
And you get to, yeah, I mean, there was all this question about whether you play Murmuring Mystic and TPI, and I think from the beginning I was pretty confident that TPI was going to be overall a more dynamic deck than Murmuring Mystic, and then they downshifted Murmuring Mystic, and it was like, oh, I guess we just get to play another. And the funny thing is that Murmuring Mystic is just another pinger in the deck if you have Impact Tremors or if you have Witty Roastmaster. It doesn't die to the sweepers that your entire board does, so you can rebuild really quick. It's a second copy of your commander that you only have to pay 1 command tax on. It's twice the cost, right? But it's phenomenal. Woe giving us a new catapult. We got Disruption Protocol. We got Ice Out. We got Voltage Surge. We got Improvised Club. We got Heartfire back as far as War of the Spark. But man, yeah, this deck has just gotten incredibly juiced over the last couple of sets. So, I mean, yeah, there we go. TPI putting in work. Yeah, securing its place is definitely like one of the legendary commanders, non-legendary, but legendary commanders of cPDH. Fair to say that TPI is going to be sticking around for the long haul, Robert?
Yeah, that's nothing but impressive. I've been on Murmuring Mystic, and I'm like, just
what am I doing?
Finding more reasons to not,
Yeah,
I don't care about the flying. I want them to be artifacts. I want red.
And look at this too. Like, we didn't see this in the game, but like TPI can tutor for Murmuring Mystic, for Ardent Elementalist. I think is Elementalist a shaman actually? It's not a wizard, is it?
I thought it was Ardent. Let me see.
I think it's a shaman.
It's a human shaman. You're right.
So you can tutor for Archaeomancer, you can tutor for Murmuring Mystic, you can tutor for Vidalcan Aether Mage. I mean, there's so many things you can tutor for where like TPI can be like a go-wide control deck. It can be an aggressive deck if you wanted to play it that way. You can play little bits of both. Like in my TPI list, I used to have Pack Attack and Volatile Claws as ways to just end the game. You take 10 tokens, you swing them at everybody, and you hit everybody with 4/1s. I don't play that anymore because the pingers have gotten so good that I'd rather just play pingers, right? Like the pingers are, they're good at every stage of the game, whereas the Volatile Claws is a protection against sweepers. For those of you who don't know, Volatile Claws has some basically some flavor text on it that gives all your creature types to your creatures, which means Breath Weapon, Fiery Cannonade, Eye Blight, Massacre don't work on your tokens because they're pirates and dragons. While also being a way to kill your opponent. The pack attack draws a card. You can be playing all of these cards in this deck. Like, you could see a world where he has Peregrine Drake Flicker, and these Anthems in the deck, and Pingers, and Fireball, and Ashnod's Altar, right? It would stretch the deck in a lot of different ways. You could also be doing Banishing Knack with an aggro backup, or aggro primary with a Banishing Knack, because Steelfin Whale is just a 1-mana 3/4 Vigilance, and Mirror Enforcer and Sojourner's Companion are 0-mana 4/4s that you can kill people with. So there's so many things you can do. And he wasn't playing either of the Wizard Cyclers, which makes it even more impressive that he won that game. Right? Like, he didn't tutor for any of that. He just drew it. And he drew it when he had a cost reducer, a pinger, and everybody was tapped out. Like, crazy. Insane. And I think he could have even fought through interaction there.
I think so.
Right?
I mean, he had mana left over after he went, before he resolved his, mana geyser. And so maybe he would have been choked on blue a little bit at that point, but
right.
it looked like he had it.
Yeah, he had it very firmly in the bag. There was basically no attacking that game. There was one attack from the Okiba Reckoner raid, and everybody died.
Yeah, combo is still...
That's wild. It's very good.
The meta shifts back because people like playing other kinds of decks. But if I am just making a purely analytical choice, I know that combo is still... you just want to do something very proactive. Like when you show up to a tournament like this.
I think that there's definitely validity to that. I would push back a little bit on that concept, because part of the thing is that I talk a lot about game theory in our games, and or when we're building decks, and this right here was kind of like the example of a very niche thing happening, right? Like where the combo player went off, there was no interaction for it at all. Everybody was tapped out. Everybody had fought over each other. He had every piece of his combo wrapped up in his hand, along with Mana Geyser, Cost Reducer, Pinger. I mean, it's just a stone cold nuts, right? But if I'm going to a tournament, I generally wouldn't want to take a combo deck, because the combo deck sits down at the table and immediately says, I'm going to try and kill all of you all at once. And if you're going to do that, you want to be playing something that can defend itself. So if I played a combo deck at a tournament, I would play TPI, or I would play Abdel. Both of these, or Gretchen could be another one, because Gretchen has a 0/4 for 2 mana in the command zone that blocks a lot of damage, has Weather the Storm, Tangle, Spore Cloud, all these ways to lock everybody's combat down. But basically the TLDR, I think, is that you want to come to these tournaments and to these competitive events ready to tango against everything that's available. You need ways to stop combat. You need ways to gain life. You need ways to apply pressure to people if you're not a combo deck that don't involve the combat step through pingers. And then if you're playing combo, you need to be able to defend yourself. And TPI does that exceptionally well. I mean, I've played against Clay a number of times where he's assembling his combo creatures and he has 10 tokens in play. And it's like, how am I supposed to kill you right now? How am I supposed to tempo your life total down so that you have to react to me instead of just digging for combo cards?
Yeah, what does a Rasad deck do against that? Of just I just never attack through you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just Rasad, it's every Gut deck. Yeah. I think that Gut, came out really hot the gates to prey on combo players. And this was before Abdel and TPI were around. And it won a lot of games, and it did really, really well because it was so proactive. It did so much damage, right? Producing hasty 4/1s is more than a 4/1 because they've got haste and they're evasive. With TPI and Abdel, I wouldn't want to be touching Gut with a 10-foot pole, because your 4/1s get wasted on 1/1s.
Yeah.
And you don't convert damage. If I was playing, I think the way to be playing Gut right now is you want to be on Throne. You want to be on Rakdos Gut so that you can grind, so that when your stuff dies, you ping people. You get Nadir's Nightblade, you get Mirkwood Bats, you get Falconwrath Noble, you get all of these ways to ping people with your stuff, maybe even Hissing Iguanar, so that even when you're swinging and things are dying, you're still pushing damage on people in a way that's meaningful. And then because you're in Rakdos, you have better card advantage to support better interaction to play a bit of a proactive mid-range game plan. Also getting access to better initiative cards if you wanted to be doing that. But having the pinger in the command zone is really, really big. But man, Gut Leader would be a sad place to be, because if your skeleton is a 6/3, it still just kills 2 1/1s.
They
Right?
throw in the
And the
extra
1/1s
one for, yeah, I'll just not deal with the next
to like
turn.
kill your creature. Yeah. I mean, like the Orzhov Abdel player had 17 1/1s at one point.
Mhm.
I mean, the TPI player had like 8 tokens in play. What are you supposed to do against that? Like you can sweep their board with like kind of bad cards like End the Festivities, Electrickery. And I call them bad because they're so narrow.
Yeah.
They do hit those decks, but they're really bad against everything else. You have echoing effects, which are great. But yeah, I mean, I think going into these tournaments, you definitely want to be considering like a lot of different lines, right? There's going to be combo players there. You need to have interaction for them. You want to be doing something proactive, whether that's combo or pingers or something aggressive. That's important, right? Like we even see the Rilsa player there. If the Rilsa player was lower to the ground, drawing cards and hitting people the entirety of the game, that might have been a little bit different, right? But instead they had like things that kind of didn't impact the board very much very early. So Austin mentions Smash to Dust as well, since it can it can also Electrickery, but it has other options. Smash to Dust is an option you can play. The funny thing about Smash to Dust is that Artifact Destruction is not very good in the format, in my opinion. If it was mass Artifact Destruction, like a Meltdown, that'll go in every red deck ever printed, because it'll blow up all the rocks. But we don't have anything like that. We don't have a mass Artifact Destruction spell. And so Artifact Destruction, especially at sorcery speed, your targets are Whisper Silk Cloak, Nurok Stealth Suit, Ashnod's Altar, Cranial Plating. Maybe an Abdel player has no other way to pay off of their combo, so you hit their Hierophant's Chalice, or maybe like an ETB like Scry or something. But Artifact Destruction is just like, I don't play a Braid. Let me put it that way.
Oh.
I just don't play the card.
I mean, I don't run any in
think
my mono white deck. I just don't feel like it's necessary. I'll devote way too many slots to enchantment removal, but I won't do artifact removal.
Oh, I don't know if it was way too many, man. Your Thraben Watcher deck plays a lot of these creatures like Felidar. What's it called? Felidar. It's the pup, right? The cub. Felidar Cub.
Yeah, Rana
These
Unicorn.
2-mana 2/2s. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That you can Keening Apparition. Your Cathar Commando, your Westfold.
I guess I have
Rider.
Cathar Commando, and that's like my one way to remove an artifact. But I've been fine.
Yeah.
I haven't really missed it.
Yeah.
Like sometimes there's like the errant equipment that like, yeah, their dude's a changeling now, and so they can combo. Or like
Rune Stalactite.
Yeah, Rune Stalactite.
That is a good point.
And
yeah, that is
Altar
worth
are worth considering. But
I mean, that's like Ashnod's Altar plays in so few decks.
Mhm.
It's not a big part of the meta. I would say focusing on Enchantment Destruction is way more effective. Getting rid of an Ophidian Eye on a pinger, getting rid of Freed from the Real, getting rid of like any aura that a Gretchen player has, getting rid of a Candlekeep Sage that is coming out of the hand, not the command zone, because that's where it normally will be, is out of the hand. These are all like infinitely better than teching against artifacts. If you can tech against artifacts in a way that doesn't reduce the quality of your deck, sure, that's great. But like a Braid does not kill Abdel. And I don't care about the Hierophant's Chalice. I don't care about the artifacts that they have in play. Abdel, I don't want them to make tokens, right? So a Braid not killing Abdel is huge. That's why in TPI I play Voltage Surge, Galvanic Blast, Heartfire, Improvised Club. Everything that I do that's removal is all 4 damage or more. Like I've even considered cutting Bolt, which is crazy because the card is really, really good, but you need removal that hits bigger stuff. And 3 damage also doesn't hit Pneumatic Wall. There doesn't hit Dargo, doesn't stop those things. So the caliber of the removal you need to be playing has got to be high. If you're in black, then it's just all the good black removal. But yeah. And then Austin says, or just Electrickery. And Electrickery is a fine mode against certain meta decks. It can, ruin, all the skeletons of a gut player. You know, it can take out TPI tokens, and they are cheap, but they just
But I'd rather be in black
if you're
doing like Whale of the Nim or
yeah
the one with cycling, suffocating fumes. Like that feels great. But like dedicating
yep
slots to just like ping everything for one, maybe like Cosmotronic Wave, the 4 mana
yeah that's
sorcery.
that's an option. Yeah. So Cosmotronic Wave is a 4 mana sorcery. It makes everything not block. And if you're playing TPI, that is an option. You can also like wipe all the TPI tokens away and make it so that you can kill another player because they can't block. Those are options too. But generally speaking, if you're in red, I would recommend just playing Breath Weapon, Fiery Cannonade, Sulphurous Blast. If you have creatures that fly like Crackling Drake, then you're on Swirling Sandstorm. You know, Bloodfire Infusion is another good one to sack and blow up the board. You can also play Martyr of Ashes, which is a 1/1 that can sack the board. Krark Clan Shaman is another option. And then there's also just Rolling Thunder and Fireball. And I like all of those infinitely more than Electricity effects because they're just that much more flexible. I mean, Fireball and Rolling Thunder just kill players too.
Yeah.
You know, or your TPI and you play Massive Raid. Somebody goes to like kill all your stuff and you kill them on the stack and turn off their counterspell, or you turn off their sweeper because they're dead and their spell falls off the stack. But Austin mentions too, 3 damage doesn't hit Gretchen or Murmuring Mystic. It doesn't hit Steelfin Whale, which is the Banishing Gnat combo card. It doesn't hit Sojourner's Companion or Mirror Enforcer, which can be part of Impact Tremors, Witty Roastmaster, TPI, Banishing Gnat type thing. Yeah, Bolt just doesn't kill a whole lot these days. You probably want to be on Galvanic Blast. Bolt's still good enough because it deals damage to face. If you're in TPI, Bolt regularly translates to 5 damage to face. And if you have like all these other burn spells that can go face as well, then you're able to basically burn people out of the game, which is good. So I think Artifact Destruction not as great. You know, there may be a time when it gets better, but it does kill Armix, but everything kills Armix, I guess. So
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Like Foundry Inspector, but Foundry Inspector has 2 toughness.
I'd really be watching
Ethereum
like
Sculptor is a 1/1.
how much is Malcolm and Rune Stalactite around? Like that's been my primary concern. That and
It is.
Ashnod's
It
Altar
is.
are like, you just gotta watch those.
Yeah.
If they get too out of control, then throw some Artifact
Yep.
Destruction in there.
And
but
and like
right now,
cranial
no.
plating and
Cranial
well, and
plating.
actually here I would say the best target for Artifact Destruction is actually Nurok Stealth Suit, because Nurok Stealth Suit is a big part of Gretchen. They slide that thing on there and you can't interact with that part of the combo anymore, and the creatures are the most vulnerable part. So you know, having instant speed way to destroy a Nurok Stealth Suit when they don't have mana is good.
But it's
that
easy
is
to
a thing
find
you
an
can do.
excuse to like take that Artifact Destruction out of your deck because you're like, well, I could just interact on the stack with this other part before they do it, and then you end up not running
Yeah.
it anyway.
Just like kill the creature.
Just
Just kill the creature. Don't destroy the planning to kill the Whisper Silk Cloak is planning around the wrong axis in the same way that destroying a Hierophant's Chalice from an Abdel player is playing on the wrong axis, right? We don't want to be responding to those things that way. We don't want Abdel resolving and making tokens. We want it to resolve and kill it, or to not resolve at all. And with the Gretchen, we just don't want the creature to survive. So, you know, it's reacting to a stage of the game where things are kind of far gone if you're blowing up a Nurok Stealth Suit with like a sorcery speed Artifact Destruction spell. You know, I think that's definitely one way to look. Austin mentions that TPI wasn't playing Bolt.
Respectable.
I mean, yeah, completely. In fact, let's take a look at the list that we've got here. We're going to pull up the TPI list, and we're going to take a look and see what there is to see.
So Nate Diggity
let's go.
asks, do we know the decks in the finals yet? I think if your question is, do we have the lists? I think Ryan does. If your question is excited about the finals coming up, they're over. They ended real quick.
Yeah. It ended real quick. That was an extraordinarily explosive win from the TPI player. I've never seen anything like that, and frankly, I've never done anything like that in TPI. I don't even think Clay has. I mean, Clay's fastest wins were probably, you know, turn 7 or something like that. But that was disgusting. So let's get. I'm gonna get Dallas reaching out here. If you want to take a look at this list here, I'm going to send a link to you. This is the list that won. And Lobert, would you pull that up and offer a little commentary on this while I hit up Dallas and get the winner on an interview here?
Sure, yeah. So I'm going to actually address Nate's question first. He says, what was the finals then? There was, let's see, if I can remember this, what was the top left one? I'll skip it. Top right was Abdel Candlekeep Sage. Bottom right was Third Path Iconoclast, which ended up taking it down very quickly. And then in the last position was... Oh, it was Rilsa in the top left. And then in the bottom left, it was Satyr Enchanter, who just got pushed into a
Absolutely
the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, the table basically held their head underwater until the bubbles stopped, and the bubbles did stop. It was a firm thrashing for, and it was interesting because when we were talking, you remember when I said I would have just run that Satyr out, right?
Yeah.
I would still do that because I don't think that the Satyr player was at all a problem there. I think that they did get kind of bullied. And I would do the same thing even. And sometimes you have to know when when a series of plays didn't work out for you, right? And Nate says sad Rakdos noises. Yeah, I mean there was a lot of black and a lot of red there, so you've got a good mix. TPI is like half Rakdos, and Rilsa Rail performed really well as well, and Rilsa's black, so there you go.
It does turn out Blue is pretty good, Austin. Oof.
Turns out Blue, yeah.
I do want to.
Big vibe.
So I do want to kind of go over how that last turn went. It all they had Third Path Iconoclast in play. They had a pinger that was enchanted by the Satyr Enchanter. It's Spirit Link, I think, so that whenever they pinged everyone, the Enchanter was gaining life as well. And then they just kind of like out of nowhere, just Mana Geyser for 13 mana. Played a Peregrine Drake, followed it up with Ardent Elementalist, and I think they
won the game.
I think they got back a Lorien revealed. Drew 3 off of that, had plenty of mana left over, and then played Displace, and then just like flickered everything, removed the enchantment off of their Kessig Flame Breather, continued to ping everyone until everyone died. So it was like a very kind of out of nowhere combo, if you can call having TPI and Kessig Flame Breather out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, incredibly explosive, stone cold nuts in the finals. Everybody tapped out and they just went for it. Like, yeah, that's when you do it, right? And I think another thing too is one of the beauties of like TPI as a combo deck is that your ability to combo is very synergistic with the deck. So if you look at a lot of these cards, like, you look at the, if you're doing a Fidian Eye combo, for example, that's a soft combo, but it's just a big card advantage thing where you generally tend to win the game once you have like a Curiosity Effect. The Curiosity Effect with all the pingers, you play more pingers than any deck in the format. So it's really strong.
Although the winning deck is only playing like three pingers with Gutter Snipe, Reckless Fireweaver, and Kessig Flame Breather. Yeah.
Kessig Flame Breather. Yeah, and it's worth mentioning too that they could have gone deeper, right? Like they could have basically eliminated all of their like payoff spells. So like Capsize doesn't even need to be in the deck. All you need is a pinger, right? A pinger, you flicker it infinitely, deal infinite damage to the table. You don't even need something like Whispers of the Muse, which is not in here, I believe. His main payoffs were Deep Analysis and Grape Shot, Rolling Thunder. He does have Pack Attack. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think we did see him play that in a previous round.
I didn't see that. Wow, that's impressive. But yeah, like there's a lot, and then he just had this Ashnod's Altar in there too. And the crazy thing is that the Drift of Phantasms finds Ashnod's Altar. It also finds Tandem Lookout. It finds Gutter Snipe. It finds Displace and Ghostly Flicker. It finds Pack Attack. Like, Drift of Phantasms is very good in this particular deck.
But I like with this deck,
So
like this deck, being like low on pingers and everything, I think is really cool. There's lots of like with the catapult, I was wondering when it was spoiled, I'm like, are we getting enough now that you just run the premium, the best, 3 mana
only
is
the
too
best
much.
ones.
We don't
Yeah.
we don't even need summoning sickness, like we don't need them to actually tap to do damage anymore. If you just pick the best ones, especially with TPI where like you get Reckless Fireweaver in addition to just the instant and sorcery ones, it's just triggering on everything.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's a world where, you know, because what we have to pay attention to is that WotC signals what is reasonable when they're printing cards. They signal what they think is fine. And what we're getting is set after set, more and more pingers. We got Witty Roastmaster, we got Ingenious Artillerist, we got Erebor Weaponsmith, we got Catapult. Like, that's every single set has given us a new pinger, basically. So pingers are very much on the menu in red. And what about black? We got Nadir's Nightblade, we got Mirkwood Bats, we got the new, what's it called? The new Nightmare card that that triggers when enchantments leave the battlefield. That one works in the new Tabby. What is it? The new Twisted Witch deck. You know, like just a lot of ways to apply pressure on a lot of different axes that don't even involve combat. And yeah, that's strong. I mean, it's where you want to be, right? Maybe there's some sort of a black deck that's a spell slinger deck. Like, what about this? What if you played Gut, like Gut, Agent of the Iron Throne, and then you played all of the token makers? So, you know, your Goblin Instigator, Hordling Outburst, Mog War Marshal, Dragon Fodder, Krenko's Command, you know, what's the 1/1 for one that makes a treasure when it dies? The, it's a pirate.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Impulsive Pilferer?
Impulsive Pilferer. Yep. You play all of these. You play Molten Rebirth, and then you play Nadir's Nightblade. You play all of the pingers that trigger off of instants and sorceries. You play all the pingers that trigger off of creatures. And you could just have like a Rakdos Spellslinger pinger deck that also just makes 4/1s out of its creatures. You could play like Hissing Iguanar to punish people for killing your board. Play Falconwrath Noble. You could play Bloodseeker and Trespasser's Curse. I mean, there's some insane stuff you can be doing with these cards. And so when we look at these signals from WotC, we can anticipate what decks are going to continue to get better. Any deck that it might be that you just start cutting cards that are really, really good to find space for pingers. I mean, I just cut Teach by Example, which is busted in TPI, to make room for Catapult. I mean, that says it all right there. I mean, that's...
So what is the thing about Catapult? Because they all have
and
some
did I mention...
special ability in addition. Let's see.
Yep. And so let's see. Let's take this here and move this over here for the time being, just so we can look up cards. But if you're, you know, Catapult has Defender. You can also search. You can tutor for it with Shield Wall Sentinel. Yeah, like very gross. We can take a look at what I've got here for this deck, but here's all the pingers you can play in the deck. You know, it's a lot. There's a lot of them. Erebor, Flamesmith, Firebrand Archer, and how many of these are new? 1 new, 2 new, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 11 pingers I have here are new. They're just been printed. 7. Yeah, I mean, TPI is a good place to be. Very good place to be.
Yeah.
Some of the tech that I use in the deck as well. Resculpt is exceptional in the deck for you know, making an attacker, killing something, and then when they get the 4/4, they're gonna swing it at you oftentimes because they want that damage to matter. So you just throw 1/1s under the bus. But it's also just terminate, basically. We got Filigree Attendant recently, which I didn't see in any of the lists there. This is a Crackling Drake that you just have in your deck. 4 mana, you know, star 3 for a flying creature that, you know, regularly grows to like 13, 14 power. You know, It's strong. And then in terms of removal, like look at this Aether Spellbomb. It's like a who's who. Some of the best removal spells you can play. Aether Spellbomb, Galvanic Blast, Lightning Bolt. Outnumber is just another copy of Scred. You have Scred, Voltage Surge, Boomerang, Echoing Truth, Heartfire, Club, Massive Raid. Backed up by some of the best card advantage spells you can possibly play. These are the most efficient card advantage spells you can possibly play. The only ones you don't have here are Rush of Knowledge and Airborne Aid. Those are the only ones you don't get.
And Rush of Knowledge is 5 mana,
and
so you're not like heartbroken about, I'll just play the free ones.
yeah, right. Like Rush of Knowledge is more efficient or is higher volume when you have a big creature that you can draw a lot off of, but you're not like sad that you don't have it. Airborne Aid is another copy of Distant Melody, and you could play Airborne Aid in here too because of Murmuring Mystic.
It's a,
That's so
it's a
disgusting.
stretch a little bit, because like
It's
only
not
works
good.
with
You
one
shouldn't do
card,
that. Yeah, you shouldn't do that, but you could. It's a could. And it's a great home for Lotus Petal. Next cards I'm going to be trying to find room for are Ashnod's Altar, which I'm going to put into my considering here, because Ashnod's Altar is good, and then Rolling Thunder as well for a selective board wipe, and maybe even Fireball as options. You could play Kavarik's Torch as well, which is hard to counter. So Dallas says they aren't. We'll have to get them. Okay, cool. So our interview with the winner will be something we're going to do another time. Looks like they had to bounce. They took their winnings and they headed out to go spend that money, I'm sure. Take it and run. Get out when you're ahead. No more games of Magic for the next week. He spent his good luck on that insane hand. I mean, what are the odds of that hand? It might even be less than 1 in 100. Peregrine Drake, Mana Geyser, Cost Reducer, Pinger, TPI, Ghostly Flicker, and Ardent Elementalist with protection.
If he didn't draw into any of it, like he may have like not had the displace or something until like he cast the Lorien Revealed. I don't know, but he still drew into it.
Insane.
It is pretty crazy.
That's buck wild.
They didn't draw that many cards that game, if I'm remembering right. Like a lot of that was just
they drew off Lorien Revealed.
That was like
yeah, that was mostly in their opening hand. Well, so they did get back Lorien Revealed, and they did cast it, I think, didn't they? So they
did it twice
cast
then?
it the first time. So they drew an extra 6 cards, but they didn't really have any. I think they had 1 card selection spell. They did have a Ponder that they deployed early on. But wow, I mean, it was just all there.
It was hard
you
to
couldn't ask
remember
for
because like we've been watching this TPI player just like go
run tables.
Yeah, run the tables exactly, for a while, and it was just that. It just looked like exactly like that. Like cast Lorien Revealed, bring back Lorien Revealed. Like
yeah,
oh, very impressive.
Yeah. Very, very strong. And Lorien Revealed, also not a small upgrade to TPI. Lorien Revealed being both a spell and a land that's going to make a body and draw you 3 means that your top decks of that versus Ash Barrens are so good. Even Oliphant. I play Oliphant in there because it's just another copy of Ash Barrens. And sometimes you cast it and you have a 6/4 that like buffs up your tokens and kills people. And these are shuffle effects. So if you want to maximize your brainstorm, go ahead, right? Play your Maestros Theater, it'd be like Maestros Theater, it'd be Ash Barrens, Evolving Wilds, the Terramorphic Expanse, Oliphant, the Lorien Revealed. You can shuffle off of Ponder. You can also go through the cards that you brainstormed with Preordain. Portent also shuffles. You can maximize Brainstorm, and Brainstorm is kind of a weird card in the format because when you can't shuffle with Brainstorm, it's not that good.
Yeah.
It's not that good. It's not staple, in my opinion. You have to have a very good deck for it. I could theoretically take TPI, and I could, add some of that into it. You do have a lot of ways to clear the top deck. If you get the initiative, that's another way to do it. You like brainstorm, hit the initiative player, shuffle off Secret Entrance is another way to do it too.
But something like Opt or Consider so much of the time is just more consistent. And this is a format where you want to hit your land drops. So like getting rid of those isn't as high value as it is in 60 card, where like you want to hit 3 or 4 lands and then you want to be done. in
Yeah, you'd send all the lands to the bottom, you shuffle them away. It's like Legacy,
yeah.
right? You just don't want those lands anymore.
But in
Um,
Commander, where the commander tax keeps increasing, you have to play those lands. It doesn't matter if you shuffled them away, unless you're replacing them with like 2-for-1s or whatever. But then that's more work. So like, might as well just play the thing that is consistently always better most of the time. Not to say
yep.
like Brainstorm, you never
It's
play
still
it.
1 mana dig 3,
You never,
right?
yeah, you still play it sometimes, but it's a deck construction cost that's real.
So take a look at this, okay? Just for perspective on what a cool commander this is. Look at the number of cards different between my deck and his. That is everything but the lands.
67.
67 cards different? These are completely different decks.
Wow.
You know, it's wild, absolutely wild. You know, the shared cards here in the deck are going to be like lands, some of the busted draw spells, you know, Murmuring Mystic, of course, Meeting of Minds, Lorien Revealed, Distant Melody, all the stuff that you would never leave home without, right? Like, you know, Ponder, Preordain, you know, Consider and Opt are pretty good too. The Mana Rocks are generically something you want because they're making tokens and accelerating you. Of One Mind, Thoughtcast, Shared Discovery, Reverse Engineer. I mean, all this stuff is like pretty staple for I think this archetype, Gutter Snipe. But wow, what a huge difference in decks. Crazy, absolutely crazy to me. It's awesome though.
Yeah.
And you can see that, you know, even with this list here too, they could totally shave on some of these effects. Like Energy Refractor doesn't need to be in the deck because it just works with Ashnod's Altar. And it's really like you usually have 2 red, so you can Rolling Thunder no problem.
They are,
you know,
they
Ashnod's
are
Altar.
on Mana Geyser.
Mana Geyser to turn this into blue is another option as well.
Yeah.
But you could see like Cloud of Fairies could go, Energy Refractor could go, Una's Grace could just become another like
Energy
Lembas or
Refractor
something
draws you
that's
a
like
card too, doesn't it?
it does.
So,
It does. But I think
it's not
for
the
Energy
worst.
Refractor, you could also just play Lembas, right? And scry 1, draw 1, and then gain 3 life. And then maybe draw it again because it shuffles its way back in if you sack it. Or like Candy Trail, which is basically the same card. You know, but other than that, like Commander Sphere, I think also can just be a 2-mana rock, like the Springleaf Drum and the Flywheel Racer could go in there. But the rest of this is perfectly reasonable. You know, like this is a very, very nicely built deck and with an excellent player. I love the Cleansing Wildfire. I gotta say,
Yeah.
I think I need to add that to my sideboard as well. Because Cleansing Wildfire, if you have an artifact land in play, is an amazing spell. And you know, at the very least, you tag a Mystic Sanctuary, an Opal Palace, a Study Hall,
Bounce land, something
bounce land,
disenchanted.
or yeah, a land with 4 auras on it. You know, like it's a very good card, and at the very least, it's drawing you another card.
Yeah, the floor is
so
so
I like
high on
this.
that card.
It is. And Cleansing Wildfire is also tutorable with Muddle the Mixture, which is important as well, because it basically becomes like you have 2 land destruction spells in your deck. But its job isn't just that. It does other things. And that's important, right? You really want your spells to do multiple things. You know, Arcane Denial fits that same pattern where you can, like, if you want to draw a ton of cards, you go like, you know, Gataxian Probe, Arcane Denial Mound, Gataxian Probe to just draw 3. Or like Springleaf Drum, I don't need it. It's late game. Arcane Denial, draw 3, get a bunch of cards. You know, these cards that have flexible uses are really strong. They're really strong. Some of the other notable decks that we should take a look at here from the event. Let's pull up some of the other ones. We've got our Ellis Ilkor deck here, and we've got the Rilsa deck, and we've got Abdel. And then we can also go ahead and look at, let's see what the final standings here, because I'm kind of curious the other people who placed well. So we had Ross in position who won, Garrett, who was on, can't remember what Garrett was on. He might have been Rilsa. I'm not sure. But Ross, Garrett, Brendan, Bobby, and then Wayne with the Illis Ilkor as well. And then Chum Guzzler, I think, was on Abdel as well. Or no, Gretchen. So we'll take a look at that one too. Many of these are going to be pretty stock. if I was to guess, right? Because they're, these are like well-established commanders. So let's take a look at Bobby's Abdel Candlekeep Sage deck. Okay, so we have, oh, what is happening? Something else is opening. I didn't ask for it to open. Oh, looks like my Discord crashed here. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Bring that back over here. It's going to sign me back in and find our friend. There you are. There you are. My Discord crashed. As I was saying before, the Patreon is for the Buy Ryan a New Computer fund. I desperately need it. So make sure if you are interested, you can check it out on the Patreon below, patreon.com/common connoisseurs, where you can support us for $2, $5, $10, $20, or $50 a month, and all sorts of ever expanding array of goodies. There's a lot of good stuff we're offering up to people there. So, but Abdel here, a lot of cool stuff. We've got fairly stock on the creatures. We have the Standard Bearer in here, which is a really powerful stacks effect to protect the combo. You have to kill the Standard Bearer before you can stop the flicker. We have Citra Priest as an infinite combo outlet. It's also gaining you life, and it's hurting other players. Feels like this is like one of the best cards in the whole deck, right? Yeah. Like so many different modalities. Stonehorn Dignitary to set up locks on people. You have Repository Scab as a really cool Archaeomancer to use your tokens as basically a 4-mana Archaeomancer that has a 3/3 body. You even have like Meldweb Curator, and this one puts it on top, which you'd say, oh, well, that's not good enough. Well, you have a lot of ways to draw that top card with Candlekeep Sage, right? Candlekeep Sage completely warps this deck into playing like the best Archaeomancers because you can play the ones that put them on top, like Biblioplex Assistant is another one of them, and then you just draw them with Abdel. But the Meldweb Curator is also really good. I really like that these are 3 toughness. They don't die to sweepers. He has Shipwreck Dowser, which is the new Archaeomancer that also doesn't die to sweepers. It's very strong card.
The Biblioplex Assistant, I know against more experienced players, they will recognize that as a combo piece, but not everyone will.
But other people might not. No, they might not know exactly what you're doing.
And while they're trying to figure it out, like running through, like, okay, what does that go? What do they have to assemble? Because that's always part of the table talk is like, okay, what parts are they missing? How close are they? Do we have to worry about them? That it just that's an easy one to be like, no, it's fine, but then it's not.
Yep. Totally, like kind of not fine, right?
Yeah.
We've got Spellbomb. Astrolabe is not a card I really like most of the time, but in this deck, it does draw your deck, right? If you don't have Candlekeep Sage. So, it does have uses there. You can see this is a big blue deck, right? This is a big blue deck. A lot of ramp.
And I will go on record and say I love Arkham's Astrolabe. I think that card is insane. I put it...
Yeah, it's busted in Legacy, where it used to be. Busted in Pauper, where it used to be. But it's only one card, right? So it's like you get a redraw. It's an artifact. I don't find room for it very often, I guess, is kind of the thing. I don't usually have mana problems, I guess, is like color problems.
It's just like there's a lot of decks where like having just a spare permanent can enable some weird things. Like I don't know, if you need to sacrifice something, or like in Abdel, it's of course just when Abdel flickers, it's just another draw, and it only costs you 1 mana to do it.
It's very good here.
Yeah.
I think it's very good here. Yeah. Absolutely. But you can see there's a heavy bias towards 2-mana rocks, even so much as to play Fractured Power Stone and Prismatic Lens.
Yeah.
Cards that don't often see play unless the deck really cares about going 2, 3, untap with 6 mana. Nice healthy mana base here. We've got some sack lands that gain life. Something I'm not seeing here that I really think players need to be playing is they need to be playing the Alabaster Host Intercessor, because in this deck it is a repeat removal spell that's also just a land, right? Like it's so free to put in your deck. So it's basically like and if you've got like a Dargo hitting you really hard, or some commander damage that's coming in really hot, The ability to flicker it and do that over and over again is really good.
I will
We
speak
can see they're
against it a
playing generous
little
gift.
bit because it is
Uh-huh.
sorcery speed. It is
Yes.
repeatable with like flickers. So if you're already in that, maybe
Yep.
consider it. But like
Yep.
if you're a deck that wants to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like just like curve out perfectly, it is going to cost you a little bit of mana to hit those.
Yeah, that's true.
And
We should say too, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are rocks, right? So a
yeah,
6 mana card. It's also a 3/4. It's a great blocker, good attacker. It's not every deck that wants to play it, but I think in a flicker deck or a deck that reanimates, which is a lot of decks, any Orzhov deck wants to be playing it. This deck has the ability to flicker very easily. It's quite strong there. But yeah, probably not every deck, but most of the decks that I play, I feel like that it wants to be there. So look at this. We have Peak and we have Gitaxian Probe as ways to check people's hand.
yes.
This is still a very proactive Abdel deck. We have Generous Gift, Snap, Planner Incision can hit your opponent's creatures.
Your
There's
opponent's artifacts too. That's a really weird
yeah,
one. Planar Incision is special.
it is. And a card that you pointed out in your live stream that I want to mention as well is Reality Ripple. A lot of blue graveyard focused decks that don't want to have their graveyard interacted with. I never see that card played. They're playing, what's the 2 mana that makes a 4/4? They're playing, let's see if we can find it here. It is called, it's in removal. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting this. Resculpt. They're playing like Resculpt, but Resculpt gives your opponent a 4/4, which can tango with your Abdel and all the other stuff. Whereas Reality Ripple phases it out, and it hits artifacts, it hits lands, it can stop a Gretchen player for a moment. I think Reality Ripple would be a great card for this, for clearing graveyard hate as well as clearing any blocker. It's also like a form of protection, right?
I would say that the
You
reason
can
that the player is probably not is because there are so many effects that it already has that protect its own
yeah,
things that it needs to find more slots like for things that
yeah,
are more proactive or interacting in
right.
different ways because it already does that very well.
Yeah, that's a good point for sure. And it should be worth mentioning too that when you're playing a card like Resculpt, if you're Abdel, you have 1/1s to block that thing, right? So it's absolutely within the realm of reason. This is a very focused deck, and you've got your Journey to Nowhere and Oblivion Ring. Omen of the Sea is very good in the deck too. You could even see a world where they play cards like Lembus and Candy Trail over like Ponder Preordain and Gitaxian Probe, because they're permanents that you can flicker, and they can gain life, and they scry, they draw cards. They're pretty damn good, and we're going to continue to get more of those. So yeah, this is the deck. You've got some cost reducers as well, but lots of answers to a lot of different things, and very, very intentional, very proactive about what it's doing. Like, look here too. The only major draw spell in the whole deck is Lorien Revealed. Yeah. That's the only one. That's wild. And think about this, like Abdel could be playing Distant Melody. It could be playing Of One Mind. It could be playing Keep Watch. You could be playing massive draw spells in the deck too, where you're essentially able to either convert your opponent's attackers into cards or your own attackers into cards, or just draw off of them. Like any of those games where Abdel was sitting on like 10 tokens, you just draw 10 cards.
I think the argument against something like that is those are win more, and Abdel is such a target that everybody's going to be keeping you from ever getting off of the ground.
From making the 1/1s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although we didn't see that play out in this tournament. The Abdels were making 1/1s all over the place. Like people weren't respecting the fact that you need to kill it on the stack or counter it, right? To like deal with it. So I think you're right that that those cards are maybe a bit win more. I think that's a possibility, unless you're playing an Abdel deck that has ways to protect those things better. I foresee an Abdel deck. Maybe I'll have to build it on live stream, where you actually have like a mid-range beatdown plan, and you play stuff like Guardian's Pledge to like protect your 1/1s, but also just to kill people, or like a Kythion's Tactics, or a Silver Flame Ritual, or for Wrath and Ruin. There's all sorts of stuff you could do to like take all these 1/1s that you make make it very, very safe. You play protection, you play counter spells for Abdel, and then you just have these like tucked in win conditions all throughout. Instead of leaning super, super hard into the combo, you could kind of lean out of the combo and then have like a very defensible strategy as well.
That
Because I think when people know what Abdel is doing, it's one of the most dangerous combo decks in the whole format.
but what it does really well is Possum. And being a mid-range, like, I care about my creatures that are in play, I want to have dudes in play, gives up a lot of your ability to Possum and be like, look, all I have is a couple of rocks, you know? And that's
Yeah.
what that deck
Although
does better
I don't,
than anyone.
they never get away with possuming with me.
Well,
A
sure.
couple of rocks is like that's exactly what they want to be doing, right? So like I guess what I'm thinking about is embracing the aggro that we're gonna
But
get
how many
and
players are
trying to
Ryan
fight
from the
that.
Common Connoisseurs? Like, they're not. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, that could be. Maybe I'm planning for a meta where people are where it's more like legacy or modern, where it's all face off. You know exactly what they're doing. You know that the person goes grief on turn 1 and you know you're going to get scammed. You know if a person goes Tron land that they're Tron. You know that if a person plays a Triome on turn 1 that they're probably on like 4-color Omnath, right?
Yeah,
Like
you see a Misty
I'm I
Rainforest and you start reading the other player's freaking mind.
yeah,
Like, it's not
yeah.
not everyone can do that here. Especially it's a singleton format. There's a million commanders.
And there's a million ways you could build it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and the fucked up thing is that Abdel is like disgusting in every single color that you pair it with. If you pair it with red and you get Street Urchin, are you kidding me? Street Urchin and just like makeshift munitions in the command zone. And then, red to get art. You still have combo because you have Ardent Elementalist, Revolutionist, and your flickers. And you get, anthems, you get direct damage spells, you get better removal, you get things like impact tremors, you get all the pingers, right? Like you could totally do Boros. And then if you go mono white, which is like the meme, right? Like a mono white Abdel gets Far Traveler, which literally flickers it every single turn manalessly. If you're in green, you get weird cards like Echoing Courage, where you can like make all of your tokens huge. You get all these like powerful token synergy type stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's like Boros and like white black is obviously insane. Blue is insane.
But I just
I
keep
think
coming back
green
to
is
the fact that none of them possum as well as blue. Blue's just like, oh, I've drawn a bunch of cards, but I only have this
yeah.
limited amount of things. Like,
I see what you're
you
saying
have
there.
a pinger.
Like you have.
Like going red, you'd be able to ping things, and every aggro deck at the table is going to like laser eyes come for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So part of it is like part of what you're pointing out here, and I think this is like worthwhile, but it's worthwhile for everybody in chat to hear this too, is that I'm reading, I know what these decks do very intimately. And so I'm planning for them. And I know that when Abdel is just playing rocks, that's exactly what they want to be doing, right? Play a bunch of rocks, get a bunch of permanents into play, have a ton of mana, cast Abdel as many times as you need to resolve it, do the thing, right? Like, and so I can read into that and say that is threatening, even if you don't have a board, and I don't care. I'm still going to be clapping your cheeks.
Yeah,
like I'm
you have
coming
one
for
card
'em.
in your hand and you're sighing. No,
Yeah,
you
I don't
need
care.
to die.
I don't care.
You brought
Yeah.
Abdel.
Like I've
prepare for
Yeah.
the worst.
well, and I've played games. I had a game where there was a player with 18 tokens in play, one card in hand, and they were pretending like they weren't a threat. And it's like, I'm sorry, but that one card that you have in hand is momentary blink. I know because you put it there with your Archaeomancer in play. Like Abdel combos with a freaking broomstick. It's so easy. It's so easy. Your whole win condition is just in your command zone. And like one other card and you just go off, right? And then if you don't actually go infinite, you actually make a huge board, and that board can kill people and it can defend you forever. It's like Tatiova, but like way more disgusting in some ways because like your individual creatures don't matter as much. You make a ton of 1/1s. You can gain more life in Abdel than you can in Tatiova. And Tatiova currently, as the way it's built, does not have like a ton of bodies to like protect itself with. It plays mainly scouts that all die to every removal spell ever printed. So, you know, but I guess what I'm trying to illustrate is that you need to be able to look at these decks and understand what their game plan is, and to know that even when they don't have any creatures in play and they're just ramping, that's exactly what they want to be doing, and they still need to be killed.
And it's not enough to like bring them down to 6 and then
No.
stop. You can't stop. Kill them.
Yeah, you can't. Do not get distracted by the initiative. Do not get distracted by the monarch. Like, you need to put them in the dirt. And I feel really strongly about this because from a game theoretic standpoint, when you're playing a combo deck that is this purposeful, I mean, we have like very little interaction in this deck, right? And other Abdel decks that I've seen played 2 counter spells and 2 bounce spells. That's it. If you're that focused, that means every card in your deck is leading to you comboing off. And that means that you need to die as soon as possible because, in particular, you're essentially like, you're stating with your commander that what you are going to do is deny everybody any further game decisions after you do your thing. When you do your thing, there are no more game actions taken. Everybody scoops them up and you go and you play another game. When mid-range, aggro, or control do their thing, that is not the case. You still have game actions to take. When aggro deploys its stuff fast, it can kill a player on turn 5. One player. So your odds are 1 in 4, or 1 in 3, 1 in 4 that you're going to be that player. So you have 25% chance not to die, right? And so the competitive thing to do is to try to pressure heavily, and if not, eliminate the combo player as soon as you can.
And point out with the other aggro decks, our decks are the only ones that work together. They're trying to just end all of our lives. Let's work together a little bit. It may feel a little bit dirty, but it's competitive.
It feels very bad to be the person getting ganged up on. But I have to say, like, you bring a deck that's going to kill everybody all at once, that's what you get. That's what you bring upon yourself by playing it. Combo is still good even with that dynamic. That's the fucked up thing. Combo is still good even when it's getting 3v1'd. Right? And that's the indicator that if you're mid-range, and 1 in 3 quarts. Sorry, I was trying to do the math in my mind, but my brain is incredibly smooth after streaming for 4 hours or something. And actually I spent all last night and all this morning preparing for it. I woke up at 8. I've been grinding like 25 hours this weekend to get this live stream up and ready and, get some great people. It's not Clay, of course. You guys know this is Lobert. But, my interface, you can't do it all. I'm not perfect. I'm not good at this.
That's fine. I don't think anyone's confused. I have so much hair.
No. Yeah. That's right. Exactly. But we're not playing 5-player commander. Yeah, it's 1 in 3. You have a 33% chance of being the target of that aggro player. And the aggro player can kill 1 player at a time. Combo player kills everybody all at once. And if you're playing mid-range, I've lost a lot of games playing mid-range against aggro. It's not guaranteed. If you're an aggro player and you go after the combo player and you kill them, all the aggro players are worried about the pivot. They're worried about, how do I end the game against everybody else? And it's like, well, if you killed the combo player, you denied that one way of losing the game, basically. And as an aggro player, you are sacrificing interaction for pressure. That's what you do. Aggro decks sacrifice card advantage, they sacrifice longevity, and they sacrifice interaction to kill their opponents as soon as possible. That's the tempo game. You are the one player at the table, if you're an aggro deck, who can put major pressure on the combo players who are trying to win on turn 5. You have a job, right? And when those people get distracted by the initiative, the monarch, or a TPI player, making a lot of tokens, if it's not a combo TPI, you end up actually denying the table what it needs, which is pressure and interaction on combo. At common rarity, when you were playing against Tron in Pauper, you always needed a mixture of pressure and disruption. You can't just disrupt them. An Abdel player will eventually resolve it, and when they eventually resolve it, it's a lot worse than when they first resolved it, because it's going to be like 10 tokens this time, right? And when you get into a game with an Abdel player, and the Abdel player starts swinging at you, you're fucked. and they can do that. You know, they can start swinging at you and killing you in the mid-range game. So this game theoretics, we have to think about this, and how do you maximize your win percentage? Well, it's going to be taking out the combo player first in a lot of cases. Now, there are things to pay attention to, because I want to caveat this. Clay will yell at me to high heaven if I don't. Pay attention to what pieces they do and don't have. If you have the opportunity to kill a combo player, but they don't have anything, if they don't have, for example, if it's a Banishing Knack deck and they don't have an untapper and they don't have a pinger, don't waste your attack on them killing them. If it's a Tatyova player, now Tatyova gains a lot of life, so we got to keep that in mind. And Tatyova can do stuff with Ghostly Flicker. But if there's no scout in play, there's no pneumatic wall, you should apply pressure on other people. You should. This isn't prescriptive to say all the time. You should always read the board. But pay attention to the pieces they have. You know, is it a Hierophant's Chalice for Abdel? Well, that's an infinite combo payout. Is it a scout? Is it an untapper? What do they have and what don't they have? Because you can't just focus the combo player. That's not correct to do. You just need to make sure that you apply a lot of pressure to them so that they have to react to you instead of digging for combo pieces. I want Gretchen to search for Moment's Peace, not Freed from the Real. And you have to apply pressure to do that. And so that's kind of my magnum opus on this format, because not everybody's playing combo. You know, if everybody was playing combo, then you should turbo out your win and you should be as fast as you can. But it's about 1 in 3 decks are combo. So you can expect between 1 and 2 combo decks at every table. And so if there's 2 combo decks, you definitely shouldn't be swinging at the mid-range and the control player. And if you're a mid-range player, you should definitely not be swinging at the aggro player, you know, in a pod with 2 combo players. You know, those are some heuristics that I think are good to follow by. And this is from lived experience, right? Like, I've lost a lot of games to aggro players early on, deciding that my mid-range deck was something that they couldn't beat, and then wasting all of our answers, burning us out of interaction, making it so that I can't attack, and then losing to the combo player because our interaction is spent on each other. It's a suicide pact. So I think that's an important dynamic to pay attention to. But without getting too lost in the sauce on that tangent here, let's look at the other decks. I want to see this Gretchen deck. We got Gretchen, pretty standard, bunch of auras. Yeah, I mean, this is really stock. All the untappers. I don't think this deck changes very much. I think the only thing that I would say that Gretchen players need to be doing is that, oh, and this is great. Okay, they've got all 3 of them. You want Moment's Peace, Tangle, and Weather the Storm. You need to play all 3 of these, and I would even say you could play more. The deck has so much mana and so much card advantage that having one of these drawn is almost never going to be dead. If people are doing their job and attacking you, these cards are so crucial to you surviving and winning the game. But there's another one called Spore Cloud. Have you heard of this one, Lobert?
I probably have, but I can't kind of conjure it. Let me look for it. I think I really I didn't talk very highly of it in my Fogs video, but I could see I can see where you're going with this.
So Spore Cloud is an interesting card. I can see why a person might not rate it highly, but if you're playing combo, there's a very strong reason for it. Tap all blocking creatures, prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn. Each attacking creature and each blocking creature doesn't untap. You don't block. It's a 3-mana Tangle, right? So you do it before blocks. They're all attacking. In the attack step, you go Spore Cloud, and then you can align your blocks if you need to, right? If it gets countered or something like that. But Spore Cloud, if we read this as like, how does this compare to Moment's Peace? This is the same cost as Moment's Peace on the flashback, but it does it for 2 turns. And you know what that also does when somebody's completely tapped out is that the entire table feeds on them. Completely ruins their life. Like, oh, you're untapped now? It's like, okay, I'll kill the combo player still, but like I'm also going to be hitting you, right? So if you swing all out and you commit to it, there's 2 turns of not hitting people and 2 turns of not blocking. And that is devastating. So Spore Cloud, I think, is the 4th card. I know Clay has added this to his Weavers deck as well. Definitely a really, really strong card to be considering. Now, I think outside of combo, I don't know if you want this, because I mean, the whole thing about blockers doesn't matter, right? Because you never block and then cast this.
There's situations where you want to block, you want to save your fog until the last possible second, but then they play something, and 3 mana is
Yep.
steep. So
It is. It is a Gretchen deck, though.
Yeah, no.
You know?
Yeah,
And
combo decks, sure, I can get behind that.
then, yeah, with a combo deck, I think. If you're not a combo, probably just Tangle, right? Like Tangle, maybe Moment's Peace. Because like even an aggro deck in green, having fogs is huge. It's a massive tempo swing. If you swing, it allows you to swing all out, and then you fog them. And if it's one of the ones like Tangle, then you can literally kill them over the next 2 turns, right? And that's really strong. Now, Quartz brings up Haze Frog. Haze Frog is a really cool creature in green decks like Temur Sabertooth, which allow you to reuse it over and over as a creature that also has a fog. Noteworthy that it says prevent all the combat damage, only combat damage, that would be dealt to creatures this turn. So Haze Frog would allow you to cast it and then set up blocks and then fog the damage that is from the attackers, right?
A lot of decks just go
but
so wide, though. I don't know about that.
Yeah, but the ones that are unblocked still get in, right? There's another one here called Reprieve. And I actually...
is that the life gain one? Because that's actually quite good.
Yeah, this is the other one. And honestly, if somebody like held a gun to my head and was like, Ryan, you need to play a combo, it's not Reprieve. It's O-Tag Fog, rarity common, color equals green. It's 2 mana. It is called... I'm going to recognize that beautiful Rebecca Guay. Or is it Guay? Guay? Yeah, Guay. Respite. Okay, this card is nuts. Talk about like combining like Weather the Storm kind of and like Moment's Peace in the same card. If somebody held a gun to my head and said, Ryan, you have to play Gretchen. You are going to play Gretchen for the next month. I would have 4 of these or 5 in my deck. I would want as many as I could because you've got so much card advantage. You can draw into your good cards. It's not really denying you that much. Maybe cut like these, Gataxian Probe cards that you see in a lot of decks that like lose you life. Speaking of which, like Gataxian Probe and Deep Analysis are starting to look like pretty unplayable to me with the amount of life you lose. Deep Analysis being 10% of your life total. Ooh, he was playing Seal of Removal.
Heck yeah.
I love that.
Me too.
Oh, that's a big vibe. Good job, Chum Guzzler here. Seal of Removal. You asked me about this on my live stream.
I did.
Seal of Removal is really, really good in the same reason that Aether Spellbomb is. It's better in certain ways and worse in others. It's not tutorable with anything but Dizzy Spell. It doesn't draw you a card if you need to crack it. It's an enchantment instead of an artifact, which in some decks with Cranial Plating, Thoughtcast, that kind of stuff, you want the artifact. But it's manaless to use, and they can only use protection spells and Hexproof and Shroud. They can't counter the removal. It's onboard removal. Onboard removal is so insane.
It is.
In fact, did you remember, were you watching the CBB 100 budget cEDH tournament? Okay, so Puzzlebox took an amazing victory there with his cPDH deck against cEDH decks on the back of Aether Spellbomb because nobody would crack it. Nobody wanted to be the person who had to recast their commander because they ran into him. And because of that, nobody swung at him. Aether Spellbomb, and it was unbelievable. He sat there for like 5 turns, 6 turns. It was like he had the most life in the entire pod. As like a dedicated combo deck.
And really that's because nobody would make a deal. Like
nobody would make a deal. Like cast 0 mana, split second, communicate at instant speed and be like, I'm going to crack this Spellbomb so that we can clap this player.
Will you attack him
and
too?
I need something from you.
Yeah, like
yep.
I need to know that you're not going to just like, okay, I don't care about attacking anymore.
You're not going to take advantage of me on the backswing, right? And I think that's a really, really important part. Like people, I think one of the things I see from a lot of players right now where there's room for improvement is just communicating about what their intentions are, what they have and what they don't have, and what they plan on doing. And then being willing to work with people because coalitionary behavior in cPDH is important. It's not as important in CDH. Everybody's just trying to win right away.
Do you know why they call it gaming? Is because you try to game it. It's so
You try to game it.
exactly. You just
Oh.
you game the system. You say our decks work together. We can kill that guy. His deck is trying to game the system so that we will fight each other and not deal with him because he looks like he's not doing anything, but he is. Let's just beat him out of the game and then let's go from there. You can attack me a little bit if you want, but make sure most of your damage is going that direction.
Somebody clip that shit. That is based. Like you need to be able to talk with the table. Like I think a lot of the discussions nowadays have been like analyzing decks in isolation, analyzing them outside of their context. But you need to put decks in context, and you need to be able to talk in context and learn how to communicate with people on the basis that they'll like. Something that I think I would like say that I'm good at is making arguments for why people should do things only when there's a benefit to them. I'm not bullshitting people. Yes, it benefits me, but it benefits you too. And I'm not going to and I'll be honest when my argument is not in their benefit. I'll usually joke. I'll be like, well, you could also do this and not kill me, right? But it's like, no, like I am communicating clearly about the fact that whatever I'm asking them to do or inviting them to do is something that has benefits for them as well. Otherwise, I won't offer it. I'll just accept my death, right? I'll just be like, sure, okay, I'm dead. That's fine. I was the problem. Like I'm dead, you know? And I think that's super, super important. You got to be able to read those things. So this is a pretty standard Gretchen Tituilo deck. There's not much more to talk about here. This deck, basically the only changes it's ever going to have is if they get better enchantment auras, better untappers. And that's kind of it, right?
Yeah.
Like they got Lorien revealed. That's good. I mean, yeah, it's strong. So that's that one. We've got the Orzhov Abdel player here. Let's take a look at their list as well. So Orzhov Abdel, I really like this build. It's very, very cool. We got a lot less ramp than I would generally play because Abdel is such a big mana deck and you really want lots of permanence in play, right? We are missing the Lembas and the Candy Trail, although Candy Trail is not legal yet. So there's that to keep in mind.
Candy Trail not drawing a card until you get rid of it, which you don't want to do in this deck. I don't think it's going to see play in Abdel.
Maybe it's more Lembas then. Yeah. And actually in Abdel, the other card that I don't see seeing play is Witch's Campfire?
Witch's
Campfire is a whole nother story, but Witching Well. The 1 blue artifact that scries 2 and you can pay for to draw 2 off of it. That's another great cheap permanent you can put into play that you can flicker, right? But I think if I was playing Abdel, I'd be cutting I would be trying to affix as many things as I can onto permanents, right? Except for counter spells, right? Because you want everything to be something you can flicker to make more bodies and to do more things, right? So you could be playing like Blood Fountain in this deck would be really good too, just making blood tokens over and over again.
Fleshbag effects are disgusting.
Oh, they're raunchy in this deck. They're really, really broken. This is where edicts become oppressive. There's no other deck that can do edicts like this deck, right? Because you're just like, and look, he played all of them. Like he doesn't have instant speed removal as much. Have you noticed that? Right? He has Journey to Nowhere, Oblivion Ring. He has Oubliette. He has Pestilence. And then his only instant speed ones are Cast Down, Doomblade, Go for the Throat, Snuff Out. And that's it. But look at this. Chain Devil.
It costs 3. He's out. He doesn't want it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Chain Devil. He has Fleshbag. Oh, he has Faceless Butcher.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, so he just doesn't have the Alabaster Host Intercessor. Interesting. So if I were doing this deck, I would probably lean into 2 things. I would be doing mass discard because you are a combo deck. This deck wants to mass discard people, right? Like I would be putting all the discard creatures in there, as well as all the edict creatures. I would have the Faceless Butcher, which is important, and then the Alabaster Host Intercessor. I would definitely, something we're not seeing here is we don't have Stonehorn Dignitary, which is very good in these decks.
I don't like Stonehorn. I think it's too specific.
Oh, you don't? Oh man, but isn't it just like a creature fog that you can reuse over and over again?
It's 1 player, I believe. And
Yep, it's just one
and
player.
you have to be sure that those are coming at you. And then you are cutting a spell, and all of these spells look very good. Like, I can't say that the
This is a
cut could
great
be
deck.
easy.
No, they wouldn't be. He does have like Lapse of Certainty in here, which seems reasonable.
Yeah.
I think I like that. Shelter seems great here. The other thing, look at this: Souls Warden, Soul Warden, Souls Attendant, Suture Priest, and then does he also have? No, just those
'Cause
ones.
that's
and
what
then
you're
Inspiring
doing
Overseer.
instead of
Yeah.
Stonehorn Dignitary.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's fair. And also, do you need Stonehorn Dignitary if you're making endless 1/1s?
No.
I think the answer is no.
Right.
So I think that seems fair to not play that.
And then only
Um,
going as
the
deep as you have to, like only playing the cream of the crop of those discard spells, like Safe in Mind. Um, I really
oh
like that.
wow, look at this.
Hmm.
Malakir Blood Priest.
Oh yeah,
Being like a small Gary in this deck because it's a warrior for Abdel, and it's Malakir Blood Priest as a cleric, backed up by what you would need is Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard. So you have. So it's most of the time just a drain 2.
yeah, that's
Hmm.
fine.
There are better cards to play though. You could play Vampire Spawn. You could play.
But there's drawbacks to that. Vampire Spawn is 3 mana.
It's 3 mana, but it's a 2/3, so it survives your Pestilence, and it's not conditional on having Abdel in play. Because if you want to flicker the Malakir Blood Priest, Abdel won't be in play. Or no, it will if you flicker it, but if it dies, it won't be, right? So it'll come in, it'll trigger, and it'll only drain 1. You could also play like Diregraph Scavenger, is a 4 mana 2/3 with Death Touch that exiles creatures from the graveyard, but it can exile anything, and if it exiles a creature, it drains. So not only is it a gain drain effect, but you have an ETB that you can reuse over and over again. That would be another one. But like otherwise, the only glaring thing I don't see here is Nadir's Nightblade. And actually, the other one would be the other one is Dimir Houseguard. Dimir Houseguard's like one of the most broken black cards in the whole format. Being able to tutor for Pestilence, Siphon Mind, Vicious Battle Rager, Mirkwood Bats. I mean, it's insane. Like when you have it in hand and you have a Mirkwood Bats, that's game over. If you have Throne in play and you resolve both of those cards, you sack your entire board and everybody dies, right? Or if Abdel is in play, then you go Mirkwood Bats into Dimir Houseguard, and then you sack your Abdel. All the tokens come back in. You get the create token trigger off of the Mirkwood Bats, which is instantaneous. It's not something you can respond to. You can't stop it, right? And then the moment they come in, which they immediately come in, then you sack them all to Dimir Houseguard, and you drain the table for like 20, right? So Dimir Houseguard finds a lot of things that you want here. It's also finding you Faceless Butcher. It's just cracked. And if I were doing this, I'd probably have a couple of big mana spells here too. So you could always tutor for like Firemind's Vessel, or maybe like Soul Ring or Golem's Eye kind of a thing. It also hits Chain Devil. So that's a pretty good one there. But good land base here, good creatures, very focused as well, very disciplined. I really like this list.
They do. It does look like. I mean, over a lot of those other things, everything in the deck looks like it's just cheap. It's just low to the ground. Like that's what this player is prioritizing. They even have like recommission, which I'm like not big on recommission, but like
I don't know if I like it in this deck as much. If you were to play all the extort cards,
but they're just I think this player's mindset is just geared toward it's a 2 mana whatever has been removed of mine, and everything that they're playing is 3 and less. Like over like they're not playing any of the 4 cost, 5 cost things that you mentioned, 6 cost. Like it's all just low to the ground, so which is going to make their deck very consistent, and like they're getting that new pseudo recommission
Return Triumphant.
Yes.
Which is insane. That card is so good. Having more of those like unearth effects, like mono white, like white is increasingly becoming the reanimation color. And it kind of always has been in Pauper, right? Like Exhume isn't really, or in PDH at least, Exhume isn't really a playable card. Now we have Dread Return, but that's really Dread Return and Summon Undead and Rise Again are the only ones, and they're all more expensive except for Dread Return. And Recommission having the +1/+1 counter is also massive because recommissioning an extort creature puts it back into play with more toughness than with enough toughness to survive a sweeper, which is big. You can also get back artifacts with it, which I don't think would be huge here, but like you could get back Executioner's Capsule, which is pretty spicy. You could get back a Hierophant's Chalice if you need it. This is great. I love this deck. He also has Dawn Charm, which I'm sure you'll be pleased to see.
Of course, one of my favorites.
Of course. Yep. That's a good one. And Strands. So, yeah, definitely good here. Okay. And let's go over to the Rilsa deck here. I'm going to check my messages just to make sure we got some people messaging me here. Okay, cool. So we're all good. So let's take a look at the Rilsa deck. So Rilsa on... No, it's not 25 lands. I was about to like blow a cork there. Holy shit. 25 plus 7 is 32. That's not enough lands. It is no surprise they were not able to play their Rilsa. It's actually a surprise that they hit 4 mana at all. This is a bit of like maybe cEDH mentality where like 32 lands is like a lot in cEDH, but we only have Felwar Stone as a ramp spell. So they have 33 mana sources, and they don't have any of the cyclers. They don't have the Lorien Revealed or the Troll of Khazad-dûm.
And you can make up for that a little bit with like the hands that you keep, just realizing that your deck is going to play a different way. But
yeah,
like that is a little bit low, and I think
my computer had a mini crash. So, can you see everything?
I can't see anything right now. It's a black screen.
Yeah, but can you see the interface and everything?
I can see the interface.
Okay. Let's go to here. Oh boy, everything is crashed.
I think that point was just good enough.
Yeah, that was so good. It was a mic drop. Okay, so all of my browser windows will not open right now. Oh God. The nightmare. We have so much more to talk about and so much more to look at here. I really do not want to be ending the stream right now at all. I might need to restart my computer. Ugh. Okay. I'm going to restart the computer. And stick around, folks. We've got lots more to cover. We're going to be, maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Dallas Walker, the organizer of the event, talk about how that went with him. And we're going to be looking at the rest of the decks. More commentary incoming. But I will be right back here, Lobert and company, and we'll see you in a sec. All right, I think we are back. We are back. Post in the comment section below if you can hear us right now. We're just getting everything back to where it was before my computer had an aneurysm.
I'm still here.
Yeah, you
Don't
are.
worry.
That's right. That's the friendship matters here with you and everyone else in chat. So. Don't need my voice playing back to me from another angle. Okay, and then we'll crop that in. There we go. Okay, Quartz can hear. Great. Okay, let's see. Do I have everything up that I need? Can hide that. And then we're good. Okay, audio check. Good, good, good. And yours, Lobert, you want to give me a quick one?
Test.
Okay, great.
Test.
Yep, awesome. And let's... Okay, so I could do that, but there's a bunch of shit on the screen. Okay, we'll go back to this. So, help me out. Where were we before my computer showed me blue? Showed me the meaning of blue.
We just barely, I think, wrapped up talking about just the mana sources in the deck.
Oh, yeah,
We
Rilsa.
haven't talked anything else about Rilsa.
Yeah, okay, so Rilsa, the thing that I wanted to look at here was the compare feature between this Rilsa deck and my Rilsa deck. And you can see that there's actually 66 card difference. So another really significantly different deck. And the difference being that they are playing a little bit more counter magic with Mana Leak, Deprive, negate Forceful Denial for a Cascade, which is kind of interesting. It's a lot of mana to hold up. I don't think I'd... that seems hard. I'm not sure if this is where I'd want to be.
And the Cascade counterspells are not good with other
Yeah.
counterspells.
Yeah, exactly. So like the more counterspells you play, the worse this becomes. Unless you really want to counter something, like then you get 2 counterspells on one target. I guess there is that, right? Something I like about this list is he does have Parasitic Impetus, which is a great card in the deck. If you're playing an aggressive deck these days, if you're playing a controlling deck, if you're playing pretty much anything, I actually think the Impetus cards are some of the best cards in the format right now. I just won a game off the back of Impetus with Crackling Drake because I got both of them, and I took the 2 scariest things at the table and I made them swing at each other, and they weren't blocking because they were attacking, right? So these Impetus cards are not only like generating you value every turn, like Parasitic and Shiny, or let's see, I had Psychic and Shiny Impetus, so it was like ramping me, it was scrying me into my answers. These are really good, and the value ordering on them is phenomenal, because if your opponents don't like that they're going to get swung at every turn now for the rest of the game until that thing goes away, they're going to kill it, and you 2-for-1 the table. So this is really strong. If you're an aggro deck, it's even better because you're making them swing at people. They do not kill combo creatures. This is important to keep in mind. So these are not cards that you need to still have a good bench of instant speed interaction. But these cards, this is like better than Oubliette in my mind, which is a hot take. But because Oubliette really like destroys a lot of decks, but it's like I'd rather that they're swinging at other people instead of just like not having their commander. You know what I mean?
Yeah, rather than just negating, it's negating plus. It's sending it elsewhere. You're playing with, like, the most interesting parts of multiplayer formats is manipulating incentive, and those do it perfectly. You put this person against that person, you've just won against 2 people.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's a big win. So I like that they have both of those in there. I really like Okiba Gang Shinobi increasingly in black decks because you swing it at the combo player with an evasive creature, you clap them, and you start eating their hand. And that's a form of interaction that tends to be really strong. Is like denying them answers, denying them development, denying them combo cards, whatever it is. Okiba Reckoner or Gang Shinobi also working really well with Rilsa Rail herself in the ability to bring her back and recast her. It's expensive, but ninjutsu is really good in the deck. The other thing with ninjutsu,
everything else is unblockable too.
Oh yeah,
like absolutely. It's not just Rilsa. All of your other like, you bring a Nezumi, whatever, make your opponent's discard and then do it again.
Wait a second, this is not my Rilsa deck. Not the one that I play. This is a different Rilsa deck. I need to pull up the right one. This is Jinx, not Dungeon Master. Wow, and there's still 70 card difference. Okay, yep, go back to this here. So yeah, the cool thing about ninjutsu in this deck is that when his first strike, flustered after losing the live stream. First strike and ninjutsu work really, really strongly together. It's a form of double strike. You give first strike to a creature, you go to damage, first strike damage, you hit with a creature, and then you ninjutsu it in, and you ninjutsu in the creature. Right? So a card like Okiba Gang Shinobi is like doubling up on damage in a really powerful way. We can also see that they went for the discard package, Elderfang Disciple, Nezumi, Informant of Vicious Rumors. Generally speaking in Rilsa, you really just want to have creatures that you can do this with. So like Burglar Rat, but like Mind Rake, Unnerve, Tassigur's Cruelty, Spectre, Siphon Mind, of course, is always played in black, and Vicious Rumors is like, they're really signaling that they want to secure the initiative and ride it to victory and 3v1 the table. They're going to try and take everybody's interaction out of their hands and just run them into the dirt. And I wonder if there's a more disciplined approach where maybe you only play like the Shinobi and maybe like one of these that you can reuse over and over again. Maybe like the best one being this flying creature, because Rilsa really just wants evasive creatures and wants cheap ETBs.
I think it's a good idea to have some, and it does serve a purpose, but going too deep, like Delirium Skeins, I think is
nuts.
A bridge too far.
It is, and there's no synergy here with the graveyard, right? Like, we're not reusing our graveyard, so we're not breaking parity on the cards that we discard, right?
It's that you're a farm deck. like again comparing it to competitive Commander, Rilsa is a farm deck where you have this. You think you're going to be the only one with a source of card advantage because you have the initiative. But you could just play cards that don't set you back as well.
Yeah, like cards that draw cards. Like
Yeah.
you know, like your Moon Circuit Hacker, your Monarch cards, which are busted in this deck.
Or just another counter spell or a
Yeah,
removal spell.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
those are fine.
And it's interesting, they don't actually, so that was what was in his deck. Specific to mine, you can see the big differences. I have like Trinket Mage, Silver Raven, your Latchkey Fairy, your
Is
Jessian
that
Thief.
Pestilence not in their deck?
Pestilence?
Or is it shared? Oh, it's shared. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
Pestilence is shared. Yeah, yeah.
That was gonna get an eyebrow raise from me.
I
but
know,
my
right?
eyebrows can stay where they're at.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The other thing too is that what I identified, and I've played a lot of Rilsa, so this is constructive feedback just to to Buddy Fish here, who still placed really well in the tournament. So this is not prescriptive necessarily, but Rilsa doesn't need big creatures. Rilsa needs cheap creatures because the Forge and Bone Splitter and Cranial Plating make them busted. And you want them to be as efficient as possible when you do it. So what you can see is that I've heavily prioritized unblockable 1 and 2 power creatures, or 1 and 2 mana creatures. So we have Changeling Outcast, we have our Stormscape Familiar, which is a complete all-star in the deck. These two cards were some of the biggest improvements I've made to the deck in a long time. They both carry a Cranial Plating like a champ. They carry a Bone Splitter well. They both attack with Rilsa. And Nightscape Familiar is just a 6/1 first strike menace death touch with Regenerate that discounts your spells. Like, it's cracked, absolutely cracked. So really getting low on the curve. So basically what I've done is with Rilsa, I said, let's get the creature curve super, super low and efficient, and then play this top end that pushes us into the mid game and into the late game, right? So it's an efficient 99 with a lot of pressure, with a lot of card advantage that then uses Rilsa as card advantage. Also, not playing Trailblazer's Torch must be wrong because every initiative card you can possibly play is just insane. Playing Lorien Revealed as well as the Troll of Khazad-dûm is really wise because these two cards are just lands and you play them, but they're also threats. Like Troll, if Troll gets Rilsa's buff, it's like 11 power and it's triple menace, right? Like,
I'm not as big as you on the Trailblazers Torch. Like we've had discussions just one-on-one, and
Yeah.
I've since put a lot of the Monarch and Initiative back in my deck, just because like at the time I was trying to just go under everything, and I was like, no, I'm gonna put them back in, but I'm still not back on Trailblazers Torch because they say that Initiative is a 2 mana effect, and your deck will get it off of Rilsa.
Yep, you will. Yep.
So at that rate, it's pretty bad.
I mean, four
wanna
mana
say.
initiative is good enough to play in any format. So here's the thing with Trailblazer's Torch. Keep in mind that this damage is the creature's damage, which means any Death Touch creature that gets this first strikes the thing with Death Touch. That's the first thing. It's a force multiplier for our creatures, right? But it's also something that you can flicker with Ghostly Flicker. It's just a very cheap equip for 1. It's not busted in this deck, but any initiative or any venture card is something we need to consider because if you can move through the initiative multiple times a turn, the deck really starts to snowball out of control, right? You start generating 4/1s, you get the throne, you're goading people, they can't hit you. Oh, somebody's almost dead, you trap them. You're getting more lands so that you can cast Rilsa again. You're always able to cast Rilsa when you do this, but Trailblazer's Torch being at 4 also means that if we don't hit our 5th land drop, we can play this, find our land, and then we're into Rilsa, and we're back into the initiative, but we're actually 2 stages in now. So I've been very, very happy with the card. I've been on and off of it at different times, but this has been a really good one. Thrumming Bird, Proliferate. Initiative decks make a lot of counters. The Forge makes counters, the Throne makes counters, and there are these evolved creatures like, where is it? It's a shared card in our deck. It's the Cloudfin Raptor, and then the Gluttonous Slug, which both make counters as well. And this card has been like low key one of the most busted cards in the deck. You can also proliferate the Saba Cryptomancer counter as well. But yeah, this has been a very strong card. And then Cavern Harpy creating loops where you can use your initiative in Monarch and you can use your ETBs over and over and over again is really good. And it's an endless blocker. You block, flicker it back to your hand, and you fog somebody for the damage while also having like a 2-mana 2/1. So I've been happy with that one. And then of course Gary is cracked. So I think that this list here is interesting. I wouldn't go as hard on the discard as what they've done. And I would want to see more evasive creatures. Some of the counter spells here, like the Forceful Denial, probably not good. And Treasure Cruise, you don't fill up your graveyard in this deck. You don't have a lot of instants and sorceries. This deck it does because you have discard that hits you too, but you would never want to just play Treasure Cruise because you're discarding your own cards. Especially like because like Delirium Skeins hits you too. That's really, really hardcore. So I worry
in the deck like this, I mean, it's a different route for sure.
Yeah.
They're getting more of their advantage off of their small creatures, and you're getting more evasive damage on those creatures. And they're going to be throwing those creatures away. A 1/1 is never getting through. Like, a lot of their creatures are going to be like that, and so I think Treasure Cruise is like fits with that package a lot.
Yeah, it does. It fits better with this package than it does in mine. I really like Capsule. Capsule is a phenomenal card. It's tutorable with Trinket Mage. I should probably be playing it. I have something to learn from this list too. It's not one way here. Capsule, Tandem Lookout. Tandem Lookout is very good in this deck. You attach this to, an unblockable creature. You give Tandem Lookout Death Touch. You swing the Tandem Lookout at the combo player who doesn't have blockers, and you draw 2 cards a turn. If the creature you attach it to dies, then you just get another one. If you're playing Longbow, you can draw cards with Tandem Lookout and Rilsa by pinging people's face. And Liliana Spectre has always been a card that I've wanted to keep in the deck, but it's just a matter of I would rather have card advantage than incurring card disadvantage on my opponents. Because generally speaking, as a mid-range player, I need the other players at the table to overcome the combo player. Like, that's just, I don't want to discard their cards. Like, that's not the boat I'm in. I think Mistblade Shinobi is also very good in this deck too. Because once you start getting, once you've completed the initiative, Mistblade Shinobi becomes either double Abyss or I bounce something every turn because it gets Menace, Death Touch, and First Strike. So it's either going to eat 2 creatures or it's going to hit them and then bounce a creature. Right, so I like that, and it's a very cheap ninjutsu effect. The Impetus cards should both be in my deck, and the Okiba Gang Shinobi is very strong. I think you can totally go one way or another on Arms of Hadar. I think that card is very, very good. Grasp of Darkness I cut for Terror, because double black can be kind of tough sometimes. You have a lot of pips in the deck when you go low to the ground. And Terror...
Arms of Hadar is insane.
Arms of Hadar is like... yeah. This like ends the career of gut players everywhere. They get nightmares about this card when they go to sleep because there's very few ways to fight it. Like the only way to fight it is like some sort of toughness booster, like Shields of Velasvel is one that they're increasingly playing. But it's very strong.
It's that you can't. It's not only that it's a one-sided -2/-2. It's that the following attack where everything has been shrunk and you just get to wreck the place. That feels so good.
Yeah, you can use this on somebody and then punch into them, right? Like you can do it as not a sweeper, as kind of like a combat trick of a sorts. Fall from Favor is reasonable as well. And then Jace's Phantasm is really cool here, actually. I like this card in this list a lot because he is discarding his own cards. He's discarding everybody else's cards, right? This is a 1-mana 5/5 flying. Very much love this card in this deck. So, totally reasonable. Agony Warp, has usefulness as well for protecting the initiative. You kill one thing and then neuter the other so that you don't lose the initiative. That's another thing. But yeah, otherwise, definitely a good deck and a very well played by this player here. They made it all the way into the finals, and that says something. I would just say the main thing, just not even touching the main deck, just add more lands. You need to have like 36 lands in your Rilsa deck. You don't want to play rocks because your rocks interfere with your curve. You get these moments where you're like, do I play my discard creature or do I play my rock? And you don't want that tension. You just want to hit your land drops, right? Rilsa is not the prime game plan of a Rilsa deck. If it is, it's 5 mana and it gets countered or killed, or something like that, and then you're like off of your game plan. You want your deck to work.
That surprises
without it.
me, because the earlier you play it, the you can just like get it ticking is
Yep.
what I would think.
Yeah, yeah. Part of it is that if you play initiative really fast and people are flooding the board like a TPI or a gut, they take it back and you never get it back again. So you need a low curve of evasive creatures so that you always have control of the initiative. That's why my deck looks the way it does. Is that if we pull up my deck in its entirety, the evasive creatures say I am always going to have control over over the initiative.
So that would play into, remember in the game where they were proactively and preventatively killing the TPI?
Yeah.
I don't think your deck would have to do that.
No,
You could
mine.
let that
Yep.
person go a lot more.
That's a
But
really
in
good
a
point.
deck like this,
Okay,
yeah.
so actually going back to it now that we had the list before, but it was kind of hard for us to like look at lists and keep you all entertained at the same time. So so pardon for not having the context on that. But basically in his list, he doesn't have it built like I do, where I have all these evasive creatures. Right? He's got it built so that he's more focused on the initiative. Right, more focused on that. Whereas, like for me, I'm playing evasive creatures so that my deck works regardless of whether Rilsa resolves or survives or not, and so that when the initiative gets introduced, I always have control over it. That's the idea, and it allows me to break board stalls because I'm an aggressive deck. Right, like it's a proactive mid-range deck. And the way you do that is with these creatures here, and you try and get the ones that have good ETB value, like Silver Raven, which I just added. I'd missed that one. And Fairy Seer, Okiba Reckoner Raid, draining people multiple times with the ninjutsu is really strong. And then the other thing too is you want lifelink creatures, because when Rilsa gives +5/+0, you gain a lot of life. So like Vault Scourge is insane. Like, yeah, sure, kill the Vault Scourge, but like, do you really want to spend your 1-for-1 removal on a Vault Scourge?
Yeah, mid-range decks absolutely need
Life gain.
a life gain plan.
Yeah. Mokutai Ampusher.
You're just not gonna live. You're just not gonna live long enough to use your cards.
Yep.
Otherwise.
And a good example of this is like I had to concede in TPI that I needed Lembas, Candy Trail, and Sylvok Lifestaff, all three of them, because we are a mid-range deck. We do want to go into that into that turn 10, and you need to be able to gain life. Otherwise, you're going to start to be on the back foot, and you don't want to be on the back foot as a mid-range deck. That's not where you want to be. So having like these powerful life gain effects is insane. I also noticed he didn't have Seba Cryptomancer, and this is maybe the most broken card in the deck, because this card, when it gets hexproof and you start buffing it, is a hexproof 5/1 Menace Death Touch First Strike. And it protected and gave a buff to another creature that you can proliferate, and you can ninjutsu it to protect your creatures. So if you like go to combat, swing, they declare blockers, and then you say any effects, and they go kill this creature, you ninjutsu your Seba Cryptomancer, and you replay it, and you completely end their career. It's such a strong card. Like, Seba Cryptomancer is one of the best protection spells we've ever gotten in blue, because it protects against edicts, because it's hexproof itself, because it's instant speed. Like, very
+1/+1 sticks around.
It sticks around. You spoke very highly of this in your video.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the layers of my Rilsa deck are very, very interwoven, right? You also want to be playing all the venture cards, because when you because the venture cards are allowing you to rapidly move through the initiative, and when you get venture cards, you're going to start to go through the initiative like 3 times. You're going to complete the throne like 3 times in a game, and when you
I've
do
seen
that,
the ogre just put in work.
Dude, the ogre.
That ogre's great.
God, Zombie Ogre is only not in my deck because the other cards are better. But Zombie Ogre is... Oh, it's so good. It's like a 3/5 black creature, doesn't die to anything, survives Pestilence, triggers, the initiative over and over and over again. It's like, oh God, it's good. Yeah, the Ogre is a hard one.
The biggest drawback is sometimes you get sent down the wrong dungeon.
You can. I've never had that happen, though. And I've played Rilsa, like, probably, I don't know, I'm probably approaching over 50 games with Rilsa.
It happens consistently if it's the flip off of the Throne of the Dead 3, because the next thing that happens is going to be...
That's a good point. Yeah. You have control of that, though, too. So you don't want to choose Ogre unless you have a way to do the initiative again, right? Like maybe somebody else has the initiative. You flip Throne of the Dead 3 into Ogre. You go and you get the initiative. You go into the secret entrance, and then you go into the Forge with the Ogre. That's one way. But yeah. And And then, you know, I have the Monarch cards in here as well because the Monarch cards draw a lot of cards and they support themselves. So I'm happy to like give people some resources if they're attacking at the right player, and they oftentimes have to because Rilsa's Death Touch. It's a 2/5 Death Touch, right? Just blocks and kills everything. So I'll parlay away the Monarch and the Initiative to give resources to the aggro players so that they can join me in killing the combo player, knowing that I ultimately have control of these things, right? These are mine. And I will give them away when it's profitable to do so, and I'll give them away proactively. I won't even let them go to combat. I'll say, yeah, hit me with that 1/1. You can have the Monarch and the Initiative. That's fine. You can have
That'll
it.
save you 7-10 life a lot of the time.
Yeah, and people like that. People like to be given things. You know, the Initiative in a weird way is a group hug of a sort, where the result of the Initiative is always aggressive. Initiative is such an aggressive mechanic. You know, the Forge, the goading, the 4/1, the Throne, everything about it is just pushing damage and ending the game. Initiative was a big part of why the format sped up. You know, alongside Gut and some other stuff. But yeah, so I'll give that away knowing that I can always complete the Initiative more than they can, and that'll win me the game. That's kind of the 1v1 player in me, knowing that Monarch and Initiative are just like, you know, if it's a 2v1 and you have the Initiative and you can hold it, you're going to win that game. If it's a 3v1, you don't really want to be there. That's part of the reason why I leaned out of playing Mana Rocks and out of Rilsa, is that when you turboed out a Rilsa, people would kill it, take the Initiative, and it was very hard to get it back. And then it's not asymmetric. Like, I am losing more resources than they're getting more resources than I am. It's the same in Passageway Seer, right? So I play 2 counterspells, Arcane Denial and Dispersal Shield. Dispersal Shield hits most things. It's splashable. With Rilsa and play, it counters almost everything. But this is basically saying I want a little bit of counter magic, but I'm mostly on, you know, removal. I think I'm on 14 removal spells, yeah. And then, you know, focusing on less double pips as much as I can. You know, Doomblade. I don't really care about black creatures. You know, black creatures are like good in this format, but they're not combo creatures. And, you know, so I think like Doomblade and Snuff Out and, you know, your terror type effects are perfectly reasonable. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing here. Secret Door is another one. Secret Door is just insane. You get this like on turn 3 off Trinket Mage, and it's like a 0/4 that blocks and defends the Initiative while also being a mana sink for the Initiative. You know, if you just have 10 mana, you just do this twice and just crush, you know, you go so fast. So that's kind of what I'm on here. I had to go up on lands because after RIW Hobbies, I realized that I had been reducing my mana source count by cutting rocks and not replenishing them elsewhere with a commander that was 5 mana. So I regularly ran into mana problems, even though I placed 6th. Had I not been killed by somebody who killed me for killing their dad, I, you know, would have placed 2nd. And the deck did
killed their father?
I did. I killed their father in match 1 decisively. It was a good game, but I had firm control of it from, you know, turn 4 onward. Not because I was throttling everybody, but because it was like I just never felt like I was going to die. Basically, I was just never threatened by anything. And then I ran away with the Initiative on like turn 8 and onward. But basically went back up on lands, 35 lands, and then Lorien and Troll. Give us basically a good mana source count here with 2 ramp cards, which are and these are more than ramp. You know, where are they here? The Stormscape Familiar and the Nightscape Familiar. These are more than ramp. They're oftentimes more than 1 mana discounted every turn, and when they're better than rocks, and they're creatures, so you can swing, and they're, you know, evasive and resilient. So definitely good there. Okay, enough about my Rilsa. Just wanted to kind of make the comparison there and talk about the different approaches there. Definitely congrats on getting into the finals here with this fabulous build of Rilsa. Ellis.
Doing a lot of cool things.
Yeah, doing a lot of cool things. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely given me pause for thought. I'm going to be changing a couple of cards in my Rilsa deck just to adapt to what I've learned, but also looking at that list. So, Ellis, I think I was pretty impressed by this deck. What were your thoughts?
I've played against this deck quite a bit. I know Chris, One More Game.
Yep.
He plays a lot of this deck. I've been playing against his. Brad played it forever ago, I think. I really like these drain decks. It's a
Yeah.
good spot to be just in general right now. There's a
Wait,
lot of pinger
it's
decks.
another
but
pinger. It's just another
Yeah,
pinger.
but it's also like a counter pinger.
Yeah.
So like it puts you in a better spot than just someone else also
Oh.
pinging just as much.
Ellis is combo prevention. Wow, Bobby was so dead in that game. Because it was Ellis, Bloodseeker, and Suture Priest. No, no, you gain life. Yeah, whenever another creature dies. Oh, no, it's not on ETB. It's weird. So it's another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life, and when another creature dies, each opponent loses one. So it's not a stacks piece. I thought for a moment that it might be, but yeah. Anyways, continue what you were saying. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, as far as what you're saying, like a lot of the time it's insurance because you just
Yeah.
slowly work up your creature count, and then people just find themselves below the number of creatures that you have, and they're completely at your mercy. You get to choose when they'll do things, and kind of because of the social contract, it ends up that they don't want a king make, so they just don't end up doing anything because they are already dead.
Yep.
And you haven't even had to like sacrifice any resources. You still have all of your creatures.
Yeah, and it's punishing your opponents for sweeping your board, which is the way to, basically the way that people can fight you is sweeping your board. And if they do, everybody loses a bunch of life. This is good for the same reason that Agent of the Iron Throne is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's doing the exact same thing. It's just baked in. You don't have to cast a separate enchantment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for 2 mana and Death Touch,
Death Touch is
the
big.
Death Touch, oh, it's so big.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, notice
people-
notice what they have in here. First removal spell is Viridian Longbow. The Viridian Longbow and Death Touch is a hell of a drug. I played a very scary game in the finals of RAW Hobbies event against Ankylosaur, who's a member of the Common Connoisseurs, and Ankylosaur was on Aranus Street Urchin, and with basically rocks and his command zone. And this effect to like repeatedly ping and kill things over and over again is like the definition of like oppressive stacks, right? Like it's so brutal when everything you need to do is reliant on your creatures and you can't keep them in play, right?
And it's this 1-2. It's not even just a 1-2 punch. It's a 1-2-3 punch of if you're pinging the biggest thing repeatedly, and you have any kind of like, I don't know how many they have, but like sack effects where everybody's sacrificing creatures, and you have board wipes like Pestilence and Crypt Rats. What do you call it? The 3 mana sorcery that gives things -2/-2, or Arms of Hadar.
Drown in Sorrow. Yep.
All of those are working together to really just choke your opponent. Like no matter how their creatures are shaped, if they're tall, if they're going wide, you have it all covered. So
Yeah.
this is like a really safe deck.
I mean, and like they were well above 30 life for basically the whole game. Having life gain in the command zone like this is a direct counter to pingers, right? So if we're thinking about the evolution of the meta, if we are in a pinger meta right now, having life gain in your command zone is really, really, really strong. This is just a Soul Sister that you have in the command zone. And it also blocks a Dargo profitably, kills a Dargo. It can block a Sailor's Bane and kill them.
Those pinger decks are really bad at changing gears and switching to like, okay, now you are the problem. I'm going to do more damage to you. No, they have to do it all symmetrically. And you're just going to rub your fingers together and say, yeah, kill my opponents.
Kill the table.
I'll deal with you afterward.
Dude, this is huge, okay? So I have been experimenting a little bit lately with when I'm playing a pinger deck, so Thrall Parasite, TPI, Denethor, I've been experimenting with allowing my opponents to keep pingers in play.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've taken it too far and lost a couple of games because of it. I will admit that readily. But there's a wise mind approach here. There's a middle ground where you say, you can have that pinger for as long as it's useful to me, which is kind of like, you can have that pinger as long as everyone else is taking more damage than me. And when my life total becomes precious, I'll kill it, right? Because everybody else pinging, and that was like, so having these pingers in play are actively increasing your clock as well on everyone else. And you want that, especially if you're playing a pinger deck. So And, this speaks really well of any extort deck, because extort is the single biggest hammer against pinger, right? Like,
Yeah, because
you're
you're gaining
gaining
3 times as much damage.
It's
Yeah.
so heavy. And right now, like, I kind of just want to play extort decks, like, only because I'm going to say this. I lean out of hot takes. This is a pretty cold take. I think that extort is the best keyword in the format. Extort is aggressive, it's basically haste, it's unblockable, and it's lifelinking, and it's symmetrical. So when you are pinging the table, your pivot from one player to the next is easier because you hit everybody while you did it. The only cost it comes at is mana. So you need to have enough mana to support it. Extort is also an infinite mana payout. If you are on Quasar, if you are on Possess Scab, if you are on Abdel, you could play pinger creatures, and when you make infinite mana, you cast infinite spells and extort infinite times. You just win the game on the spot. But it's padding your life total while eroding everybody else's. My Basilicus creatures regularly translate to like 20 damage or more off of a 2-mana creature. That's really incomparable. And what's made them better is that when you're in white and black, you can reanimate them. I mean, both Recommission and Return Triumphant are 2 mana, and they bring back every extort creature except for Syndicate Enforcer. And they bring it back with a counter so that it doesn't die to sweepers. So you go Recommission on your Basilicus creature that people properly identified as a problem, and it's now a 2/3 flyer that not only swings evasively, but it's pinging everybody. And in this pinger meta, you're gaining way more life than the pingers are doing to you. They could have a Gutter Snipe and a Reckless Fireweaver in play on TPI, and you would outgain them, right? You would be perfectly fine. So there's a couple of comments in chat I want to see here. If you're on pingers and drains, you also want to help them out. Yep, Denethor Malcolm Kedis does the thing and wants help with it. And Islane, yeah, agreeing. He's been saying this for a minute. It's always how I've treated pingers and Kedis to an extent. The universal ping is great. Extort is arguably better. I agree. Yeah, and like the reason pingers are so good is because it's like translating to mid-game pressure in the early game. If you get an extort creature and you start doing it early, you're whittling everybody's life total down while you're pressuring the combo player. You're bolstering your life total so that the pivot is safer. And when you pivot, everybody isn't at healthy life totals anymore because you're symmetrically damaging them. So extort is cracked. I think that you could take a dog crap Orzhov commander and build it with good cards, and it will be an amazing tournament deck right now. I think you could play something like, I don't know, like Drana's Emissary or something. You know, or like Orzhov Patrician or whatever it is, the one that drains people if you gained 3 life. And you're going to have a good deck. Denethor being a really good example of that right now. And when you're in Orzhov, you're reanimating like crazy. And Graveyard Hate is way, way down right now. Graveyard Hate is rarely going to be used to counter you bringing your stuff back from the graveyard when there's a combo player who does stuff with the graveyard, right? They're just going to have to let the Reaping the Graves resolve. Yeah, Quartz mentions, is this a meta for Indulgent Patrician or Indulging Patrician? That's the one I meant to quote earlier. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would say play an Orzhov commander that has a big butt so it survives Pestilence and removal. It's black so it doesn't die to Doomblade, Terror, Snuff Out, Executioner's Capsule, Spinning Darkness.
Just having an excellent life gain engine, I think, just does it. Like, that's what I preyed on when I was playing a lot of Alert Heatbonder. That commander does nothing. It just gains you life. It does nothing. But I won an obscene number of games with that deck.
Yeah.
Just because I could count. I knew my meta. I knew people were going to show up with pinger decks. And
you just clap them.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything, and I just gained more life than even the extort decks.
Yep.
And so I was like, I'll wait, you'll die. Cool.
I'll wait, you'll die, cool. I mean, there's a reason why I moved to Thrill Parasite away from Witherbloom Apprentice, right? 1 mana, extort creature, profit.
It just gains more life.
Yeah, it just gains more life. And you know, the funny thing is that a Throll Parasite extort deck has an active interest in keeping everybody alive until they aren't, because you want to gain as much life as possible. So a Thrall Parasite deck is about as low on the totem pole in terms of aggro as you can possibly get.
It also plays into, like, if you're going to play an extort deck, the mana value of everything in your deck all of a sudden becomes even more important because it is extra mana.
It's expensive.
Like, it's not just free.
Yeah, and,
Yeah.
and look how many slots I have to dedicate to ramp, and I wish I could have 14. I wish I could fit 14 ramp cards in here. Right? It's just like, when you're doing extort, you are a big mana deck. You want a lot of mana. You want to be able to do it every turn off every spell. And that's like really, really crucial.
And that would play into why, like, I can see that you love the cyclers more than probably anyone else
Oh yeah.
ever. Like, you're
Yeah.
crazy about them.
Oh yeah,
And
look
it's
at this.
because you're playing stuff that it's like, you want it to smooth you out early, but you're playing big mana decks like that.
Bingo. Bingo. I'm not going to lie. I think I might have been one of the first people out there who was incredibly hot on the Lord of the Rings cycle of cycling lands. You can go back in my Twitter and see the moment that they were posted, 2 hours later when they were spoiled, I had posted a graphic showing exactly all you could do with them. And the next Let's Build, we figured out how to abuse it, which is Late to Dinner, Resurrection, Breath of Life, False Defeat, Dread Return, Reaping the Graves. I mean, these cards artificially increase the land count in your deck. They smooth out your draws so that you have more functional games.
But not every deck.
Not every deck.
That's what's interesting to me.
I would play Troll in every deck, but I wouldn't play these two.
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm like Eagle. I've been thinking a lot about Eagle of the North, and it's not for my deck.
No. Eagles
even
of the
though
North
it
is
only costs one.
It's the worst one, unfortunately. We had a great meme from Vector on this one, actually.
And I just think it's because you're doing things like this. You're in decks that already want to be just loaded with mana sources, and you have all of these things to already spend mana on, and then it's just like, oh, this just helps every part of my game. I'll jam it in everything that makes lots of mana like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where I've been cutting, like, I'm doing something closer to Rilsa, that I'm cutting more mana rocks, and I just want to curve out and stay low like that.
Yep.
Like, I can't find as much, because like when I find a land, I'm like, finally I can play my 5-drop.
Yep.
If I'm like, I have to pay 1 and I get to do it next turn.
Yep, that hurts.
This has done nothing.
Yeah, I would say that the cyclers play best in a grindy control strategy, but Troll of Khazad-dûm is playable in every deck that has black in it. Because
Lorien Revealed you play in everything.
And Lorien Revealed too. Yeah, I think Eagles is one of those ones. It's like maybe not as much, but still, it's a 1-mana cycler. I still play it because it finds duels. It finds Idyllic Grange. I mean, when I learned that you could find Idyllic Grange in Shadowfax and cheat Eagles of the North into play for free and reanimate it, I was like, oh god, I know exactly what I'm doing now. But being able to find duels to fix your mana, being able to find cards like Witch's Cottage, dude, I mean, this is nasty, man. You like end step your Troll, find Witch's Cottage, play Witch's Cottage, put your Gary back on top, draw off Bonder's Ornament, cast Gary because you've got all the mana in the world. These are really strong. And when you start to loop them with something like Reaping the Graves or Blood Fountain, Wander in Death, it just gets really, really good. So I've been very pleased with them. And these are very high-quality creatures. Gloomfang Mauler, 7 power, 7 evasive power. I flipped this in the game that you and I played as a 10-10 into play off Throne of the Dead 3, right? These artificially increase the number of Throne hits you have as well. Twisted Abomination is just Gurmag Angler with Regenerate, right? Like, it's so good. I've been very, very pleased with all of these cards, and you can sacrifice them with cards like Deadly Dispute and all these others to put them in the graveyard, get them back again, cycle them, find more lands, get your stuff, everything. So Court says, a friend of mine got 5x Eagles and 2x Shadowfax and Loader limited once. That sounds awesome. I bet he won a lot of games because it's a very strong combination. But so this is just I wanted to illustrate this, not to flex this deck, but to just share about this dynamic with pingers, right? And Thrall Parasite is a pinger, right? It's just it's the cheapest pinger there is. And it's the beauty of it is that because it's in the command zone and we ramp like crazy, killing Thrill Parasite feels really fucking bad. This is the worst target for removal you can possibly, unless it's Oubliette, maybe.
You've convinced more people of that in games than I'm comfortable with.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, no, it still needs to die. It sucks, but let's still like I don't. It's a mana intensive deck.
Yep.
If he's spending 9 mana on it, he's not happy. And then people are like,
but how many times do you have to kill to get it to 9 mana? I mean, like,
I don't know.
The most
I'm about to post a game a week or two where it happened.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. Well, yeah, touche. But like ultimately, like when people only have so much removal in their deck, and a lot of people are on like 10 removal spells and like 8 counter spells maybe, but like a lot of decks don't run more than 10. You know, maybe 2 sweepers, right? Like the most common way that Thrill Parasite dies is just sweepers. It just incidentally, right? And that's the way to deal with it, right? Is that you just kill it with sweepers on accident. I won't protect it. I don't care. I literally don't even play protection for this creature. It's not important to me because he's not the target, right? And when I've got cards like Opal Palace in the deck, you don't really want to kill Thrill Parasite too many times. He's gonna get big. You know, like Thrill Parasite goes to Gold's Gym and picks up those dumbbells, and he starts getting to work just like Murmuring Mystic, just like Wither Chad did, you know, where you got like an 8/8 Witherbloom Apprentice and a Whisper Silk Cloak, and you just start killing people. Like I would say like 25% of my games with Witherbloom Apprentice, I would kill people with an Opal Palace and a Witherbloom, a big Witherbloom.
I've been considering playing more Expedition map just because of Opal Palace.
You should.
Like with cheap commanders.
Dude, yeah, it's not in this deck anymore because just the card quality in black got so much better, right? We got like Rowan's Grim Search, we got like the new Candy Grapple, we got, the Cyclers, we got Phyrexian Gargantua. The card quality exceeded that of tutoring for that land. But
these big mana decks.
Dude, oh my god, yeah. Opal Palace, Study Hall, Witch's Cottage, tutoring up Bajuka Bog, getting a Mortuary Mire, a Haunted Fengraf. I mean, there's so many uses for it. It's a very, very good card, and I wish that I could play 125 cards in this deck. Because I would play 125 in an instant. The considering section here is large and high quality. So, okay, so let's go on to the next thing here we have. So we covered Ellis here really well. This is a very cool control deck. I like to see that they have Brain Spoil in here to find Underdark Explorer. I think that might be and Gary, yeah. So they're really trying to get Gary, Epicure of Blood, and Underdark Explorer. I think if there was only one piece of constructive criticism, it would say, I don't know that you have enough tokens here to really pay out the Ellis as much as I would like. And then the only other thing would be these Epicure of Blood and Marauding Blight Priests require other things to happen for them to work. And I would rather just play Vampire Spawn and Arrogant Outlaw and cards that just do it, right? They just drain. Because these cards, they also tend to just eat removal, in my experience. And I've played a lot of Epicure of Blood and Marauding Blight Priest because of Witherbloom Apprentice. It used to be staple there.
I think it's fine.
And then you could also, but like, here's a better comparison actually. Instead of Vampire Spawn, Marauding Blight Priest should just be an extort creature.
But it's not a big mana deck.
You have 35 lands. Yeah, I mean, you're right that it's not big mana, but it can use the mana. It doesn't have a lot of rocks in it. It just has the Bonder's Ornament. And I think Extort is, like, I still play Extort in, like, Golem and in, like, Loyal Subordinate, right? Because, like, a lot of times you get down to top decking and you only have, like, one card to cast and you just pay one to extort it, right? I like that they have the Scholar in here. That's really good, but I would say that the Marauding Blight Priest and the Epicure could just be, like, Basilica Guards, just, like, a 1/4 for 3 that extorts. Is very good. Syndicate of Tithes, Basilica Screecher, which you already have in here. That's great. So yeah, but otherwise, this is awesome. Very cool to see this deck in action here. I even wonder if you need the Soul Warden and the Attendant if you have Ellis, right?
You keep those.
Yeah,
I'm crazy about them.
they're very good.
They'll just keep you alive. They'll make it so that your opponents just start dying and you don't.
Yep. And these
Like
cards.
that happened a few times.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take it back. Soul Warden and Soul's Attendant work insanely well with Epicure and Marauding Blight Priest. That's why they're there. That's why they're there. That's a combo. Wow.
Yes.
Ooh, I like it. I'm bullish on it.
Go off, Abdel. I dare you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's opponent's creatures as well.
Also, a card that quietly got downshifted, but nobody really talks about is Cartel Aristocrat. Like, former standard menace. This was on my downshift wish list forever, and it doesn't get any attention at all. This card is nuts. Protection from the color of your choice, unblockable, doesn't die, sack outlet that like never dies.
Yeah.
This is an arm and a leg above Bloodthrone Vampire. Like, just, you know.
It's hard because there's also there's like a 2-mana enchantment that gives your creature +1/+1.
Oh,
and you can stack creatures to it, and like I think that's in direct competition with Cartel. It's like dark something.
Dark Privilege.
Yeah, but that's in direct conflict with that for that slot, and you could be protecting something better.
But it's only sacrifice. So if they kill it with something that bounces or something, you lose both cards. Whereas this can't even be done. That can't even be done. And this is also unblockability for like Monarch and Initiative, right? You like sack 2 tokens, give it pro red, pro black, and then swing at the card your player and take the initiative.
Obviously, this player who plays the deck more than I do.
That's a good right.
Agrees with you.
Yeah.
Cartel
That's a good point. I also love seeing Haunt of the Dead Marshes in here. This card is insane, right? In any deck that has a legendary creature.
Yeah, and that's like a huge advantage that this deck has. I love seeing things where like, okay, I don't have to do this entire bulky token strategy where I have all of these dudes that took all of these slots. I just play nothing but the premium creatures, the best removal, and then I only dedicate 1 or 2 slots to these recurable creatures, and that solves that problem.
It does.
I have my engine.
Especially in black, because you've got all these amazing draw spells that are super efficient. 1 and 2 mana, no life loss, that sack a creature, and you can bring it back over and over and over again. So having like 2 of them, like Persistent Specimen and Haunt of the Dead Marshes, is a really good ingredient in any black deck. They're also just infinite blockers, so I think that's really good. Look at this card. They have Sinkhole.
Oh, I know. I saw that earlier.
What a mad lad.
I know. Like, I was like, you can play Be Foul, and that has some modality.
I think
and they're like, nah, Sinkhole.
That's a commitment. I would play Befoul, mainly because Dimir Houseguard can tutor for it as well, and it kills creatures. But, I mean, if that's... It's not wrong. I mean, lands are a big part of the format. Like, Tatiova and Mystic Sanctuary are big parts of the format.
In a deck that is not playing any rocks, I think Sinkhole could be it.
Ooh, Harsh Sustenance too. This is like the boom headshot in the deck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, real good card. It's like murder that also gains you life, that also can kill people. Like this is basically the same thing as Massive Raid, but better.
Yeah.
Right. You gain life.
But better.
Yeah, but better. Yeah. I love seeing Break Ties. I had a friend of mine who said, "I'll stop playing Break Ties when it stops having targets." And of course, we know that that's never. It will always have good targets. Exiling a card from a graveyard, keeping something alive with a sweeper, with a reinforce, which is uncounterable, destroying an enchantment or an artifact. It's only 3 mana. Like this is instant speed and it's very good. This is like a Return to Nature for white. So I really like that. Otherwise, like not a whole lot else to say about this. What do you think?
I just, again, just going back to, we were talking about how this deck isn't playing as many token producers. I think that there's a lot of talk in competitive Commander that doesn't happen as much in Pauper Commander about how compact your win condition is.
Yeah.
And just minimizing that while you can maximize the resiliency and the interaction. And I think that this deck is a version of Elasil Core that is doing exactly that. It's got this tiny creature package, and all of them are premium, and just the whole deck looks great. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. I think other than what I've offered before, I would just say the one thing would be like maxing out the extort creatures. I would get the Recommission, Unearth, and Return Triumphant in the deck, and then probably cut like Bloodthorn Vampire. maybe play like 1 or 2 more lands, maybe just like one. 35 is fine. It's actually 36 with Troll, so I wouldn't play any more lands. Never mind. I would play the reanimation spells because reanimating a Gary with reanimation is really strong. Reanimating a Troll. Like having these mid-range grindy decks where you can also just go turn 4, here's my 6/5 unblockable, is really good. It's super, super strong. The other thing is that this makes a lot of cheap bodies, and you could play Culling the Weak and Dark Ritual in this deck to produce an initiative or a monarch on turn 2. You go turn 1, Haunt of the Dead Marshes, turn 2, Culling the Weak, and you can cast Vicious Battle Rager, Underdark Explorer, like all this stuff, right? Any of the Monarch and Initiative cards, you just run it out there, and if you do a turn 2 initiative, your odds of winning are actually really, really high. I mean, that's replicating some like broken play patterns from other formats, but you have all this cheap fodder in here that you can sack to get big mana off of that. So other than that, though, love it. Definitely performed well. This is
The
hard.
negative to that would be that you make yourself the arc enemy, and I don't think this deck wants to be the arc enemy.
It can
Like,
handle it, though. It gains a lot of
Can
life,
it?
and it has. I mean, it gains a lot of life, and it's got good removal. If you were in a color that didn't gain life and you turboed out initiative, I would be much more concerned. Like an Is It deck.
but it doesn't. It doesn't retake the initiative incredibly well. The Death Touch helps.
I mean,
But-
yeah. I mean, it has ways to do it. You've got Basilica Screecher, you've got Kingpin's Pet, Cartel Aristocrat, you've got Falconwrath Noble that flies. You've also got like Battle Screech, which does that. Whisper Salt Cloak in here. The Troll can do it. Explorer can do it. Vicious Battle Rager is iconic. Guardian of the Guild Pact is unblockable in most cases. So there are ways to like get it back. And plus, like, you kind of have to ask people, like, is the initiative right now so good for me that you're going to fail in your target priority? And that's kind of on them, if they end up thinking that you're the problem and beating you down. Because, like, if they beat you down and they get you to 25 or something and you're gaining all this life, what did they actually accomplish? What did they actually do? That's what I'll ask people sometimes. It's like, yeah, like I'm playing Thrall and I'm at 45 life right now, but like, what am I actually doing right now versus what is the table doing right now? So yeah, you could be like, oh, I need to like even out the life totals, but that's actually like kind of a smooth brain take, I would say. Like life totals, like with a Thrall Parasite, the way you kill it is with commander damage, not gut tokens.
Or just absolutely overwhelming it. Like,
Yeah.
You just bury it in advantage or something.
Yep. And generally speaking, there are other people at the table who are way scarier than an Ellis player or a Thrall Parasite player, given the state of the game. So I am a big fan of designing my decks with game theory in mind to basically say, I'm choosing this commander, which does a certain thing that is the second or third scariest thing at the table, but that does not mean I can't win. Right? It's just saying that I'm very resilient and I'm designing my deck to not be the thing that is interacted with as much, because if there's only 1 or 2 combo players, it's criminal to not attack them, right? It's criminal to not be pressuring them. If you force the control or the mid-range player to deploy resources on you as the aggro player, when there is a combo player, you are throwing the game to the combo player, like hands down, because then they have to spend controller of the mid-range has to spend resources on your aggro deck, which is supposed to be attacking the other players, taking resources away from stopping combo. And if your aggro deck can't handle the heat in the mid game, you should play a different deck. Like if your aggro deck cannot convert on the rest of the table after that's been done, that doesn't mean that you should kill the mid-range or the control player if there's a combo player at the table. It means that you should choose a different deck. Because your aggro deck needs to be able to kill everybody at the table. It needs to be able to grind, right? Like, this is where I talk about with like a gut, gut throne, right? Being able to play good card advantage and stuff too. So moving on from this one here, we've got that third path. I don't know if there's any other decks we need to look over here. Was there Chum Guzzler's deck, which was Gretchen? We already looked at that one. And then Stein. Oh, Stein performed well. Look at that. Stein in 7th place here with Zada. Oh my God, what a Chad move. This is so based. Yeah, you guys know Zada. You love Zada. From meme to dream, this used to be a joke in the cPDH or in the PDH home base. People would talk about playing Zada because everybody was playing blue and anybody could counter you and just like ruin your career. because counterspells are the number one thing that dumpsters this deck, right? But the meta is proliferated. Counterspells are oftentimes in the hands of combo players, and combo players are loath to spend their counterspells proactively. They want to use it to protect their combo. Zada is eaten well these days. The sweepers hurt, okay? You know, not gonna lie, like Drown in Sorrow, Fiery Cannonade, Breath Weapon, Arms of Hadar, Crypt Rat's Pestilence, these cards really, really clap you in a way that's like impossible to come back from. But if you can dodge that, and you can dodge the counter spells, this deck is broken. Like, so broken. I mean, we just got some new cards too. Oh, do I get to show the new tech on stream? Oh, all right, folks. All right, folks. Yeah, get ready to get your socks blown off. Okay. Oh, did I just add it to their deck? Or is this... this is my deck.
You said you were a co-owner, yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. So we'll cut this here. Witch's Mark. Okay. I just.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys, gals, folks. Let's talk about Witch's Mark. This card targets. When you cast this card, you have to have a target for the Wicked roll. Meaning that when you cast this, if you have 6 creatures in play and Zada, you are going to look at 14 cards. And you're going to give +1/+1 permanently to your entire board. And when they die to a sweeper, everybody loses 1 life. This might be one of the most broken cards ever printed into Zada. Like, massively, massively disgusting. And I was talking about this with Derek, and I was asking him, I was like, I think this works, doesn't it? Does it work? And we had to look on some forums, but you have to have a target for the Wicked roll because of the way it's created. It's not casting and then, it's basically you have to have a target for the Wicked roll. So it's going to Wicked roll on every creature you control. So anyways, we got this. We also got another one, which was Flip the Coin. Flip Coin. Coin? Yeah, Flick a Coin, which is the 3 mana, deal 1 damage, create a treasure. This is like a massive ritual and draw spell in 1 at instant speed. Card is cracked. Disgusting cards. So anyways, but yeah, I'm very familiar with the Zada list. This is the one that Stein and I worked on. It's a big red deck with, a zillion creatures in it. And a zillion ways to draw a zillion cards. And, and then you kill the table, right? Is there anything else to that story?
No, I mean, it is a snowball commander, like
Yep.
we talked about earlier in the stream, where you can either send it back to the Stone Age, and that feels pretty bad, and people might, not want to do that as often. But then if they don't, then you just draw 20 cards and you're done. Like,
Yeah. Definitely a card. I think Zada, I was never really that bullish on Zada before because there was so much blue and it was just so hard to justify why to play this deck. Because you played Zada, they'd counter it. First time it gets countered, it's just like, what Zada does really well against is removal. You cast Zada, you cast your sorcery speed draw spell, you draw all these cards on the stack, somebody goes to kill it, and then at instant speed, you cast one of these like, brute force, or you cast like, like you start with kick in the door, and then you go like, into something that draws like Fists of Flame, or you go sudden breakthrough, or you go enthusiastic study, and you draw all these cards before it dies. And then if it's damage-based removal, you can protect it with all these other effects. You draw into more creatures, you draw into your, more rituals, and you just go off really, really hard. Another card, O-Rat, O-Tag, Anthem. This might not be tagged as an Anthem yet. It's not. Okay. So let's do O-Rat, O, +2. This is another card that is going to be busted in this deck, is Gnawing Crescendo. It's an Anthem. that when a non-token creature you control dies, you replace it with a 1/1 rat creature. This is another copy of Volatile Clause, basically. It's going to save like half your board because you have a lot of creature tokens, right? So it's you know, the creature tokens are not going to get replaced, but it's an Anthem. It, you know, if they sweep you, you can get some rats back. The rats are going to help you rebuild with Zada. So Gnawing Crescendo is going to be very good in this deck. Very, very strong. Okay, and with that, I think that we've covered like just an astronomically large amount of ground, Lobert.
Yeah, it's been like 6 hours.
We have been from one end of the format and back, from cPDH to cEDH, talking about the pinger meta, talking about all these new decks that we saw today with some incredible gameplay. I mean, this is some of the best cPDH gameplay I've seen in the entirety of the course of my time, you know, making this content. I was blown away by the caliber of the players and the caliber of the decks. Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, super incredible. So with that, I think we're going to wrap things up here so that Lobert and I can go and enjoy the rest of our Sunday. I want to take a moment here to thank every single one of you who participated in the live stream today. There were a couple of hiccups, and you guys stuck with it. You know, if I like look at our numbers right now, you know, we had a moment there where we crashed. We went all the way down to 2 people, and we went back up to 12 or 15, which was a huge, huge relief to me because, you know, these blue screens, you can't control them, especially if you have a computer like mine. And so I really appreciate everybody participating. A lot of great engagement, good insight from people in chat. And it was an absolute pleasure getting to stream with you, Lobert. This was really, really fun, and I do hope we do this again. You were a great co-host.
It was a good time. You are a great host.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And a couple of wrapping up things here. If you want to support these streams having less blue screens of death or no blue screens of death, you can go to patreon.com/common connoisseurs. The link is in the description below, where you can support at $2, $5, $10, $20, and $50 a month, whatever beats your budget. And we are just absolutely unloading value into our Patreon these days. I've been writing articles that only the patrons get. I've been making updates and posting about them regularly to the 130 decks that we've made through the Let's Build. And the engagement in there has just been generally insane. So if you want to support, that's a great way to do it. Our Patreon is booming right now, and it's really wonderful to see all that support. But of course, if financially that doesn't work for you, the next best way to do it is just to like this video, leave a comment for the algorithm, or if you have any feedback, constructive or otherwise, please leave it. I do respond to those within a couple of hours. And about how to improve the stream. We're always looking for ways to do that. Very much growth focused here, and we just want to keep making this as good an experience as we can for you as possible. So liking, commenting, subscribing, hitting the bell icon on that for notifications about games when they're coming through, and for live streams and videos is a great way to support us as well. Just to give you an example, in the last month, YouTube algorithm finally picked up our channel. And what that has meant has been a dramatic increase in the number of patrons, the number of people in the channel. We've seen like 40 people join the channel since then, 3-4 new patrons, all of whom subscribed, joined Patreon, and were in the Discord server within like a couple of days of them finding the content in the recommended section of YouTube. This is a really important thing you can do. So if there's nothing else you do, just leave those things and help the algorithm. That means a lot to me if you do that. I also want to invite you all to follow Lobert on YouTube. Lobert makes fantastic content. I'm going to drop the link in the description below here so that you all can see this link. Go subscribe, comment, like. He's got a great new video on protection and fogs, which I shamelessly listened to every minute of that video last night. I fell asleep listening to it, actually, listening to Lobert's silky smooth announcer voice.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, I could fall asleep to your shit all the time. So yeah, encourage his content. You know, support this stuff. If you want to see more PDH, if you want your friends to get into this, if you want this to go mainstream, this is the way to do it, is you support your content creators. And there's really easy and free ways to do that through liking, commenting, and subscribing. So together, let's blow up Lobert's channel. Another announcement as we wrap up here. we have recently introduced a new feature in our channel, and that is server partners. And these are people that Clay and I feel kinship with. These are people that Clay and I feel like we have shared values with. And these are people that we want to grow alongside with. These are great format representatives, good members of the community who know how to engage people with respect and with kindness and with humility. And we want to bring those people closer in. Our server partner role is how we do that. We have always envisioned our channel as being a hub and an incubator for other content creators as we learn by doing and as we learn by making mistakes. So as we learn, we're sharing that information to these content creators, and we want them alongside us. So I'd like to announce our newest server partner, which is Lobert. And this is why I wanted to bring you on today.
Yeah, I think it's a really great fit, especially because like I've thought a lot about like, should I make my own Discord? Like everyone else is doing it, and I just when it got down to it, I didn't want to fracture the community at all. Like I don't want too many places people have to be to feel like they're everywhere with the content. So I'm like, they're doing a great job over there. I'll just lurk, I'll just benefit, and you've always been really friendly toward like, yeah, come and pull people out of our community, offer your stream. And it's, you know, you've never given me any reason to not want to do it.
Well, that's music to my ears. And what this means for the server partners is that they are essentially able to use our Discord server, the Common Connoisseurs, which is all of our server, as a hub for their own activities. You can kind of think about it as like WeWork for streamers, because the reality is that running a Discord is a ton of work. This channel, without the content, would be 20 hours a week minimum just in moderating and stimulating conversation. And so what we're offering to our server partners, we have 2 of them now. The other one I'll mention in a moment here, and I'll post some links for his content as well, is that they're going to be populating the server. They're going to be playing games. They're going to be bringing glory to us and to themselves by association. And they won't have to have their own Discord server. And this isn't some way to like monopolize the server or the LFG or anything like that. It's a way to tie in our partnerships so that we all have to do a little bit less work and we can all benefit from it. What that means for the server partners is that they're going to get shout outs, right? They're going to be able to participate in games. They're going to be able to use the 650 people we have in this Discord. This is the largest cPDH dedicated Discord on the planet right now. It is the largest cPDH dedicated community, and that's what they're getting access to. So I was really happy, when I thought of this server role and we started fleshing it out with a little icon and everything. Lobert, you were one of the first people that came to mind for that, and I'm just really glad to have you on board. So big shout out to you, and make sure to go and subscribe to that content and check it out. The protection video, I was nodding along until I nodded off to everything. It was like very cold takes the whole way through, like very agreeable stuff. And your edited stuff is amazing. I know you put a lot of work into it. So the next person...
Yeah, that's what I'm spending all my time doing instead of running a Discord.
Yeah, there you go. And if that means you can do more editing and make more content, rising waters raise all ships. More eyes and more exposure on this format is better for me, and it's better for the content creators. It's better for all of us. More people searching for cPDH is good for everyone. So we really want to be that space for people. The second person that I want to celebrate here is Chris from One More Games MTG. You know him, you love him, that dashing lad with his beautiful new baby. He was our first server partner, and I'm really, really honored to announce that he's going to be joining up alongside us and helping just create that amazing space inside the cPDH server that is the Common Connoisseurs for people to grow, experiment, learn, fail, and just generally become a better Magic player and a better person. So if you want to follow his content, I have to admit, I always mess this up, but it's OMGMTG. Yeah, OMGMTG.com, which I'm going to post in here, OMGMTG.com. You can check that out. There is his link tree. And basically, he has all of his stream times. He streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays. He has a great live stream. Definitely recommend it. If you're a casual player, he has casual pods. If you're competitive, he has that too. And he was actually at the tournament. He was going to be our journalist on the scene, our reporter on the scene. But things moved along, and we ended up not having time for it. So thank you, Chris, for being willing to join us, and it's an honor to be side by side with you. Austin says, "Wow, I left for 2 hours, came back, and you're still streaming. The grind is real." Yeah. If you love what you do, you never do a day of work in your life. And that couldn't be truer for me. I genuinely enjoy interacting with you all. I love casting games. I love playing games. I love making cPDH content. And someday, some world, I do hope to be able to do this full time. That would be a real amazing thing. Imagine like 7 days a week of cPDH content coming down. Speaking of which, and I know it's a long arc of wrapping this up here, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that I've been working on. I've been grinding unbelievably hard. We are beginning. I'm going to be posting my first YouTube short of all time on Monday. So I'll be posting that link in the Discord. You'll see it on Twitter. You'll see it on YouTube. And we're going to be doing a lot more shorts as a way to introduce people to new cards that have been spoiled, new hot tech. The first ones won't be voiced over, but they're animated, and I've done all the work on that myself. And so, yeah, give those a like. It's a bit of a test to see how people respond to YouTube Shorts, but I think that's one way that I can get this into the hands of more people to get cPDH out to the masses. Quirt says, "Thank you, Lobert. Too many Discords is a huge issue for so many communities." Yeah. I mean, you have to do all this work to build yours up. And then it starts to fracture things where people are getting pulled from different servers. You have to have rules about not scalping. You have to have rules about people not cannibalizing your server to do theirs. And, in general, as long as the place where it's being done is wholesome and where people are treating each other with respect and where there's good sense of community, it could be anywhere, right? It's just it's important that it happens. So I think that's a really good point, Quartz. And GOG Sandwich, GOG Sandwich, saying, "Fantastic idea. Lobert is a great fit to one of my favorite content creators." Oh, look at that. And I think GOG Sandwich, do we have a new, did you just support the channel? Wait a second here. I need to go and take a look here. I think, because he's got the mark next to his name here. Yeah, you must have become a member at one point. So yeah, thank you for your support. Yeah, that's really big. Austin says, "I'm ignorant. What did Lobert run before this? I'm sure I've used it and just didn't know what he ran." In terms of decks, is that what you're asking? I think that is, right?
No, I just never had a Discord.
Oh, yeah, right.
I just never did it.
Yeah, Chris was in the same boat, and that's why I reached, part of why you guys were such a good fit for it was like, yeah, like come in, do this thing, bring glory to yourselves and this space, and we're all going to profit. So, okay. You thought he had his own Discord. Yeah, he doesn't have his own Discord. Yep, just a really cool live stream and a good YouTube following as well. So, okay. My God, I'm out of breath. So much fucking talking. I love you all so much. It's been an honor to bring this Riches to Rags tournament to you all today. This is definitely the most ambitious tournament coverage we've ever done in terms of length, in terms of quality, and in terms of just really like some of the finest cPDH content that I can imagine. So GOG Sandwich says, "Haha, it's only $1, but I love your content. I figure every bit helps." It does. And really, if anything else, it just makes me feel really good. I don't plan to get rich off of this. That's not the point. It just feels good when people throw you money for all the work you do. And I do this 30, 35 hours a week, and I had a full-time job before. So it just gave me that feel-good feeling to know that you guys were supporting. So, all right. That is it. Let's wrap things up. Lobert, you're a scholar and a saint. It was a pleasure having you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was super fun.
Yep. To all you in chat, thank you so much for participating. You're all wonderful. And we're going to catch you all on the battlefield. Have a great rest of your day, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard. Peace out.